the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
Welcome to Dubbo. It's day 2 of Junior State Cup 2024, the Northern Conference, and it is great to have your company here bright and early on this Saturday morning. Ben Homer alongside Joel Kane. And Joel, we've got the 16 girls Pool B on the way, and it's the home side Dubbo against Nelson Bay to get us started.
Looking forward to this one, Benny, and what a magic morning it is here in Dubbo. I actually was offered a lift to come out to the grounds, but such a splendid day. I thought, you know what, I'll get up early, I'll walk out to the venue, and it is so vibrant. Now, usually with these games, Benny, as a coach, you get a bit concerned because of the dew, but it appears to me that the track's quite dry.
It's a great point because yesterday morning it was just lathered in dew,
Yes.
wasn't it? There was dew everywhere. So field looks superb this morning and perfect for these early morning matches. I thought you were going to say hard to get yourself up early morning, 8 o'clock. You've just woken up. You're trying to get the juices flowing.
I'm ready to go. It's just a great vibe, isn't it? All the many thousands of people who are charging into the complex here, and dreams are still free at this point. Anyone can win the grand finals, so looking forward to day 2 out at Magic Dubbo. What about the grounds? Even on the backfields, you know, you're walking through, obviously the stadium's going to have a great ground, but the backfields, it's just like a lawn bowls carpet.
Yeah, you'd be happy to have a round of golf or lawn bowls on them, wouldn't you?
For sure. How do you hit them, Benny? You handy?
Not well at all.
No.
Not well at all. I'm thinking you'd be better than me.
How do you see these two teams shaping up, the Devils and the Neptunes?
Well, so I'm just having a look at the results so far. Dubbo so far, 2 wins. They beat Wallsend and Taree to start the comp. Then a draw with Norths and a loss to Northern Beaches 4-2. But loss to Northern Beaches, let's be fair, that's always going to be a tough one. Nelson Bay, 3 losses to start, but they had a 4-3 win over Norths in round 4. So that's important for them. So Pool B, in the 16 girls, you've got the top 5 going through and then the next best 6th place. So they're big pools. They play a round of 16 in the first round of the finals. So this is a really important one for both sides to try and lock themselves into that top 5 so they don't have to fight it out for a 6th spot and hope that they're one of the best of the 3 pools. So I think this is going to be tight.
What was the Dubbo North score?
Dubbo North was 4-all. Nelson Bay beat North 4-3.
So the form line's fairly in line, I suppose, for a good game.
Yeah, I think this shapes up as an absolute beauty to start the day. Dubbo in the pool sitting 4th, Nelson Bay sitting 6th. So if you're looking at a team that is more desperate to win, you'd have to say Nelson Bay really need to win this one.
1, 2, 3 Dubbo. That's the call.
We got some good effects coming through, especially on this near side. We got some good stuff from the coaches at halftime, but we need to tell everyone that today it's just 25 minutes straight touchdown turnaround, so no half times. So we won't be able to hear any halftime team talks. And it'll be Dubbo to get us started. Nelson Bay, they've got a couple of sisters in this team, the Mannings, Evie and Lexi Manning. So we've got some information on them we can share with you throughout the call. And Alexis Gordon from Dubbo, we've got some info on her as well, the number 9. She's in a 2nd state cup competition.
Even though the field's in good shape, Benny, and the dew appears to be gone, these first games, I still believe that completing sets is what wins you the first game of the day. So it's really important that you don't make mistakes in your own half. The team who makes the mistakes in their own half in the first game invariably loses.
So we're underway here on day 2. It is the Northern Conference of Junior State Cup 2024. We've got the 16 girls kicking us off on the stadium field, and it's Dubbo with first use of the footy. Playing the ball there is Francisco, and now Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald in there at dummy half, popping it up, a low dive, but it was telegraphed, and Nelson Bay get through the first set of defence.
Yeah, Neptunes, this is the one. So this is the first set we see in their own half. They're going to be there on 2. And again, I just mentioned you have to be very, very studious with your completions. This is 4. This is a great start. Terrific start for Dubbo. This is going to be play 5 right on the halfway line.
And as we said, Nelson Bay, they're the side that's really more desperate to win this one. This is a good roll through the middle, but down goes the ball. So mistake from Nelson Bay, just as they were getting in a good position.
Yeah, so it's about shots on goal, really, isn't it? Shots on goal is the term you use in soccer. In touch, it's really how many times you get to the 7. So far, Dubbo, obviously having tapped off, they'll get to the 7 the first set, but they'll likely get here again and see if they can keep Neptune off their 7 once again.
That pass just a little behind and taken down by Cristal. And here is Alexis Gordon, the player we were just mentioning. And that's the end of the set for Dubbo. So Nelson Bay trying to bring that confidence from that first win of the competition, 4-3 over Norths in that final game yesterday, and that will hurt. So that's a couple of mistakes in the first couple of sets for Nelson Bay.
And Benny, you've got to give credit to Dubbo. Their smash defence, where half of them were going up, half were staying back, put so much pressure on this team, Neptune, and as a result, I wouldn't be surprised if we're about to see try number 1.
Here's Gordon taking it down and heading off the field. Winsley, McAnally, and now Carney just drifting across the field. Got some space out to the left. They decide to go right through the middle, and touches made on Lucy Carney, but Joel, you would have seen out to that left edge. They definitely had an overlap there, Dubbo.
Yeah, what I would do here, Benny, is I know you want to get some subs and get some fresh legs on, but they're all over this at the moment. There's 2 already. It's going to be another time where... So the pass score, for those watching at home, you probably want to get to the halfway line in 3, but they've mucked it up again. So what I'm saying is, if I was coaching this Neptune team, the next set would just blast up the middle. We need some field position, because this Dubbo side, as we go to the box, and I'm talking about Wees and Neptune, they're just climbing all over them.
And every set, Nelson Bay have gone to the box, haven't they? They've boxed it every time.
Every time.
So straight through the middle goes Sutcliffe. And now to Bassingthwaite and Fitzgerald. Going to take it down again. They're looking to the left, but they go straight through the middle. Bassingthwaite, has she got it down? Referee looks confident, and there's the opening try. Dubbo, well, they get a deserved early try in this one.
They won it with defence. Again, and you'll notice this, 3 go up, 3 stay back. They call it smash defence, and they really just wore them down. It had to come. Neptune, though, this is their first chance of the game, and it comes by way of a tap-off to see the other end of the field.
And you might be able to see in the background, really good crowd for this first game. The home side getting plenty of support here from the locals, as you would expect. They have to defend this set, though. Nelson Bay with their best chance in attacking position. Here's the ball through Nicholas, and now Gainsford. Popped up here to Gainsford, going down low, but the touch made by Smith. Commentator's nightmare, Nelson Bay, isn't it? The jumpers, Joel, with black,
yes. Yeah,
black
very hard
numbers.
to see. Absolutely. So now they're getting their chance in defence here, Nelson Bay. 1-0 Dubbo.
They're just rolling up the ground so efficiently, aren't they? That's Winsley. And now McAnally through Carney. And Carney's able to make an extra 5-10 metres there. McAnally.
Okay, so that was on purpose, Benny. They've ran it right out here. Let's count this again. And this is why I believe just temporarily they've got to sack this plan of going to the box. That's 1. 2, it's going to be around 4 or 5 again at the halfway line.
Well, they're going to struggle to make some changes, but just chancing their arm a little bit there. That helps the pass out wide. Winger making about 5 to 10 metres. But still, it's been an impressive start here from Dubbo. This is Cheviot taking it down, and now Stewart, and that's the end of the section. So again, you can see, as you're touching on, Joel, Nelson Bay struggling to get into attacking territory.
That pass really helped. It was lovely work from the link to send the winger away, and it just took a little bit of pressure off.
This is Sutcliffe, popped up by McAnally, and now Fitzgerald. And they're just getting on a roll. Francisco, and just comes undone with a cutout pass, but Dubbo have got to feel good about themselves at the moment, this start to the game.
Francisco did all the right things there. It was just sometimes when your body is going so fast, which was the case of Francisco, you need to slow the mind down. And that pass was quite an erratic pass, and don't they desperately need this?
First of the game, I think. It has been a while, 5.5 minutes, and that's the first penalty. But they're just swarming them at the moment. Dubbo, look at these players getting up in their face, suffocating.
Well, Benny, look where the winger is, the number 7 here for Dubbo. They are loving the fact they're heading over to the box. They're just happy to chase them over there, and so far with great success.
Nelson Bay with some good meters on that carry from Manning. The referee spotted something here. Another penalty. So this is a huge bonus for Nelson Bay. 2 penalties in that set.
And coming so late in the set too. This is a golden gift for Nelson Bay here. Trailing 1-0, the Dubbo girls well and truly in command, but they don't draw pictures on the scoreboard, and they can well and truly level things up here.
So just look here, the combination, Lexi Manning in 1, Evie Manning in 10. They're next to each other here. Can the two sisters conjure something up? They'd have some kind of telepathy, you would think. But Dubbo able to shut them down, and penalty given away.
So Evie Manning, who you refer to, they call her Evan in the household. So hello to the Manning family there. And apparently, who's the really good eater out of the two? I've got my glasses on at the moment. Lexi Manning eats her body weight in food every day, apparently, so she can shovel the food in.
Guzman y Gomez, I like the sound of that.
Yes.
They got the 10 here today. Dubbo through Bailey. McAnally pops it up to Cristal. And Gordon through to Smith. And moving the ball beautifully. This could be another. Well, they had an overlap down the right. Referee says it doesn't matter because the link's gone over to make it 2-zip to Dubbo.
Always a good sign when the referee starts to retreat, and that was the case. So they knew that was going to be a touchdown, and just like that, Dubbo 2-zip. Just great diving. Both teams have displayed great diving so far. Such an important weapon when you've got a team on the back foot.
Amelia Crystal, the try scorer there. So 2-0 to Dubbo. Nelson Bay, in what we expected was going to be a tight game, but at the moment, they're just making mistakes. They are looking a little disjointed in attack. So there's another mistake from Nelson Bay.
Good defence here, though, from Nelson Bay in response.
I know we don't get stats on this, Joel, but the fact that Dubbo, I'm trying to think of a set they haven't completed.
Yeah.
They've barely made a mistake in this game so far. And Nelson Bay, well, they've struggled to complete. Final play here coming up for the Devils.
Yeah, well, we spoke about that at the start of the game, didn't we? How important that is in these first games to complete. It's important in every game for that matter. But this is just discipline stuff. This is, I keep calling it Nathan Cleary thinking. It's unlikely you're going to score in the last. So play the percentages and chase them to the box. So that's one. And again, I think what we're seeing here, they're in for 4 or 5 to get the halfway line.
Well, what's that? 2 chewed up already.
They've released the winger a couple of times, which has been really helpful for them.
Yeah, it's certainly a go-to that they need to keep looking at.
At 4.
Well, it's got a little bit of momentum here for Nelson Bay. Ball picks it up at dummy half, finds Cheviot. Back on the inside. Is this the moment for Nelson Bay?
Wow.
Yes, it is. Keely Costello crashes over with a beautiful inside run. And Nelson Bay, against the run of play, get themselves on the board.
Daring tactics, and they had to throw at the stumps because it was the last play. But this is what you see so often in junior sport. What you're going to see is the ball goes past one of the players for Dubbo, and they fall asleep on the inside. There's a massive gap between the link and the winger, and it's invariably always the link who thinks their job's done. They put the anchor down, and great ball work, and they cash in. Brilliant try.
It was. Great ball, wasn't it? Cut out the run, and now a penalty. Player not back 2 feet behind the line. Winger looked like they were just cheating a little bit there, so Dubbo get a second bite at the cherry here off the tap to try and push this lead back out to 2 tries. Bassingthwaite has already scored a try, linking with Fitzgerald. Those 2 middles combining. Fitzgerald back to Bassingthwaite. And she's allowed to play through. Referee said that Manning was offside. And there's another one for Dubbo, so they respond straight away.
Yeah, just keep an eye at the top of your screen here too, because you'll also see, again we're seeing, whilst they didn't score the try there, you'll see the link detached from the middle. There's quite a large gap. You can't quite see it there, just out of frame, but the link is a mile away from the middle. It is a big, big problem in kids' sports. You need that link to stay connected to your middle.
So Nelson Bay, they did so well to get themselves back within one. Now it's back out to 2 tries. Cut out pass, put down by Akbal.
So they've accidentally done this, but this is a real chance. This is what Dubbo have been purposely doing, is dropping in the corner. And now Dubbo, and I don't even mind this on your box side, but you've got to cram in. They've let them off the hook way too early here, way too easily.
Well, even when Dubbo are looking to box it, they're just making easy meters, aren't they? As opposed to Nelson Bay, who really have struggled to get out of their own end. And Dubbo through Carney, take it down. Momentum brewing here. Chandler, penalty right at the back end of the set as well.
You've got to cash in on these. You don't get too many of these in a game. It's a great opportunity.
13 minutes remaining in this one. So we're just about at the halfway point in this game. The dump and split, and the touch is made. It's a good touch from Gambrel.
Well, that's where it's great link work. So we're talking about staying connected. She comes charging in and saves what could have been a certain try.
And referee saying the touch is made as Lucy Carney looked to dive over.
Let's see if they head to the sideline again here, Benny.
Yeah, that's where they're heading, and they're happy for that. They're happy to say Nelson Bay come at us. It's the furthest position, as we've been touching on, from the box. So now Nelson Bay, if they want to make some changes, they've got to go diagonally across the field. And they've already taken up 2 plays. They'll probably take 3 before they get into position. And there is a nice little pass out to the wing, which has worked well for them to make some momentum.
It's good coaching from the Neptunes, because clearly the coach has seen an opportunity, and 3 times now they've got themselves well and truly off the canvas by getting it to the winger.
Final play, it's worked again, has
ball
it?
pass.
You wouldn't believe it. It's been called for. Keely Costello thought Lightning's about to strike twice.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe we were about to see the same thing. Unfortunately, it was forward, and Dubbo once again easily been released off their own line.
Yeah, and here they are, just motoring up, making the changes. Bailey drops it down for McAnally, who finds Fitzgerald. And Fitzgerald makes a few more meters. Now with Francisco diving. Touch looked to be made. Referee, though, is coming back for a penalty.
We've got a rip in here. You see the middle with her hands on her head. They're tired here, Neptunes. They've just got to find a way to make 6 touches.
Bassingthwaite pops it down for Fitzgerald. There's a hole for Bailey to run into. The touch has been called, though. Referee happy that the defenders were back legally. Fitzgerald. Bassingthwaite. Fitzgerald scoops it up. Goes, and the ball put down by Francisco, and the pressure in the end told on Nelson Bay. There is a 4th try for Dubbo.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to talk about here, and it is that link disconnecting from the middle. When the ball goes away, which is exactly what happened, that pass comes back, and just a little bit of sleep at the wheel, the link's just not quite there, and they get their 4th of the game.
So Nelson Bay, massive uphill battle for them here. Considering they're 6th currently in this pool of the competition, they need to win this match because it's the top 5, then the next best 6th place out of the 3 pools. So you're getting into must-win territory this for Nelson Bay. They have to turn this around. There is a low dive. Referee said the touch is made on Lucas Stewart.
And Benny, it's not just about running 6. You've really got to do all you can to move up. If you run 6th in your pool, you're likely to be playing a top of another pool, which is a tough first up ask in a final.
So this will help for Nelson Bay. Getting a set here to probe the Dubbo line. The two Mannings combining in the middle. They look like most dangerous. Referee, for a moment, I thought was going to just drop back into the pocket and award it, but the touch has been called on Lexi Manning.
And Evie, who gives it back to Lexi, Evie's got a shout out for Tyler. Says, Betty wish she was playing. So, hello to you, Tyler.
For Mannings again. Unable to crack this Dubbo defence. They look the most dangerous, don't they? The two sisters.
Yes. One's a Kalen Ponga fan, and that would be Lexi. Evie loves Stephen Crichton because he's good looking, apparently.
Well, Nelson Bay, they would have had good preparation coming in here. Pete Wilson Memorial a few weeks ago on their home turf as well.
Ooh.
And that will assist. So there's 8.5 minutes to go, Nelson Bay. 4-1 down. It has been done. 3 tries. Can be racked up pretty quickly.
You'd be happy to be a winger in this Neptune team, wouldn't you, Benny? You're getting plenty of ball.
Yeah, there is. Is this being called back for forward pass? It did look a little suspect, and referee spotted it. What about Dubbo? We touched on this yesterday, Joel. How good is it, the host and the improvement that you usually see from them hosting this kind of competition?
Awesome. It's really awesome, and it's only going to get better over the next few years as well.
Bailey. Last play here, so they'll be happy to take it down to the corner. They look really well drilled too. And
really hard too, Benny, for New South Wales Touch to keep everyone happy. I mean, for years, for a period of time there, the Junior State Cup was in Port Macquarie, which is great if you live in Port Macquarie. Port Macquarie now are in the Northern Conference, so it's a 7-hour drive to come here. It makes it really, really hard.
Really difficult, doesn't it? And that's exactly that's the challenge of living in Australia, isn't it?
Yes.
Places so far apart. Costello, who scored the only try. This time she's trying to find the inside pass.
That's a play on the last for them, isn't it? Just a wild throw back inside. They've done that 3 times now.
Yeah.
Once for a try.
So time running away here from Nelson Bay. So Dubbo, who won their first 2, drew in round 3, lost to Northern Beaches, but only 4-2. I think that's going to hold them in good stead going forward. Scooped up here by Francisco, who is through. Are they going to find another? Yes, they are. Bassingthwaite has got a hat-trick.
Well, Francisco's been threatening for most of the game. Clearly has a great turn of foot, and on that occasion puts the game well and truly beyond doubt. Sizzling start for Dubbo.
Well, they can put the cue in the rack, can't they, now?
Yep. And this is where, speaking of that, you do have to manage your players. So if you've got a star player who you know you're going to need big minutes out of on Sunday, this type of game where you go, okay, well, maybe have a bit of a spell now. Oh, great execution.
It's going to be called back here. Forward pass, is it the call? I was going to ask you, so do you, if you're in this kind of situation, will you say to your side, just think about your energy in this moment, just try and manage it a little bit?
I do, yeah, because that's the whole thing, right? So I know for and against plays a part, but at the same time, guys, just back it off 20%. Let's just cruise home in this one. Because you just can't get, and I've said this many times, Benny, you can't get 10 perfect games out of them. So there's no point running off your feet for the last 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a long time.
When you're up 5-1, yeah. And they've got some big games to come. And you might get another rest tonight before the finals tomorrow, but you put a little bit extra in today, there's just that little bit extra of fatigue in the legs that could be there. Here's some space down the wing from Nelson Bay.
Other things I do, Benny, is you might be wanting to rehearse a tap-off play, for example. There's nothing to stop you doing it from your own line. So next set, just pretend you're tapping off from the halfway line. And another thing that we have in mind as well, unfortunately she slips and falls, is whenever we find ourselves in this situation and there's less than a minute to go on the clock, I'll call chaos for my boys. So that means I want them to practice not getting touched. So if we find a scenario, say on finals day, where we've got to win on the last play, we've been practicing it so many times throughout the carnival already.
Yeah, so you're covering any kind of scenario that can be thrown at your side.
Yeah.
So Dubbo going through into the in-goal. Can the dummy half find a teammate? Of course they can. It's Layla McCoy who joins the scoring party. It is 6-1 to Dubbo. This has been a really impressive display.
Terrific start to the day. Exactly what you want. Whatever happened. So what did you have? I think it was one loss on yesterday for Dubbo.
Against Northern Beaches as well.
Yeah,
So
a draw and maybe 2 wins. Is that what it was?
yeah, a draw against North and two wins in their other games. So they're sitting 4th at the moment. So this is going to help them rise up a little further. And as you said before, really important to finish as high as we see a mistake from Manning.
So this is where you can practice your tap-off play, right? So I know they're going to go to the box, but it's a way you can practice your moves. The other thing I like too, Benny, most teams will wait to the 7 to attack. I don't mind attacking for, say, 20 out because they're not as dialed in defence. When you're on your own line, everyone's dialed in, high alert. Sometimes you can catch them napping by running a play right where Neptune were then.
And maybe you might not feel it, maybe there might not be, but you might just feel there's a little bit more space when a team's off their own line. Is that fair as well? Because
100%.
once they're on the line, all of a sudden things can feel a bit more congested.
Well, even look where the ref is here, and it's just a natural thing, but they're being asked to go back more than 7. Here's a chance.
Well, that's Francisco bursting through. Well, she deserves another try. Ava Francisco, this is huge for their for and against. That's 7-1 now, Dubbo.
Tell you what, it's a big win, isn't it? Like you shared with us the form line around Norse where it was a 1-point win for Dubbo, it was a draw for Neptunes, and then so you expect this game to be similarly sort of along those lines and close, but Dubbo have just exploded into day 2.
Well, that's the bizarre thing. Nelson Bay 4-3, they beat North yesterday. Dubbo drew 4-all with North. And here's Dubbo absolutely dealing Nelson Bay a 7-1 thrashing.
Good hands.
This is the only try scorer for Nelson Bay, Costello. Cheviot, Costello popping it up. That inside run looking for some space between the middle and link. Couldn't find it again on that occasion. So they got less than 2 minutes here.
Great defence from the link.
I just want you to go down, Joel, and call a chaos play for
Chaos
Dubbo.
Mate, it's good fun to watch. We wouldn't call it. We'd call it maybe next time we get the ball. You cannot get touched. You just got to keep it sizzling across.
Nothing better than that, is there?
Fun. Good fun. The kids love doing it.
Yeah.
You just never know, Benny, if there's going to be a time where you got to find a try on the last, you might as well rehearse for it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So Nelson Bay find a little bit of space here through Stewart. But momentum slow because she's asked to go back and play it. Ooh. And it's just been that kind of game for Nelson Bay. I would say their completion maybe around 50%.
It's been really disciplined from Dubbo, and it's just what wins you these early games. It really is.
Sutcliffe puts it down for McAnally and Fitzgerald. Bassingthwaite, Fitzgerald returns it to Bassingthwaite. Have they got an 8th try? Of course they have. Ava Sutcliffe gets her first of the game. Dubbo with a statement win here. It's 8-1.
Yeah, it was 3-on-2 on the short side. They came against the grain. It was terrific work there from Dubbo. But statement, you nailed that, Ben. That's exactly right. She takes off to the left-hand side, and they collapse a little bit too hard, 3-on-2. The winger had a big decision to make. In the end, decided to stay out. And the beautiful short ball sees 8-1.
So Nelson Bay looking for a late consolation try. And the touch is made. Great desperation at the end from Dubbo, and what a huge result that is. 8-1, they beat Nelson Bay. We're expecting it to be a tight one based on how these sides had performed in the previous 4 matches, but that brings to an end the first match of the day here in Pool B. We'll be back with Maitland and Newcastle. They are coming up right after this in the 18 girls. We're just going to take a quick commercial break and see you soon.
Clean and delicious food for the next generation of athletes, their families and fans. Stop by GYG Activation Area, where Josh and Naomi are set up to collect your club merch back and have a go winning some awesome prizes and limited edition GYG merch. Everybody know this is fast food athletes say yes to.
Let's go, Jack! 2, 3, 1, yes!
So many athletes for all ages fit and healthy, bring the whole team down. Please, referees, 2 minutes.
It's match number 2 here on day 2, and we have got the 18 girls coming your way. Ben Homer and Joel Kane in commentary. We've got Maitland up against the Newcastle side, and first thing I'm really noticing today, Joel, is we've got the sun behind the clouds. It is just balmy this morning. Like, it's just perfect conditions. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It's just literally the perfect weather.
I tell you what, if you got fixed rates on the weather, you'd lock it in right now, wouldn't you?
You would.
It's absolutely perfect. And just as you say that, the sun's getting a bit crinky and it's trying to peel out from behind the clouds. How are we looking at standing with these two teams?
30 seconds.
Yeah, so Maitland sitting third. So this 18 girls, top 4 go through from this pool. So
2 pools, is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding. I'm just going to have to double check that. Yeah, top 4. Yep, from each pool. Maitland are sitting third. Newcastle are sitting in 4th place. So this is a little bit more cutthroat because there are a few teams in this 18 girls competition. I can tell you there's 6 and 7. This pool has 6 teams in it. So there's a little bit more opportunity for losing matches, as these two sides have done. But They're coming towards the pointy end. They need to pick up wins. Newcastle just the 1 win yesterday. Maitland had 3 to finish the day. So it's more important for Newcastle to get the job done here. This is Nikas diving in low, and Newcastle open the scoring. So in the first set of the game, the Knights have stunned Maitland early on here. So you'd say, Joel, based on the form, Maitland favourites to win this one.
Wow, and then Newcastle with a blasting start. And it's important to be able to start well, Betty, because come Sunday, it's 3 points for a touchdown for the first one, then 2. So that just ensures we have no draws, unless, of course, it's 0-0.
Yeah, and then we go into the fun extra time, drop-offs, all that kind of thing. Always adds to a bit of extra drama. So this is certainly a local rivalry. They know each other well, these two sides. This is Beckett, inside pass, McClellan for the line. Tri-fest to start this one.
It's just the one I keep banging on about, Benny. It's when the ball is going away, you cannot fall asleep. Just for half a second, the Newcastle player just balked, and the gap opens up, and then very, very clever work, the 13. The pass back inside, and the 16 scores the try for the Norms, for Maitland, rather.
So just by way of comparison, Newcastle had a 2-2 draw with Dubbo. Maitland beat them 4-0. Newcastle had a 4-0 loss to Mudgee. Maitland beat them 3-2. And Newcastle lost 5-0 to Manly, and Maitland lost 4-2. So there's some similarities there, but also Maitland getting wins when Newcastle have had defeats or draws. So this is one of these games Newcastle must pick up. And thinking for a moment that Skenham was going to go over for a Newcastle second, but the touch has been called. So goes through her hands to Turnbull, back to Skenham, and that's the end of the set.
See, there was nothing doing in the last set, Benny, and to hand the ball right in the middle of the field, it's just too big of a gift here for Maitland, who easily get to their substitutes.
They needed to watch Dubbo in that last
exactly.
game. They did it so well, didn't they?
It's a simple thing, Benny, but it is so effective, which really no one does. It's such a profitable play.
And even though Maitland make the mistake, Newcastle bring it out from just outside their own 7. They are close to their box, though.
The wind hasn't been friendly for the Notes, but it has been friendly for the weather, hasn't it? Like
it certainly has.
Yesterday, 37, but that little breeze, the Dubbo doctor was coming through, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we avoided the storm as well. There's some space for power, but the touch has been made.
In the middle again.
And that's causing Newcastle some problems because, as we're going to see here, Maitland is going to be able to roll it over here to the box, make some changes, keep the momentum flowing.
Well, that's 2, Benny. When you hand it right in the middle, 3, and they're into the half for Newcastle.
Smith and Lidbury scooping it to the try scorer, McClellan, who has the Newcastle defence retreating. Are their players offside? It looked like it. And the flat pass brings a try for Maitland. Back-to-back tries for them.
I tell you what, the 13 for Maitland, she was queuing up, she was ready to pounce. You just knew it was going to come. She was following her player at great speed, and then as soon as she went down, she swooped, and they were always going to be in immense trouble. Tani Beckett.
So Maitland conceded in the first set of the game, and they've quickly turned it around. So over to you now, Newcastle. Nikas, who scored for the Knights, for Garlow. This is Nikas, one of the danger players for the Knights. Turnbull, back to Nikas. For Garlow. Turnbull. Nikas just couldn't evade the outstretching dive. Well, again, Newcastle, they've given the ball up. It is inside the 7, but it's on this side of the field, isn't it, Joel? So,
yeah. What Nikas did really well, not on the last play, but penultimate play, she went all the way to the line, and then she realised that nothing was happening, so she bailed out and took the team back to the 7. It was very, very clever play from Nikas.
Maitland player just stepped on the sideline as she played the ball, so that's why Newcastle have got possession. Happened right in front of us here against the sideline. The coaching staff saw it. You You got to get in field a little bit because that could prove costly. Can Newcastle punish them for that mistake?
If they don't score here, Benny, they got to next play. They got to go hard right.
That's where they go.
They tried to, didn't they? I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, touch made just a little too slow, and Maitland make the mistake.
Well, Maitland have been easily the dominant side, but with 5 minutes gone, Newcastle a chance to level things up.
Priestley linking with Skenham. Inside pass put down. Penalty here. Not 2 feet behind the line, the call against the Redbacks.
Yeah, Kira Priestley, she loves a netball, Kira Priestley. A big Giants fan, actually, but she has not missed a junior state cup since she was about 9.
Yeah, that's impressive. Would have been to a few venues over the course of her time.
Absolutely.
Priestley. Well, she'll eventually tap it and get on with it here. Plays the ball. Skenham going low. Referee saying touch was called, but Newcastle, they're just not drawing Maitland off their line much here, are they?
No, I tell you, Benny, gee, the refereeing's been good, hasn't it? The whole weekend, it's been really, really good.
Skenham out to the wing. Little in and away attempted by Magbag, and that's the end of the section for Newcastle for that set.
It's another free ticket to the box, though, isn't it?
It is, and they didn't really throw a whole lot at Maitland. You feel like this match is on Maitland's terms, isn't it?
Absolutely.
18
Great
minutes
drive
to go. Lidbury, McClellan.
This is good power. Here she goes again from dummy half. And out of the box, it's a contrived play because she's so quick out of dummy half, the 13 for Maitland. They fly out of the box, drive hard, and then she's ready to pounce.
And the other thing you notice with this Maitland drive is Newcastle having to retreat so quickly. The fatigue just ensures that they have to quickly get themselves to the box, and well, they haven't been able to do so again here, and Maitland have been able to swarm them.
The play is specific for Tani Beckett, who is about to pick up the ball here. So we'll keep an eye on her next time she comes on, but it's absolutely what they're doing, running out of the box. They're driving hard, and then she's waiting to scoop.
Smith and now Lidbury. Smith back to Asimus. Going to head off the field. Chapman. Farlua. Farlua looking left and right. She's going to step left and receive the ball. They've got an overlap left. Can they get it there?
Touch pass.
Yeah, either that or it looked forward, didn't it? So Newcastle get away with one. Still 2-1. It still hangs in the balance, doesn't it?
There's a decent premium on this next touchdown.
Yeah. And you just feel like from a Maitland perspective, if you're a fan, you're watching this going, all right, come on, can we put this away? Because they've been so dominant, but they just can't quite shake Newcastle at the moment. And the Knights looking for some momentum. That's a good run, isn't it? Really impressive from Turnbull. Nikas has the inside pass. Was it touched on the way through? Referee, well, hang on. Yep. Referee's got a call from the touchy, and
Nikas did well, though. That was exactly the right thing. If you see a player who makes a real darting drive, you've got to get underneath them and go. And that's exactly what Nikas did.
Thought about going right, then decided to slow things down. Let's think about it a little bit. So these three for Garlow, Turnbull, Nikas. Looking to conjure something up. They go back to the open side for Garlow's pass. No touch pass on the way to Magbag, and it's come back to the turf. So they're just really struggling to break down Maitland's defence at the moment.
For those watching at home new to the game, the reason they'll try and land on the 7 all the time is that's the maximum amount they'll have to go back to the line. So that's why they try and set it up that way. Playing a bit of footy here, Maitland. Good to see.
Latter going through the middle. Murdoch. And referee's going to call this back.
As you say, Benny, we're 10 gone. It's still only 2-1.
Yeah, it's just one of those games that you just feel like Maitland are the side that should be going on to win this one, but at the moment, they just can't quite crack Newcastle. Their defence is holding firm. Can Newcastle, though, can they find something down the attacking end in the red zone to try and cause Maitland some headaches? Because at the moment, Maitland have got an answer to everything they've thrown at them.
So, Benny, this next set, I'll let them finish off here, but Tony Beckett's about to come on. So if we're right, I think they're going to drive really hard for her to scoop. But this is the best finish. So they've got him over there, and finally they've got half a challenge to get to the box, Maitland. But they're too passive out here. You've got to get up and smash them.
You can just if we had the technology to do a split screen and go Maitland's defence on those first two touches, Newcastle, you could see the energy.
This pod, they just pick up the speed. Watch Tony Beckett from dummy half here. Here she'll go. She's about to go. Whooshka. Off she goes.
And she takes off as Beckett finds McClellan on the inside. Here, well, that's the end of the count for Maitland. So, and you're talking about it, Newcastle really passive at the start of the set. Here's Maitland, just not allowing them the space. Look at this. This is McClellan coming up. So 2 touches already, and Newcastle still not at the box, and that's 3 chewed up. Maybe even 4 before they get there.
Yeah, when I say they're too passive, Benny, and we'll watch this next set, you know where they're going to go. They've done it every single time they've gone to the box. So those on the left-hand side, when they're running this way for Newcastle, you've got to get up and almost corral them back.
Lidbury and Smith. Lidbury there at dummy half, has Chapman coming around the outside. Down for Lidbury, for Alua and Sunnerton. For Alua into the in goal. Lidbury just has to catch it, and there's Maitland's 3rd try. It's been a long time coming, but they finally get a deserved 3-1 lead.
It had to come. All the pressure was mounting on Newcastle. Fa'alua, a terrific left to right pass, and just like that, now you just feel like Maitland potentially can kick away with this.
Joel, how often as well, when you see a side knows that you're going into the box, how often do you change things up and say, all right, this set, we're going to just throw something a little bit different when the other team might just be picking something that's telegraphed?
Yeah, I think you've got to change it up. That looked a bit borderline there, but it's the old doing the same thing, expecting different results, and you do have to have a plan B when you need it.
Nikas
has looked pretty likely.
And she's looked the most dangerous. Final play already. Fagalo going low. Touch is made. Good touch from Murdoch. That looks to be really their best avenue to go, avenue to the try line, Newcastle. It's really just that low dive at the moment. It's the only way they're looking dangerous, and Maitland always there to make the touch. They haven't conceded since this first set of the game.
Here's a scoop.
McClellan straight through the middle. Chloe McClellan makes it 4-1 to Maitland.
It's just pace. Like, when they make their changes, Benny, they make it with great enthusiasm, a concerted effort to pick up the pace, and they're all doing it, Maitland. It's well coached. And you know what I like to, Betty, and it's hard because a lot of parents are here, but they've gone on and they've scored a try straight away, and the coach just said, look, job done for now, come off. I know you're only out there for 30 seconds, but you don't want to get them trapped up on the line.
Macy Cox, that pass goes down. Now, Macy Cox, she has been one of Newcastle's best players over this weekend. Now, I am thinking that she's being hampered by a quad/hamstring, because I don't think we've seen her out there so far in this game, and she doesn't look like she's running freely.
She had a blinder yesterday, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
First time of the afternoon, or the morning, I should say, I've thought about a jumper. Benny, I didn't even pack one today.
Neither did I. There's a touch made on Alps. What would you say that injury is, Joel? Would you say hamstring or thigh?
I couldn't tell you. Take your pick.
It's a lot of strapping, isn't it? So Macy Cox pushing into the path of Skenham. So
she's moving well, though.
She is, and that's the thing. Maybe she has been out there, but I haven't noticed her. And usually the way she's performed this tournament, she's been at the heart of everything that's been good that Newcastle have done. Sliding around the outside, finding the pass to Alps was Fraser. This is Jada Fraser. Lidbury. And now Beckett. McClellan. Scored a couple of tries in this game. Tani Beckett on the inside. McClellan's inside run was closed up, but illegally, according to the referee, not moving up off the line, Newcastle.
I really like how they're moving him around here, Maitland.
And there's space. Numbers are plenty. Out to the left. Catch and pass. Another try for Maitland, and it's Fortunato Clocker.
Tell you what, it's been a profitable pod. Their last three visits, they've been onto the field. They've scored a try.
Well, hasn't it all turned around so disappointingly from a Newcastle perspective? 5-1. 5 unanswered tries they've conceded after opening the scoring in the first set. Nikas. And now with Forbes Abercrombie. Nikas down for Forbes Abercrombie. Goes to the line and touch is being called. Cut out pass, the touch is made on Figalo. So again, possession gifted back to Maitland in a good area. 7.5 minutes to go in this one. And a different challenge today, Joel, for the coaches when you're playing touchdown turnaround as opposed to having half time. One thing we haven't seen in these first couple of matches is any chance for the losing side to change the momentum with maybe a break, half time.
Well, they're on their way to victory. At 5-1 at Dubbo in the first game. It's just been disciplined footy, really, hasn't it? Like they haven't really thrown wild passes, or it's just been really, really professional.
Does it change the way you go about things when you've got a half time as opposed to just a straight 25 minutes?
Well, I haven't played in many half times, Benny, to be honest with you. But it would be something. Look, coaches, we love control, right? So give us quarter times. So this part of the field, see how that ball was on the field on the ground for a long time. Maitland have been far better in those little 1% areas. Well, this is all slow. Maitland, when they're coming on, they are charging up the field.
Macy Cox. Oh, touch has been called. Was she onside, Murdoch?
So this
very questionable.
The team who's about to come back on here, they're the ones who keep scoring. And I think it's all on the back of the speed, which you're about to see now. They're going to fly up the field. Look at it go. Bang, up they go.
Smith. Lidbury getting in there. Dummy half. And Sunnerton. As he said, it's McClellan, Lidbury. Sunnerton's been so dangerous. They're going to get another try.
Hey, it's the hot hand.
There's another one for Maitland. As you said, Joel, this pod for Maitland, they're unstoppable.
Yep, they are seeing them like beach balls. Every time they go out there, they're not getting any game time because they score every time they go on.
They run off the field. Well, how does this
I'm going to tell them, girls, stop scoring. You'll stay out there longer every time you go on.
They're enjoying the break, aren't they? Freshen up and they just come on and pick off Newcastle. So Maitland with some new legs on the field. Skenham and Bouldery. Even Stevie Bouldery, we saw a lot yesterday, not a hole in this game. Touch has been made. And referee just a little confused, but it is the last now. And touches made on Baldery.
(6-1).
And in the first game, you probably expected it to be tighter, but based on the results coming in here, Maitland 3 wins from 4, Newcastle just 1 win from 4. You probably expected that Maitland would win this, but this comprehensively, maybe not. Last touch on the way here. Latter heading across to this near side of the ground, and they know what to do, Maitland.
Newcastle had a decent day yesterday, didn't they, Benny?
Had a win over Hornsby, but defeats 4-0 to Mudgee, 5-0 to Manly.
It's going to be a good competition this one come Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, I think defensively it probably shows that they're not too... They're doing a decent job defensively against the top sides as well, but it's just scoring tries. Held scoreless twice. They did score 7 against Hornsby, who have been a side that has struggled.
Benny, the Maitland, excuse me, the Maitland Profit Centre's about to come back out. They're looking for 4 times in a row.
Well, you might not be able to see them. You might be able to come, as the cameras come over here to this near side. They are like
this
caged tigers.
The 11, she's setting the setup big time.
They were so keen to get back out there. They were stalking the sideline.
This
is Sunnerton. McClellan's already got 2 touches made. Didn't get a whole lot of time in that set. Probably only about 3 touches. So they'll get a look at the next set.
I think I'll put the mock on them. I shouldn't have said anything.
The curse.
They kept scoring, and then I've opened my big mouth.
Well, to be fair, they only had 3 touches there, so they're going to get a full set here. We'll have a look at what they can do on this occasion.
They have been boxing, though, every time they've been up this end. Let's see what they do. Keep the Profit Centre out there. They're coming.
A little bit of a saunter over here to the sideline. McClellan. Asimus.
Hang on.
And Sunnerton heading off the field. Lidbury. And Smith takes the touch. So just lost a little bit of momentum here, Maitland, as Chapman, Lidbury, and Fa'alua heads back to the short side. Touch is made. Newcastle have a long way to go, though.
It's a really hard way to start your day, isn't it? You're up nice and early. You're a bit sore from yesterday, and then you come off the first game 6-1.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, Newcastle. So top 4 in the pool go through. We know Hornsby have struggled, so they're going to be sitting further down the bottom of that ladder. But you sense it's going to be between Newcastle and Dubbo. They had a 2-2 draw. Dubbo are in 5th at the moment. It's going to be a battle between those two for who finishes 4th or 5th. Skenham powering towards the line. You never know, for and against could come into it. Newcastle would love another try just to reduce the damage here. So here they come.
Nice release.
Maitland crew with Lidbury, Murdoch, Latter Central. Less than 90 seconds remaining in this round 5 match in this pool. Ladder to the short side. Touches being called. Referee asking the question. She's saying, was there a touch? Yes, there was. She was just confirming there was.
There was a late switch on there, Benny. The 2 middles were postcodes apart, but they just couldn't recognise it.
Macy Cox's pass is put down, so they've got 50 seconds here. This is a good little opportunity for Maitland to think about a pressure situation.
Just keep an eye on how tight these middles are. See, there's a big gap near the referee, and clearly it's the end of the game. They're getting tired. I reckon that's where the try's going to come. In between the middles. If you can take one of them away, get the other one asleep, and then come back on them with a late switch, I think it's an absolute fill-up.
So really compressed now around the middle. Newcastle space on the wing. Dive from Murdoch. Touch is called, so 10 seconds remaining here for Maitland.
Chaos set. Chaos.
Ladder. So final play this will be of the match. Murdoch to Ladder. Maybe not. The hoot is not gone yet.
Oh, the old show and go.
Fraser's pass.
That's
that
down.
looked to be down from Marley Alps, and there is 7. Enough time for a 7th from Maitland. We didn't have the hooter, did we?
No, and I think that would be time.
It would be. I think someone... There we go. There's the hooter. Oh,
Half-hearted hooter.
that is full time here at Dubbo. Well, the hooter's just got a little bit tired here early on day 2, just trying to wake it up. And Maitland with a comprehensive win. What was it? 7-1 in the end, wasn't it?
It's a unique hooter, isn't it?
Yeah.
I better take this call and go, Benny.
7-1. Maitland over Newcastle. We're going to take a break. Joel's going to jump out. He'll be back with us later, and we're going to head down and get some reaction on the sideline.
That concludes the 8:30 time slot. As the next time slot is 9 o'clock, we ask all players.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Welcome back to Game 3 today of Junior State Cup 2024. And we've got the Mud Crabs against the Bandits. Try and find 2 better named teams than these two, Mudgee and Beresfield. We've just got seconds before we get underway in this one. Mudgee sitting 5th in their pool. Beresfield 3rd. We're underway here. Beresfield get us started. Adam Collins alongside me, Ben Homer, for the call of this one. Adam, Probably this one more important for Beresfield because it's only top 2. It's pretty cutthroat in the 16 boys pool. So top 2, second best third place team. Beresfield sit third. They need to get a win and get a big one here.
As you said, mate, very important for them to get victory in this one. It is a tight division, very cutthroat, and the Barrow boys need to throw everything they have at the Mud Crabs.
Mud Crabs yesterday, some big defeats, 7-0 to Northern Beaches, 10-0 against Maitland. 2-2 draw with Parks to finish the day. Beresfield 2 wins and a loss, 6-2 to Northern Beaches.
Some tough games there. Their opponents, those first 2 matches you mentioned, they're top of the tree. And, you know, the Mudgee boys had it tough. But this should be a very even match.
Well, Mudgee would love an early try to start. They almost got one there. Eden Smith just putting it down with the line sitting there at his mercy. So we've got some really crucial 16 boys clashes coming on the way here. Newcastle and Hornsby coming up next. So sides that need to keep picking up the wins because it is the top 2 across the pools that make it through. Here's a run coming from Slater Kidd. We saw him yesterday, really enterprising, and off they go to the short side. Touch made on Jed Dawn.
Yeah, those guys that you just called there in the run, Slater Kidd was very impressive yesterday, as was Jed Dawn and Kyan Gordon for Beresfield. Lucky enough to watch them in a game there yesterday, and they were the 3 players that dominated in the middle and set up most of their tries in that match.
Here goes Caddis and McFarlane into the middle of the field with Stoddart.
It's Taylor with the ball now.
On the inside, Nate Taylor, and this is the run from Stoddart, finding Taylor, flings it out left here to Caddis, and down it goes.
Pass there, Ben.
So penalty goes the way of Beresfield. And the Bandits going to work it to their box. So a reminder, if you just tuned in here for the 16 boys first time today, yesterday we had 11.5-minute halves with a 2-minute halftime. Today, just 25 minutes straight. Touchdown turnaround. Beresfield, good quick hands to the short side. Space is opened up down there. Inside pass to Jagan Faulkner. And the touch called by Mudgee. So good start this from the Mud Crabs.
They defended really well there. It was a nice shutdown play to end that set. But Beresfield really showing they mean business.
Mud Crabs through Smith. Van der Bruggen, and then O'Brien. And O'Brien goes through. Mudgee, are they going to open the scoring? Yes, they are. Great run from Tyler O'Brien, straight through the middle. 1-0 Mudgee.
Fast feet there, gets him through the line. With cover come across in the shape of Cody Beavis, but couldn't get there in time. We'll see it here on the replay. Just some individual skills, a little show and go, and then that acceleration right to the line. He gets down quickly, and that's the opening try for the Mudgee Mud Crabs. So tough work here now for Beresfield.
Yeah, that really sets things up here for this one, with Beresfield trying to lock down a top 2 spot, sitting 3rd in the pool up against the Mud Crabs who sit 5th. So that's the storyline coming into this one. Josh Drinkwater on the field.
The little general.
You can see him with the blonde hair and maybe a chance to hit back straight away through Jed Dawn. He went down low. Touch has been made though.
Had numbers there as well. If he had gone long, the winger was unmarked, but just wasn't able to get that ball away.
Hudson Carr, the winger, out here to the left. Drinkwater taking the touch. Jed Dawn goes to the right. Cut out pass. That time they scored, Beresfield, but it's been called back for a forward pass. So it will be Mudgee ball. So that'll be a little bit frustrating for the Bandits. Now they're coming up really squeezing Mudgee in here with their defence.
They're just trying to shut this box set down. They did pretty well on those first 2 touches, but now the momentum goes the way of the Mud Crabs. Up to halfway, a couple of touches to go.
This is a terrific run, that, from Bailey Fairhon. Stoddart playing with some confidence here, the Mud Crabs.
Yeah, moving the ball around, I like that early in the match. Just trying to put the defence in 2 minds, and that was on the back of a really good set coming off their line in transition.
So Beresfield through Dawn. They're asking questions of Mudgee, but not striking on the scoreboard, the all-important scoreboard.
Mudgee have had the answers to those questions at this stage.
Popped up now.
Left foot.
This is a good knockdown from Fehon. It was Bailey Fehon there on the left link position. Referee wants him to come back and take the tap again.
Play the ball it is. He's just asking to play it correctly.
So off they come here to the left. Slater Kidd going down looking for the try, but their desperate goal line defence has been watertight so far, Mudgee.
That's a couple of times they've come to that side with that play, and they've been touched trying to put the ball down with the winger unmarked. So we see
Here's
here,
the cutout pass, and that's a brilliant pass. Hudson Carr found space once again on the wing, and there is the equalising try for the Bandits.
Yeah, that was that side, that left edge or the right edge for Mudgee as we're looking at it. They have been short there a few times, so maybe the coach from Beresfield will have a chat with his lads and say, let's try and draw those middle players in and look for the long dish and see how we go here. 1-1.
It does look like a profitable area for Beresfield out there, finding the space out wide. So Mudgee with the perfect opportunity to hit back from the tap on halfway. O'Brien, he's throwing the cutout, but the defence that time from Hudson Carr after scoring the try keeps out McFarlane. They go back to the short side, and that's the end of that for Mudgee.
So the Beresfield defence there just playing that man-on-man defence. They folded out quickly and shut down any chance of a long ball. We see a little acceleration through a gap there from number 13, which is Ben Couplethwaite.
So Beavis going over to the sideline. Beresfield with some reinforcements coming onto the field now. Jed Dawn swerving in and away. Slater Kidd on the scoop. Off they go to the short side. Probably should have been a second, but Ollie Vadas put it down with the line at his mercy.
It was a tough pass for young Ollie. It was over his back shoulder, but Slater Kidd comes into the game and injects himself immediately. He's a dangerous player for the Bandits, so we'll look for him throughout the game in number 19.
Terrific energy. Oh, and the pass has gone over the sideline. He was looking, Tyler O'Brien, for Lockie Maisling, who had already gone over the sideline.
It's that lack of communication, that heads up. They need to know where their support players are. And the young fella that was on the wing had stepped off to substitute. And unfortunately for the Mudcrabs, that ball goes to ground in what could have been an open field play.
Jed Daunt taking it down for a touch, and Vadas. Dummy from Faulkner.
Tough defence.
Space out here to the right, but pass drops in front of Beavis.
The defender saw the roll ball was slow. There was no half in position. He raced up out of the line and just forced the pressure with that into that pass. And that was good defence from the Mudcrabs.
So Mudgee through Fehon on the inside. There is a bit of space here. Their cavalry is coming in defence from Beresfield. Can they move it quickly right?
They've numbered up nicely here. They scrambled well then, Beresfield.
Beresfield through Faulkner making the touch.
It's been end-to-end so far, Ben. They've really been, just feeling each other out here. They're not on the mark.
Frustrating for Mudgee, but it's a game that sits in the balance here. 16 minutes remaining in this one. Mudgee, well, they're in must-win territory. There's no doubt about it. They're in must-win territory. Beresfield, well, they're sitting third. They're in a similar situation. Might not be desperation stakes for them, but it's close to it in a cutthroat 16 boys competition where it's only top two. And the next couple of best third-place teams is Beresfield through Jed Dawn. Inside pass finds Couperthwaite, and that's the end of that set for the Bandits.
Both teams will want to take victory here. As you said, probably not as important for Beresfield, but you don't want to drop too many games in this division. And you can see it in both the way they're both playing.
Such an arm wrestle this match. Well, he's just thrown it away. It was still the last. They still had one play, Mudgee. And he's just tossed the ball away, so that's it. Drop ball. Ball here for Beresfield. Couperthwaite puts it on the turf for Drinkwater. Now Dawn sauntering towards the middle of the ground.
Yeah, he's one of their danger players. I think Beresfield probably have one or two players that could do something on their own. They have that electric footwork, but they're not playing as a team. There's no real structure at the moment. It's going to be that one player that steps up and does something on his own as they look to set up an attacking play here.
Dawn and Kidd always look dangerous. Cut-out pass, he's got a double. He has got a double, Hudson Carr. And you touched on that before, Adam. That wide ball, the cut-out pass to the wing, they are finding space there more times than not.
It's just the way that the Mudcrabs defend. They defend very differently to Beresfield in those situations. And both of the wingers drop in and just leave some space.
And Beresfield have just worked out how they're going to get themselves through. Around is the way. They have managed to do it on both occasions so far. So Mudgee for the first time in this match, they are behind. And maybe a chance. Hudson Carr with the intercept, but he's put it down. He was thinking about the sprint to the line for a hat-trick. The pass has been called forward, though. So, doesn't matter that he dropped it, but he's probably filthy. He was looking forward to a bit of a foot race there. Slater Kidd over to box it. Beavis, good strong carry down that right edge from him. Cooperthwaite brings it back more centrally. Drinkwater will scoop it up. But the speed just allowed a bit of time here. Release. Catch and pass behind Hudson Carr, and it hits the turf. So a chance to get themselves a little bit of a buffer goes awry there for the Bandits.
2-1, they lead, but that would have been nice.
Good juggle from Nate Taylor. A carry here from Maisling and over the sideline, but there is a touch from the Bandits.
Yeah, Huddy Carr just put himself in that channel and was able to get it away. If they had caught that ball, they had open territory in front, so it was good defence from Huddy. He's a bit of a comedian, Huddy, too. We put out a shout-out for fun facts from our players, and Huddy reckons he's a goat farmer. Have to have a chat to him after the game about the goats.
I did see that one. As inside pass, he spilt it. Tyler O'Brien, wow. Note that down, 12 and a half minutes to go. Should have been 2-2. Massive moment in this game.
Could be very important.
Yeah, what else does he put there? He's a goat farmer, and then he
supports the Nepal Donkeys NRL team.
Yeah, Nepal Donkeys NRL, yeah.
I remember Matty Johns and Fletcher and Hindy were supporting or trying to get up the Nepalese Donkeys NRL team. So they've got a supporter in young Huddy.
Fairhon sends it out wide here.
That
was definitely forward, wasn't it? Lucky that the touch judge here is basically in line with the defence, keeping them.
They certainly got away with one there.
Still, this match, it sits there for either side. Cominacholi with the ball here in his hands. Now Taylor drops it down for Smith. Smith, penalty given away by the Bandits. So Mudgee.
Yeah, not pulling back there was the call, or pulling back. He needed to get up off the line a little bit quicker than he was.
Cominacholi, what a pass. Good hole run from Maisling.
A really perfect demonstration of good hole running. Straight at the hole. Let the ball hit you in the chest, and it did, but the good defence came in from the winger.
Cominacholi, what a pass out wide. Was it forward?
Yeah.
Referee calling it back. It didn't look too bad, did it, Adam?
The referee on the sideline, so they worked together. The referee on the sideline gave a very clear indication earlier that the ball was thrown forward. So the ball out of their hands is what's important.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it? It was close from Cominacholi. And now Beresfield, after surviving that from Mudgee.
The troops come in numbers here. They've spread wide, looking to come to the edge again.
Here's Cooperthwaite going down. Slater Kidd off to the short side. Slater Kidd. And the touch has been called.
Intensity definitely lifts when Slater Kidd comes onto the field.
What a name as well to go with it. Slater, you just think speed, and he's certainly got that in spades. So Mudgee have found some space out wide. Maisling putting it on the turf for Mudgee to get some momentum
over
rolling
the mark
here.
there.
Taylor, he's just stepped over the mark. as he's headed over the sideline as well.
They had good momentum there. That was a nice roll off their line. Unfortunately, on the fourth touch, they overstepped the mark and gave Beresfield a great opportunity here in their own side of halfway.
Kidd putting it down. Drew Beavis and Dawn. Little disjointed this set from Beresfield, but Jed Dawn's able to find some space with Gordon just drifting into the middle there. Dawn out of dummy half.
Short ball.
And the touch, just couldn't regather it. Referee's going to blow the penalty though, playing advantage.
He realised he wasn't able to take that one cleanly, so he tried to knock it up for himself, but couldn't regather it. But they get the penalty. These three guys, the two men in the middle there and the link on the right-hand edge, they're really dangerous when they work together.
Gordon, Dawn making himself available. The pass was behind him and down it goes.
So that's a let off for Mudgee. That's good defence. You can hear all the action, plenty of games here.
Well, there's been an intercept try just behind us, so there are games aplenty here on day 2 of the Northern Conference Junior State Cup 2024. This one going down to the wire. Mudgee, they need to try and find a try.
Numbers there.
Maisling, good ball. Back on the inside, makes himself available. Finds the pass to Comincioli, and the touch is made just with the line.
Huge shout out for Beresfield there. Cody Beavis was in 3 of those touches. He just put himself in the right position and then made the final touch 20 metres away from where he was up into the line.
Stoddart, Comincioli, cut out pass again. Looked as though it was able to be a touch made by Beresfield. So good recovery defensively. Comincioli back to the short side. It was a good move because they had the numbers if he got that pass through, and it was Beavis again with a key defensive involvement.
Yeah, the long levers of Beavis. He's a tall player, and he got the arms out there and had to knock that one down because they had extra man outside.
So Smith and Stoddart. Smith in 14, Stoddart 18. And they conjure something. Comincioli. Dummies goes himself. Touch made. Just tried to
Gordon
trick the defence. Back to Comincioli and Stoddart. Smith there at dummy half. Comincioli. And the dive is a brilliant one. Stoddart gets it down. And it is 2-2. Mudgee deserve that. They have applied so much pressure to the Beresfield line in the last few minutes. And this one is shaping up nicely the last 7 minutes, and it's 2-2.
It will be a tough 7 minutes for both teams. Unfortunately there for Beresfield, Ethan Ferreira was that just got caught short. He turned inside to have a look and the ball was slipped outside him. He tried to get back in time but wasn't able to, so a nice try there for the Mud Crabs.
And a mistake from Beresfield. So remember the Mud Crabs, they were towed up in their first 2 games, 7-0 Northern Beaches, 10-0 loss to Maitland. Then they drew 2-2 with Parks. Are they about to get their first win? Not square. The penalty goes against the Mud Crabs.
We saw this young referee yesterday. He's all over that not square. So both of these teams in these final 6.5 minutes, they'll need to be on top of that.
They're just growing into this game, Mudgee, but they're going to have to hang tough here. Drinkwater. Gliding across the field, putting it down for Cooperthwaite. Slater Kidd stepping back. Defence is good. Inside defence was excellent there from the middles.
They really stood up there. There wasn't too much happening for Slater that time, but he'll come back and have another bite. In tight, gets the ball outside. They go back to the left this time. And doesn't come off.
So 6 minutes remaining here. The Mud Crabs with the potential to win their first game of Junior State Cup 2024. Beresfield, remember, they beat Parks 5-1. Mudgee had a 2-2 draw with them. So the form guide says that Beresfield should win this. They should go close to shoring up a top 2 spot in this pool. But right now, they are in a battle, and they know it.
It's a whole new day, Ben. That's what we were talking about yesterday. When if you play the game on paper, it'd be very different to how it actually plays out on the field.
Here is Comincioli, intercept. And it was Ollie Vadas who took time to juggle, so it allowed
Wasn't sure he had it.
Mudgee to get back and make the key touch. Slater Kidd is going to head off the field, have a little recovery, and then come back on for what's going to be a key part of this final stages. Cooperfield.
And 5 minutes remain on the clock.
So Gordon and Field alongside each other. This is Gordon finding field, touch made.
Yeah, nice shutdown for the last touch.
So a draw is certainly not what either side want. They want to win. Mudgee trying to keep their competition alive with an upset here.
They roll up now over the halfway line. Extra metres here.
A little bit of space almost found there by O'Brien. Now Fairhon with the basketball pass onto Charlie Gallen, and the touch pass is called. So Beresfield with 4.5 minutes remaining. And Beavis trying to get on the outside of Eden Smith. Couldn't do so. Slowed the momentum for Beresfield. Gordon. And now out to the left they go with Vadas. Field.
Subs off for Beresfield.
Faulkner. And Dawn finds Drinkwater.
There's Dawn.
Mudgee players up in the line. Dawn goes to the right. Picked up by Hudson Carr, who scored both of Beresfield's tries. Now Drinkwater.
Oh, Drinkwater!
Oh, he's a magician. How has he found a way through the middle to potentially win the game for Beresfield?
Young Josh there, it was a simple show and go, just the dummy, and the defence held off long enough for him to put his head up and just see the opening that I don't know that he really expected it, but with that dummy, you can see it here. He just threw the dummy, the middle just held off and then opened up for him, and he put his head down and off he went. The little general, he's worked hard and has earned that try.
So Mudgee, can they get themselves back level once again? It's going to be challenging for them mentally, but we know
3 minutes.
They have got the skill to do so. Down goes Stoddart. Comanchioli, around the back came Caddis. Down goes the ball. Final 3 minutes on the way now.
They'll work hard to get to their sub box here, get some fresh legs onto the field.
You just think to yourself, how big a moment could that be for the Bandits? That Drinkwater try in the context of this tournament for them.
Here he comes again.
Straight down the middle, makes another good direct run. Drinkwater returning to the field, slips.
Unfortunately, he slipped over there. They had a couple of defenders up out of the line. If they were able to get a quick roll ball there, they would have had numbers.
Drinkwater, there is numbers out to the right, but they just couldn't get the pass there quickly enough. So 2.5 minutes. They give it to Mudgee in a really challenging spot down there in the far corner, furthest point from their box. Well, this is a terrific run from Lockie Maesling.
Yeah, the defenders came up here to try and shut down the subset, and it just opened up in the middle. So Mudgee got some great metres, and they've been able to build on that here. This is a good roll-on for the Mud Crabs.
Van der Bruggen and then O'Brien. Lots of momentum in this set for the Mud Crabs. Taylor taking it down, scooped up, goes left as O'Brien. Cut out pass, attempted intercept. Six more touches here with just over 90 seconds remaining. Mudgee trying to level this up.
Cooperfield came up out of the line there, saw it open up in front of him, but just wasn't able to take it. He would have had to have gone the length. I saw his eyes light up from here, though, as big as dinner plates.
90 seconds now. They got more than enough time, Mudgee, to build some pressure. O'Brien, touch has been called, penalty.
They called the link offside there.
So they've got another 6. They've got more than a minute to work out how to break down Beresfield. Taylor and Smith linking up. Comanchioli, he is quick. Comanchioli has been touched. It was well done by Ferraro.
It looked to beat Ferraro on the outside again, but this time he was up to the task.
O'Brien, Fairhon, waiting for some company, gets it. Fairhon dives low, touch called.
Drinkwater. Up off the line, he's doing it at both ends of the field. He came off the line hard there and just jammed it up. He's really stood up, the young fella.
Taylor goes down. Comanchioli, he is dummy half. Taylor dives over. Have Mudgee scored the equaliser? Referees have a decision. It will be a try to Mudgee, and they're back level 3-3. Well, what a fight back from the Mud Crabs.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go on the clock here. I don't think Beresfield will have any time to convert. But I've got it.
Well, here come Beresfield. They've got
Ferraro.
seconds remaining here. Beavis. on the inside. Can they keep it alive? The ball goes down, and wow. Well, what a result that is for the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Coming in here as underdogs against Beresfield, who sat third in the pool up against the 5th place Mud Crabs, and it is they who fight to a 3-all draw. It finishes 3-3 Mudgee and Beresfield. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side of this with another match in the 16 boys. It's the Knights against Hornsby.
Team management personnel and referees, please make your way to the field. Thank you.
Just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Where you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero. Some fairy tale bliss, just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. I want something just like this. Let's go, Jackson! 3, 1, 2, 3! Yes!
Players and referees, 2 minutes. Please make your way around the field.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And
30 seconds, players and referees. 30 seconds. Please take the field.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always
understand it,
in his
but
footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging the top end, and it's one of the best
So
decisions I've ever made.
we've got the 16 boys coming your way now on day 2 of Junior State Cup 2024, the Northern Conference. Ben Homer and Adam Collins in commentary for this one. The Knights getting themselves pumped up for this one. So top 2 and the 2 next best third place sides in this competition are going through. So let me just give you a little bit of an indication as to where these sides are placed. So Newcastle sitting 4th in their pool, which is Pool B, and Hornsby, they are sitting 6th. They are no wins from 3 so far. So got to finish in the top 2. So Newcastle, this is getting into must-win territory. Well, I'm going to say, Adam, this is must-win for Newcastle because Hornsby are the bottom place side, and they are level on points with Norths and Peninsula, who have both had 2 wins from 3. So you want to finish in the top 2, you're going to have to win matches against the side sitting bottom.
Yeah, victory here will certainly push them ahead. So you think they'd be more desperate in this match, and that's the way we're going to call it early. Hoping to see the Newcastle team step up here. They're in that precarious position in their pool, so they really need to get the points on the board here, and probably, a good for and against as well. So they want to be scoring some tries.
Yeah, exactly. And you look at those sides around them. So Peninsula and Norths, who have both had same wins as Newcastle, have beaten this side 7-3 Peninsula. Norths beat them 8-1. So that's the kind of
points on offer.
Points for and against that you could get. And Hornsby, well, they just need to win. They need to pick up wins and fast if they want to pull themselves away from the bottom. Oh, a little bit of a change up with the hooter, Adam. Now, you've actually been over there doing the announcing in the hooter. Can you explain what's going on with the hooter?
No, that's a new one to me, mate. I'll have to check that out. I'm out of commentary in the next time slot, so I'll have to find out what's going on in my little room.
Someone's taken over your room as Hornsby. Well, they could score here. First set, they thought potentially they were over. It was Josh Yu who was diving over the link. Touch has been called, so a little wake-up call for Newcastle, who you just wonder could be a little bit complacent. You can see the results. You can go onto the website and have a look how their opposition have gone, and I'm sure they would have had a little glance last night. They would have come in here expecting to win, so they do have to get over maybe a little bit of complacency heading into this one. They've got to put that out of their heads, and now with Chapman scooping it up in Osborne, and now with Peterson. Final play. Well, there's no one at dummy half for Newcastle.
Lack of communication there. They lost all the momentum they'd set up. That was a late pass. They'll get a penalty here. That's really well picked up by the referee. He called the touch and was blowing last touch, but then the Newcastle player threw a pass, and that's late. So they turn it over, and a penalty awarded to Hornsby instead of a changeover.
And that's the thing, important to note as well, because some players think, oh, once I get touched on the last, well, that's it, changeover. But if you go to throw the pass, still can be pinged for a touch pass. And then all of a sudden you just
it's a penalty,
set
there's
back
more
a little
distance
further.
in. That's it.
No penalties is the cry from the Newcastle bench right in front of us.
Yeah, we're perched high above the sub-box, so it gives us great insight into what's happening in this interchange area, and the words of the coaches you'll be able to pick up in the effects mics.
So don't be surprised if we see a really good performance here from Hornsby, because we saw in the last game Mudgee outsiders expected to go down to Beresfield. Well, they were plucky. They got a 3-3 draw out of it. Hornsby have started this game well. Newcastle with possession. Blaze Martin taking it forward.
Space here.
Space to
Numbers.
the left, and it just is put down by Jacob Keeling.
The link player there, sorry to cut you off, Ben, he was just too casual. He hit the hole nicely, but just too casual trying to take the pass.
I just thought as well, maybe the pass is just slightly behind him, but I get the point as well. Maybe there could have been a little bit more energy as well. So Hornsby they're being swamped here by this Newcastle defence. Oh, look at that. That's a great run from Ben Keeling getting up. Hornsby just cannot get themselves. Look at that. They couldn't even get themselves within 10 of the halfway line.
Yeah, I know your other co-commentator, Joel Kane, he really doesn't like what we call a subset or the interchange set, where they're trying to work hard to get to the sub-box and get extra, fresh legs on. but you've got to get forward momentum first, and that's a perfect reason why Joel doesn't like that subset. The reliance on it from most teams, they look straight to the corner of the field, and they're not going forward. They're not buying space.
And Newcastle, the longer they go here without scoring, I just feel like it's really going to play into the hands of Hornsby. Because all of a sudden, they know, this is one of the hardest things, isn't it, Adam? You're coming up against a side who's been beaten 8-2, 7-3 and 8-1. It's hard to put that out of your head when you're coming out. You know, it's teams that you've beaten have beaten this side by a decent margin, and you coming out just expecting things to go your way. But Hornsby have started this game really well.
We've seen it at every level of sport. Those teams, yeah, every level of sport, even the professional footballers, they see an opposition and they don't treat them with respect. And that's what it's about. It's about respecting your opposition and playing your best every time you're out there on that field. And these kids at 16, they're still developing that.
White puts it on the turf for Bouldery. This is Caden Bouldery diving low with Brody White.
There were extra numbers there too. The link had collapsed in to make that touch. If he was able to get a ball away as he was diving, it was danger signs. A switch pass, hands
good
needed,
pass, and
over the
flung
top.
over the top, went forward anyway over the hands of Asher
It was
Harris.
forward, it was late, it had everything bad about it.
It was a triple play.
So it was called late.
It was the reverse triple play, you could say.
Threat. But what they have done here, they've tied Mudgee down as far away from their sub-box as they can. So this is what I was talking about. They're not going forward. They're still trying to go sideways to get to the sub-box. And you can see the defence from Newcastle. They're shooting up and cutting off. This is 4 touches now. They still haven't made halfway.
They get some momentum from the bench, but it's a little too late in the end. Final touch here coming on the way. That is a terrific run. Bursting through and coming out the other side. Finds the pass, did Newman, and Hornsby. Massive underdogs coming into this one. Lead. Can you believe it? You can hear the roar from the other side.
That came off nothing there. That was a nothing play. It was just heads-up touch footy from the young fella that made the break. I think it was...
It was Newman that made the break.
Not sure we can't. Oh, it might be Cooper Guthrie.
And Cooper Guthrie with the try. It looked to be over there. It's hard to tell with the sun over on that far side. So, wow.
So Newcastle really have to lift here.
They do. They do. Looking to go down and score the try was Osborne. The touch has been called. You can see there. Scoreboard telling the tale here. And Newcastle go to the left. Well, this is set up beautifully. Peterson tried to go around the outside. Back they go to the short side. Finding Osborne.
Nothing play on the last again.
Well, there's frustration. Threw the ball back. Probably lucky it went straight to the opposition player.
Yeah, big kudos to Hornsby here, the way they're taking this game on.
Do you feel like frustration's brewing just
down
definitely,
below
100%.
us? Absolutely, I do. You can almost feel it from here, and you can see it out there on the field. That nothing end of the set.
Here he goes again, Newman. He's burst through, and the touch has been called this time.
Yeah, Ethan Osborne it was, came across in cover.
And he is the dummy half. Bradley Newman it was. I just get the feeling that the past results for Hornsby are playing on the mind here of Newcastle. There was a little dodgy play. The ball referee spotted
on it. One of the top referees out here in this at this tournament is the man in the middle now, and he will not miss those things. And Smith will be all over it.
So the Lions with Bradley Newman with that try assist moments ago. Most dangerous player for Hornsby, but he's put that one down. To be
just
fair,
a little bit out in front of him.
To be fair, yeah, the pass was a tough one. So 17 minutes remaining. A lot of time for Newcastle.
Numbers here. That's a good release. Man in space, gets in behind the defensive line, but just overran a little bit.
Newcastle looking to come over here to the sideline. Blaze Martin going to ground.
Sweepers come into an attacking position.
remembering, as we said, top 2 in this division and best third-place side go through. So Newcastle sitting 4th. This is, as we said, must win for them against Hornsby bottom, and there's the drop ball. Must win for Newcastle.
They did really well to come off their line there, and they got themselves into a great position with 2 touches to go and then just gave it away. The ends of their sets haven't been impressive. There's been nothing on.
Josh Yu. And now Newman. You will not miss him. He's got the pink zinc on. He's been damaging so far. Giroux. And Weber. Weber with the run.
Half was caught then. He might have picked that one up there. The coaching staff from Newcastle, they're going straight to the sub-box. They're never coming wide was the call. So defensively, it makes it easy to shut that down.
Newcastle linking up there. Neat little switch for the player just coming onto the ground.
Jack Peterson, and he's been impressive.
And again, a problem at the play of the ball. Was there a boot from Hornsby? No, and that's what Ethan Osborne's asking. He's saying, come on, and that tells the story, doesn't it? He's frustrated straight away.
So this is a classic here. I'm just going to call something here. The referee was unsure of that initial call, right? So in his mind, he wasn't sure what was going on. He looked to the sidelines, didn't get any support, but he was out of position. He had his back to the play, and he didn't actually see the initial fumble that the players were complaining about, but he then quickly turned it around when he saw a small indiscretion in the play of the ball from the Hornsby team. So
Osborne to the short side. Is this a try for Newcastle?
And that touch was called by the sideline referee.
Sam Trevord was looking to get over for the equalising try for Newcastle. So a team that has conceded, on average, 7 tries a game. They've conceded 23 tries in 3 matches so far, Hornsby. They are keeping Newcastle scoreless.
The intensity in defence from Newcastle here. They're getting up hard off the line, trying to shut down this subset play of the Lions. But on that occasion, the referee said that the contact was a little bit heavy,
on.
As we see another one. This time it's an offensive penalty. So the referee's deemed there that the contact was initiated by the attacking player, and the penalty goes against them.
Osborne spirals it out to Peterson, who drops it down for Trevord. Now with Riley. Rushing back towards the middle. Trevord and Martin.
There's another one. Offensive penalty. Hooking, you see the referee. He hooked his arm around behind the player to drag him in and then pushed him out of the ruck. And it's offensive interference. So that's that frustration.
This is fascinating because just below us, Newcastle get the ball back here, but just below us, there's no half times in this game, but the players off the field from Newcastle are having a discussion with their coach in what you'd call like a half-time huddle. So they sense the urgency, they sense the situation they're in a must-win game against the side that is winless and has been beaten heavily in their 3 matches, and they're leading 1-0 here, Hornsby. This would be a monumental upset.
Still plenty of time left here, Ben, and it's good coaching from the Newcastle staff. They got the players in together, but they weren't, yelling or screaming. It was just good, clear communication. Just saying, guys, you need to make a difference when you get back out on the field. It's one thing to come off frustrated, but you have to calm that down, give them some focus, and tell them they have to be the difference when they get back out there.
So Hornsby have grown. They have gone to another level here than what we've seen so far in their 3 previous games, because they are right in this up to their eyeballs, and Newcastle have got to deal with the frustration. Final play here for the Lions. Penalty on the last. Wow.
It is all Hornsby, and they've earned it. They're actually asking the questions. I'm still a little bit down on their subset plays, but when they do break out,
Weber dropping it down. Short side is the option.
Not square. That's a reliever.
Huge, but Newcastle furthest position from their box. Energy off the line from Hornsby's been good, but Newcastle, with a couple of passes wide, have found a little bit of space. Momentum was slowed there, though. They come to the box now.
So those players...
Martin's put it down.
Yeah, he stopped on his run. He just needed to keep running on that line that he had, and he would have been fine. but the players that got the talk from the coach, they're now out on the field. So that transition has happened. Let's see if that little talk did any good. There's a forward pass from the ruck called this time. The frustration coming by the way of Hornsby. The ball slammed to the ground.
Probably lucky it wasn't a penalty. Newcastle there off the back of that.
Yep.
For tossing the ball away. Just the one suffices in the end. Newcastle, though, have been pretty calm on the bench. The way the coaching staff have gone about things, it's been really impressive. Chapman taking it down. Osborne scoops it up. Osborne almost finding a way through. Touch made on Peterson. Final play for the Knights. Osborne goes back to the short side, and it goes through the hands of Peterson and onto the turf.
It was unfortunate there. It went through the hands of Peterson. If the winger was able to take that one, he had an opening and could have scored. But that didn't pay off that time for Newcastle, but a much better set. 3 goes, he finally got him. Then he was off the mark.
Problem
There's no
here.
half.
No half, and the rush came from Jack Peterson. So Hornsby, while they haven't been as dangerous with the ball at times in this game, defensively they've been really, really solid. This is a good run here.
That'll be a penalty for in the ruck. Yeah, it was Peterson. Just found himself caught up in there. He's claiming to the referee that his shirt was pulled and he was pulled into the ruck, but the referee having none of that. Unfortunately for Peterson, he got caught out.
So Hornsby, Davidson
through the ruck.
Leaves it there for Newman. Davidson goes left, finds Jurot. Harvey chimes in the winger. Davidson kept it moving to Newman. Newman steps right, comes back to the left. Davidson, cut out pass, put down by Tom Harvey.
Yeah, Bradley Newman certainly the danger player for the Lions. When the ball's in his hands, anything can happen.
So we're inside the final 10 minutes. We've been touching on this storyline throughout the match, but if you have just joined us, there is a huge upset potentially brewing here. A Hornsby side who have been beaten 8-2, 7-3, 8-1 in their first 3 matches, testing out a Newcastle side who have won 2 of their 3 matches.
A whole new day in this format of no half times as well.
Martin, and the switch comes. There was space out to the left.
He needed to give that ball early.
They could not get it out there through the hands of Khan White, who was in the link position. He had Flynn Brain unmarked on the wing outside. Now Newman. He's got spiders on him, hasn't he? They just cannot get near it.
That was so far forward, that pass, and the referee on the sidelines picked it up. That was 1.5 meters forward.
So the Knights haven't had a whole lot of field position in this game, and you've got to credit Hornsby's defence, the way they've got up in their face.
So again, they're shooting up from that far side, trying to cut off this subset.
But they've just got to get the ball down and go, don't they, at the moment? Here, Caldwell finding the run there of Harris. And now White. Bouldery getting underneath. So White down for Bouldery. Very slow, from Newcastle.
See, this way, they can't do this.
White, Bouldery, last play. They got numbers out wide. Newcastle, they've got the try, have they?
Referee on the sideline was indicating a touch there, I believe.
Well, hang on a second. There could be a little more drama. Referee has called the touch.
I thought the ball was down, but we're not in the perfect position. The referee was right over the top of that one. Let's see it here in replay, and you can make your own decisions.
What do you think, Adam?
Wow.
It's hard to see on the monitor for me. What were your thoughts?
I am going to say that ball was down.
Newcastle may yet get a chance. That's a touch for sure.
That's a great touch coming across in cover. That time pulled off by number 7, Tom Harvey it was. Desperation for the Hornsby Lions. But yeah, that's a decisive moment for me in this game, that last call.
Massive moment. So Newcastle, well, they finally got themselves into a good position. And in the end, the call goes against them, but...
Forward pass again off the ruck, not seen this time. Oh, yes, it was.
Yep, and Newcastle get the ball. So Hornsby, you just feel like Newcastle have risen in the last few minutes. Hornsby have been able to hold them. If you're looking at this match as a tug-of-war, the first 15 minutes, it was very even. Hornsby able to hold Newcastle. Not a whole lot happening in terms of difference between the sides. But now Newcastle are just pulling Hornsby their way.
There hasn't been a killer blow by any team yet, but Newcastle, they're looking more likely, but still I'm not convinced.
Brodie White down for Bouldery. White coming back, stepping away from Newman.
Play on initially called, and the second man made the touch. Yeah, it was for that player that he initially called play through on. He was offside. The second player was onside, made the touch, but they give the penalty for the first infringement.
White down here, scooped up. Bouldery diving.
Good defensive read there from Xavier Davidson. It came up from that middle position to make the touch.
White, Bouldery returns it to White. Do they go out wide? That's where the space has been, but instead they go to the link, who puts it down, Jed Riley.
Yep. Another penalty. Forward pass was the call.
This is getting really tense. If Hornsby could win this game, it will feel like they've won the grand final. That's the kind of celebrations you would think you'll see here from a team which has been thumped in 3 of their previous matches yesterday.
From the start, they've wanted it more. They've had running in their legs.
Energy's been fantastic from them, hasn't it? Davidson popping it up now to Harvey, who's just come onto the field. Scooped up by Guthrie.
Referee found an infringement. Overstepping the mark was the call.
Been pinged, yeah, so keep having a look at the clock. Time running out for Newcastle. And let's say in this 16 boys, top 2 next, and then the 2 next best thirds from the 3 pools. So still an opportunity to go through if you finish third, but they lose this Newcastle against the side that everyone else so far has beaten.
Jack Peterson in the number 23 for Newcastle. Looks like they have plenty of speed, so I'd like to see him in some space. This is the last touch, he's in half, but it's a slow play the ball again.
Chapman
doesn't know the touch count. That's
wow. Costly mistake.
And then gives away a penalty. Extra 10 metres on the back of that one. That's a coach killer. There was no need for the end of that set to happen that way.
So Hornsby with the ball through Josh Yu.
There's
who's
a
heading
lack
over.
of control in the roll ball, not picked up.
Hornsby, they've had a lot of field position in this game. Certainly been helpful for them.
Here's
and
their
the fact
danger
that
man.
there's been...
Newman in half here, Ben. Sorry, cut you
Newman
off.
does get in half. Here's the space. Isn't another try for Hornsby? They think they've scored. Referee has called, but there's been a touch though. And Newcastle applaud that defence.
Yeah, it was strong defence in cover. He had to make it. The young fella will get his number.
It was a game-saving touch, but off the... I should say not square is the call from the referee.
Can't what it was, and you saw him. He was trying hard to get off, but now he's been caught in defence. So he's buggered out there, sucking in the big ones. Let's see what he does in the link position now.
Well, has Newman spotted that? Because he's the go-to man.
He is. There's a no-touch called there, and the referee's on top of that one. So that penalty there, the player pulled out of the touch outside the 7. You're not allowed to do that. There's Newman.
Davidson and Newman. Davidson for the line. Touch look to be made.
Yeah, good touch there.
But while Hornsby are attacking the line, Newcastle are not getting the chance to do likewise at the other end. So this is huge moments here for the Lions. Newman.
You need to keep going right there. He straightened up. He probably need to look out to the right where they had numbers. They still do if they can get it there. Now they'll go that way.
Davidson, Newman, space.
Long ball.
Space! Are they
off
over
the
again?
right foot back inside.
He scored. Guthrie. Hornsby are 2-0 up. This is one of the upsets of the day, potentially on the way on the stadium field. This is quite incredible.
So the long ball over the top, and the winger shot out to make the defence, but he was going too fast. The big right foot step back inside, as you'll see it, and he gets the ball over the line for the 2-point lead, and that's tough now. 2.5 minutes remain. I don't think Newcastle have it in them. I haven't seen it in this game yet.
Well, Newcastle have been stunned here. They have been stunned. You sense they've come in here. They've seen Hornsby's results. Can they get over here? Give themselves a chance.
Defence, the Lions, they're up here. They're running off the line, jamming up the attack of Newcastle.
Final play. This should be a penalty.
It will be,
No.
but not square was the call. It's a defence wins the penalty.
Well, I thought there was a little push there, but referee has said
That's what
no,
the boys
not
are claiming.
square. Now, Newcastle, well, let's just say refereeing-wise, they may not have got the rub
And
of the
now a
green,
penalty
but
on the back of it
in
for a
the
shoulder.
In the end, you'd have to say that they just haven't been good enough in the end.
And the frustration that you called early, that's clearly evident in those two plays. But now we have another not square penalty going against the Lions this time. So, disappointing end of the game so far. Hopefully one of the teams lifts and gives us something to cheer about right on the hooter. Minute and a half to go.
Keeling puts it down. Little knock on. No. Referee says play on. Martin has got Keeling coming underneath. Martin diving for the line was Keeling. Touch is called. They're a minute and 10 seconds away from one of the big wins of the weekend here. Hornsby, Martin,
Blaze Martin
Keeling,
it is.
and the touch called. That is 6 against Newcastle. So Hornsby, they just have to hang on to possession here, ensure Newcastle do not get a couple of bites at the cherry, but they are almost there.
Yeah, this has been a considerable victory for the Hornsby Lions. They've really stood up. They had all of the, nothing really to play for as far as, group position goes, but they've really taken it to Newcastle and have earned this victory.
It was a must-win match for Hornsby coming into this one if they wanted any kind of a miracle to get out of the group. And they are about to pull it off. And for Newcastle, well, it could be a win that seals their fate as Keeling tries to burst through in the dying moments of this one. Newcastle trying to finish top 2.
10
you
seconds.
can finish third potentially in 2 of the groups, but it's going to be an uphill battle for them now.
7 on. 7 on.
And the hooter is just about to sound. The Hornsby Lions have pulled off one of the upsets of the tournament so far. They were beaten 8-2, 7-3 and 8-1 yesterday, and they have knocked off Newcastle 2-0 here.
So we still have to play the penalty out, Ben. The referees.
They'll play this out, and they are going to win this game. This has been a considerable performance.
Just a reminder to all players, team management, personnel.
And they look to go down the short side. Maybe they could get a third here. They won't, and that is secured now. That is an incredible result for Hornsby, and they're running onto the field to celebrate what is a big win, and Newcastle look absolutely crestfallen at him.
Yeah, they do, but it's great to see the energy from Hornsby, Ben. I know you've got to go down and do an on-field interview, so I'll wrap up and throw down to you. So now it's the Hornsby team in victory, celebrating, as you said.
Well, Bradley Newman, what a result that is for your side. You had some tough losses yesterday. You've come out here first match today, get a massive win. Did you expect that?
Yeah, well, this morning we were just pumped, ready to go. Just after yesterday's 3 losses, we just wanted to get some winning feeling, Yeah, so it's good to all the boys.
What was the message from the coaching staff coming into this one? Because obviously Newcastle had played well yesterday, 2 wins from their 3, and they'd beaten some of the sides that you had gone down against yesterday.
Yeah, well, the coaches are just like, boys, let's go out, have fun, show people that we're here to play touch footy, Like a couple of boys yesterday were just, a bit bummed at the end of the day, but just ready to come out again,
Just tell us, you had a wonderful game, but that moment early on where you went through, you found space, you found the teammate, and you got that opening try. Yeah. Just tell us what you're thinking in that moment, and how crucial was that to going on and winning this one?
Oh, it's always good to get the first try, like especially for the boys. Just everyone gets pumped up, you know. Yeah, so everyone's just all happy, and it just keeps everyone going for the rest of the game. Yeah.
What's the focus from here on in?
I just keep doing that, you know. Just keep going hard all the way to the end.
And just finally, how big is that going to be for the belief of the side?
Oh, it's great to get it just to win even. It's been great with the boys this year, so yeah.
Congratulations, Bradley. Awesome performance. Well done on the win.
Thank you so much.
There's Bradley Newman. Back to you, boys. Well done, mate. Well played. Congratulations.
About 31 today, so a little bit less heat than there was yesterday.
So we're about to kick off here for this match, which is the Maitland Redbacks taking on the Dubbo Devils in the 16s girls division. Things starting to get a little bit serious now as they get closer to the finals.
Yeah, and this is should be an interesting match. The locals here on the main stage against Maitland, who is a club, as a junior representative club, has really developed over the last few years.
So Dubbo with first crack, and Bassingwaite is there in the middle. It comes back away to Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald to Francisco, who last time on Rod Laver Arena had an absolute blinder. And there she is at dummy half. She's got wheels. Bassingwaite, Fitzgerald. Gee, this is a good opportunity, Dean, isn't it? Repeat set.
Yeah, repeat set, not moving forward there, so the referee penalised the Maitland girls. So, Dubbo, repeat sets. Hard to defend repeat sets.
Francisco dives low, and, well, they're going to consult this one. You've got to watch Francisco. She's a real try scorer, Ava. But on this occasion, they're going to call the touch.
Yep, so the referee's right on there, called his sideline referee in there to confirm his judgment.
Fitzgerald, Phoebe, back to Bassingwaite. And ball goes down. Francisco, out ball away now to Fitzgerald. This time they won't be denied. Sliding through for the first one is Fitzgerald.
Yeah, well set up. They've tested the Maitland defence both sides of the ruck there. And so they've come back to the lower side of the screen, the bottom half of your screen. You'll see it come up in the replay shortly. It's just the out ball, runs a good line, gets low, dives under and beats the defender, and they're on the board early, the locals.
Well, they hadn't touched the ball, and they conceded one Maitland, so here's their chance with Bridie Richards dictating terms in the middle. Richards to Russell. Back to Richards, long pass across, and Seymour was there on the wing. Bridie Richards, Russell, back to Russell it is. Russell going through, draw and pass, finds Ella Curtis. And just to clarify, no relation, Aurelia Russell, is she doing?
Yeah, no, full declaration, no relation. Not that I'm aware of.
No, okay. Dubbo box bound. Been so lucky with this breeze that you may hear in the background.
It just keeps the playing conditions nice and comfortable for the players with this little breeze that comes through this tremendous venue here at Dubbo.
A few changes coming into the contest for Maitland. Driving it forward hard was Emerson Dooley. And trying to sneak through that hole was Isla Cullen. Cullen to McQueen. Sorry, Dean.
Yeah, I was just about to say, in the attack here, there's a chance they go through. But it's a good Australian moniker, isn't it? The Maitland Redbacks.
Oh, it's a cracker. The Maitland Redbacks. And here's McQueen. They throw it out to the link there, and Emerson Dooley, that is. A little late switch for Emerson Dooley, but great touch made by the Dubbo Devils.
Yeah, they're defending pretty well here on the line, Dubbo. The referee's having a conversation. They're It's going to be a penalty, probably for a player not moving forward. But they have defended well by the repeat set. And it paid off dividends for Dubbo when they had the repeat set. It'll be interesting to see if Maitland can capitalise.
McQueen and Cullen just holding court there. Cronin's going to go to dummy half. Now she dumps in there, Cronin. Pops the pass up. And Isla Cullen is forced back to the 7. McQueen. Cullen using Dooley. Cullen swoops from dummy half and just can't get the pass away to Addison McQueen.
I'd like to see the Redbacks actually try and work the middles around a bit more, the middle defenders. At the moment, they're just attacking pretty straight, so the defenders can all hold their channel, hold their line. I'd like to see them try and shift those middle defenders around, try and create holes back on the inside.
They're making this hard work for Dubbo. Hint of obstruction there, yeah, it was.
Yeah, good call by the referee, but like you said, Joel, they made it difficult with their substitutions there. Again, I know it probably sounded a bit like a broken record, because I did bang on about it a bit yesterday, about teams actually working to the box, not just running off on the changeovers, because it puts all sorts of pressures on your attacking team. And again, here you see Maitland have to wait for players to come on the field. So I'd really like to see both teams work to the box, drive to the box, and then get off, not just run off to the box.
So Maitland through Isla Simpson, got the pass away. It was a lovely pass from Eve Power, and they power back in line with Dubbo, 1-1.
Yeah, a pretty simple play there from the girls. They pushed it forward through the middle of the ruck, just shifted it back inside. Just a simple quickie play that half takes off and gives a short pass for an easy touchdown.
So one apiece, Dubbo and Maitland. So Northern Beaches, Dean, they're the defending champions, are they, for club championships?
For the Northern Conference, yes. Yeah, they were quite successful last year. I believe they won 5 divisions, similar to what the Sharks did this year down south. So they were the club champions of the North last year, and they'll be looking to try and replicate that this year.
Have they had it for a while, Dean? Or I know Manly's won it many times.
First year the Northern Beaches have won it. The Manly were the defending title holders, but the Northern Beaches very successful last year. So very strong area for touch football, that the Northern Beaches, Manly area, that peninsula side of the city. Manly Touch Association, as an example, has set another record this year for their junior comp. 384 junior teams.
Wow.
All playing on a Friday night out at Nolan's Reserve.
I love the idea of the Friday night. It'd be a great little vibe down there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. I was talking to the president of Manly, Graham Knights, and he said he loves it, but it is chaos.
Well, almost 400 teams.
384, yep.
Wow.
Amazing.
Here comes Dubbo. Dubbo trying to sneak through.
And then down the road, you've obviously got the Northern Beaches with another 160 junior teams.
How far apart are they, Dean?
Oh, they're about 15k.
About 15k.
15k, yep.
And say that again, how many teams do Northern Beaches have?
Over 160.
Gotcha.
That's just their juniors. We're not talking about their senior competitions. Senior competitions are not as big, but their junior competitions are just thriving out there.
Gee, that's a big number. We're sort of a decent club at the Sharks. I think we might have 80-odd teams.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yep. Yeah.
Which feels enormous.
Well,
add an extra 300 to Manly.
Well, you look at it like the Junior State Cup, we're just over 400 teams when you combine both conferences together. And we're taking 2 conferences to play that.
Yeah.
They're nearly playing that every Friday night.
That's right. Geez, when you think about it like that. Now, just going through some results here. Maitland so far, 8-4 over Nelson's Bay, 5-1 over Maxville, 7-1 over Taree, down 3-1 to Beaches, a team we've been waxing lyrically about. And, of course, they've got Dubbo in front of them now where it's 1-1. For Dubbo, how's their journey looked? 2-0 rather over Walls End, 7-1 over Taree, a 4-4 draw with Norse, which was on this field, it was cracking the game. 4-2 to Northern Beaches, 8-1 to Nelson Bay. So really, form line is fairly similar between both teams, Dean.
So a really important game, this one, in the context of the competition, and looking to try and get through to Guzmani Gomez finals day tomorrow.
Absolutely. 1-1, Dubbo and Maitland. And the Dubbo girls are in third, Maitland in second. So this is a virtual final in many ways, Dean.
Yep, yeah, they're trying to make sure that they get the right result here because it'll set them up for, like we said, finals day tomorrow. Proudly sponsored by our partners, Guzmani and Gomez, who was set up out here today.
Beautiful.
We've got the pass the ball competition happening over there towards the referees area. So plenty of kids are over there trying their hand to get some samples of their fantastic product.
I love it. I just love it. Lucy Carney almost went through with Bella Sheridan jumping into dummy half. Sheridan has the ball and Carney points out to Chandler and diving, but the referee says touched.
Yeah, she went close there, I thought, Joel. Defence must have just got back on the line. The referee right on top of it. So great position to call that, but it was close. Maitland were a little bit untidy coming out of their own box that time, or getting their subs out, but they're good drive here. Last touch.
Just in the break, Dean, I hadn't had the chance yesterday, but I went and checked out a few different grounds and what teams were playing. I watched a 12 boys game, which was Newcastle and Manly, and some good footy, like really good footy.
So were you watching that just from a purist point of view, or were you doing a little bit of sneaky?
Well, you think I just accidentally found that field of all the fields here?
Yeah, being the successful coach last weekend down in Wagga and taking the Sharks to the state final next weekend.
Yeah.
One could be considering that you might have just happened to wander over to do some scouting.
Mate, you just wouldn't believe it. I just stumbled across field 12 and just whatever teams turned up on the field I was going to watch, and that was them.
And what did you learn about those two? Two strong teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I learned you've got to be very, very honest, and they just... What I loved about both teams, if there was a tip-on opportunity, they were taking it. They were playing footy. It was particularly the Newcastle Knights.
Maitland girls, they're trying to do the same thing that time, Joel, attacking through the middle there and looking through power to try and get through. Looking there with Dubbo, just this is better drive in getting to their box.
Good pass. That one pass just saves the set for Dubbo. Good draw and pass again. They've done a bit of work on that, clearly.
Yeah, they look a well-drilled team, Dubbo.
So Bailey, Alexis Gordon, Leota Smith, Crystal. Ooh.
They do a really good job, Dubbo, not just with the presentation of this particular event, but on Thursday night they invited me to their jersey presentation, which they had in the auditorium of one of the local, I think it was the Dubbo RSL club. And like the way they recognise their players, the club captains, all the players, even their shadow players. Great run here.
I'll tell you a really good story speaking about that. And our club have two awards, the Dale Finucane and the Sam Bremner. Now that gets awarded to the best team player, and then ultimately there's a club player. There's a young kid who I want to give a shout out to, Cooper Laverance, who unfortunately missed selection in the State Cup team. And some people, myself included, believe he should have been there. But that's what happens, Dean. It's subjective, and some get there and some don't. But so instead of sort of, whinging and moaning, he turned up to every session. He was their best trainer. He always had a smile, so supportive of the team. Killed it in the gala days, to which he may even be a chance for representative selection based on his gala day performances, and chose to go up and support the club and referee.
Fantastic. That's fantastic.
The response is everything, isn't it?
Yep, exactly.
Some can just throw the toys out, bugger it, I'm not in the team, and you got it wrong. And he went completely the other way.
Yep.
And he was so emotional when the club gave it. It was such a good,
thoroughly deserved that award. So. This game's still in the balance here, Joel. Only one all at the moment. So I have been enjoying these tip-ons
for Dubbo, but the coach has just yelled out, don't overdo it, girls. Don't overdo it. There's a really good game chance out here. Oh, she was half-hearted, I think, Dean, whether she wanted to hit the link or the wing.
Yeah, and that's right. The pass maybe would have reached the winger if the link there, if Carr hadn't have reached out. But the opportunities so far, last 3 or 4 minutes, just a couple of more opportunities for the Redbacks than there have been for Dubbo.
So just repeating second verse third. As the number 14 for Dubbo races out, Latoya Smith. Yeah, they didn't really nail the exchange of subs there, did they?
Yeah, and it was a good defensive set from the Redbacks. They really pressed up and put pressure on them. Coming back on the field with pace here, the Redbacks.
Watch for the dummy half here. She's going to scoop. She jumps on it. It was the chance. Hits the 14. And Mia Osland will hand it over on the last.
Yeah, young Russell there. There's a couple of opportunities that you would have noticed. The 26 for the Redback. She's put pressure every time she's come on the field. She's put pressure on the defensive line. Got a good pair of wheels on her too. She's pretty quick across the ground. Far quicker than the namesake.
There's some quick kids, isn't there? So Dubbo on the last. How do they play this one? No, they're going to go back to the middle. Drop it in the corner, girls, and earn it through defence. That's what they're going to decide to do. And let's count this. Can they get to the box in 4?
We'll see how they use it. They're going to shift 2, and they'll send the sweeper around. You'll see this play from a lot of teams. But now they start to crab across field. That's better. I like to see them straighten and run forward. Oh, but then they're mistake at half, but unfortunately there. But at least what I liked about that, even though they started the crab, when they got the ball out in the hands of Curtis, she actually took it upon herself to straighten and try and go forward downfield. And I think because coaches want the teams to run the sub-sets, the sub-box sets, that when they get the ball on the far side of the field, they just automatically say, I've got to get to the box, so they tend to crab across field. If I was still coaching, I'd be drilling my teams. I don't care if you get it on the far side of the field, go forward and then move and shift the ball, but shift it while moving forward.
Yeah, oh, that's just snuck under. They've just snuck right under there through Bella Sheridan.
Good low slide dive there.
I agree with you, Dean, because when you shift immediately, when a team has dropped it in the corner, invariably they're set to come up and whack you, right? If you go a couple through the middle, get them on the back foot, the shift is far easier, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I know it was a bygone era when I was coaching, but we used to love the running game, and the drive wrap release I still believe has a place in the game. And if you drive forward, you put the defence on the back foot, you get that girl or player or male around and then release again and still drive, you just make it so much easier for yourself to get down the field, and you've got momentum moving forward.
Yep. So here we come, and Maitland looking to come back.
The Daily Liberal, they might be down here from Dubbo. Really looking at this, this could be a big story in the local papers if Dubbo could really make a big run into the finals.
And it is good, isn't it, how the local press get around it. We saw it with Wagga last week, and supporting their clubs and teams. And
good reward for Dubbo. They're putting a lot of work into their junior program at base level, at club level, and that's them paying rewards at their representative level. Good little play there. I like that little play there from Gordon. Nearly released a player on the outside.
Dubbo. There was that wrap you're sort of talking about.
Yep, and same play from Gordon. She's got a good little pass there. She gets the ball out in front of her support players and put into a hole. And so 2 opportunities there that nearly came off for Dubbo.
Pick up the fresh legs.
They need to be next to score, Maitland. This game's been very tight. If Dubbo were to get the next one on the board, I'm not sure the Maitland girls could get back, but here's an opportunity.
Yeah, McQueen was the one who asked those questions. Stephanie Holden, a special shout out to her family, Todd and Georgia. So we've got a lot of people tuning in from all parts of Australia, Dean, but Todd and Georgia are watching through the United States.
Well, look, that's part of the beauty of our partnerships with KO and Sky Sports, to be able to take our product, our game, which is, we believe, is one of the best games in the world, right across the world.
Good defence from Maitland. 2-1 they trail. And just repeating, they are currently in front of Dubbo on the ladder. This is a massive game. And because the seedings in your pool can afford you what should be an easier game on Sunday.
And while we're talking about tuning in from the States, they are a very proactive association, the United States Touch Association. Their preparation, their preparation for the World Cup has really gone to the stratosphere by utilising the talents, and they've shipped him over there a few times during the year, of probably the best coach the game's seen, Tony Trad.
Really?
So he's been doing a lot of work with the United States Touch, very much in demand. So very proactive move from the United States. They said, well, we want to improve, let's get the best, and they got the best.
Are we getting the Americans, Dean, or is it mostly the expats?
No, it's a flow-on effect. Early on in their World Cup journey, touch was made there, so an opportunity. The very first World Cup was back in '88, and both America and Canada were both involved. But that actual World Cup and touch included a forward. We played with a gridiron ball, and we had one forward pass every set of 6. Had to go a minimum of 5 metres forward. But at that stage, they were all Americans, and then they started playing touch as we know it now. And here goes Russell again.
Oh, that's a great take and a great touch.
She's been the go-to girl from Maitland, young Russell. So, so the Americans, as they ventured into the more traditional style of touch, there was a lot of expats who played, but now a lot of Americans are coming into our game, which is fantastic. And it's a game played all around the world. It's played every continent. The Europeans are really right into it, the home nations, but France and Belgium and Germany, and this year's World Cup will be held in Nottingham. And, of course, the Australian Emus were announced yesterday.
Are you going, Dean?
I might be going as a spectator. I haven't made my mind up yet if I'll go over there. So, might see if I can sneak a coaching gig with one of the developing nations. That might be the ticket.
There you go. Who is the third seed, by the way? Obviously, New Zealand, Australia, 1 and 2. Who's the third seed?
Look, it's an opportunity here. I thought the 6 to go here for Dubbo, but in the attacking zone. Depends on what division you're looking at. But look, England are very strong now. They're developing all the time. They come out here and play the New South Wales State Cup for development. You've got Scotland, especially in the mixed divisions.
Fitzgerald.
Good touch there from that girl, Russell.
It's been that type of game, Dean, where it's 2-1. Very few tries, great defence. They can ill afford to concede one here, Maitland. Fitzgerald again.
I think that's down.
I thought the same thing. The referee's just consulting. The move backwards always helps. That's going to be one. Yeah. And Fitzgerald takes them out by 2.
A great touchdown. I'll tell you what, I am impressed with the Dubbo girls. Their low sliding dive. That's 2 touchdowns they've been able to produce from it. Good technique both times, so very impressive. They've obviously spent a lot of time training and practicing that, and that's how you get better at the game. You drill, you drill, you drill. So, but yeah, that might be because of the tightness of the game and the strong defence. That might be a bridge too far now for the Maitland girls. That 2 touchdown buffer,
unless they can cash in here. Yeah, dummy half.
Yeah,
gave herself up there in a way.
Yeah. So getting back to the World Cup coming up later this year, Japan and England very strong. Scotland are very strong in mixed. And obviously New Zealand. But every year there's a surprise team, and it'll be really interesting to see who that might be this year. Look for Cook Islands too. I'm not sure if they're going, but if they do go, have a look for them in some of the senior divisions.
Okay. Ball lost. So Dubbo up 3-1 now, Dean, after that Fitzgerald touchdown. 4-1 would just about put it beyond.
We'll see if they've had success with the slide dive. Let's see if they go for it again.
Oh, touched. We're in the final minute of the match now.
Good defence there from Curtis. Sorry, not Curtis. Cullen coming in. We really have to throw the ball around here, the Maitland girls. Mixed up their subs again.
So flying onto the field is Mackenzie Cronin. Amelia Carr. Left to right, they've got to push the envelope here. Emerson Dooley.
Yeah, Dubbo, good defence again from Dubbo. I thought Maitland might have missed an opportunity when they were bringing their troops on. They swung on the field and they drove upfield and then they put the ball on the ground. I thought there was an opportunity just to get a little wrap play going there. As Dubbo, that's good ball movement.
Great ball movement. That was Fitzgerald, who's had a terrific game. Pass comes back inside from Francisco.
Yeah, I agree with you about Fitzgerald's game. She's just there all the time and she's setting platforms for players and getting them around the field. Really impressed by her.
Must be very, very close to the finish now. There you go.
A genius, Joel. A genius.
So Dubbo get away with it 3-1, and with that they're going to leapfrog the Maitland Redbacks into second spot.
Well, yeah, that was a really entertaining game. Tight, good defensive structures, but it was just the Dubbo girls who were able to wrestle the momentum just through the middle of the game there and get on top of their counterparts from Maitland. I thought Fitzgerald was really strong for the locals, but I also thought Russell, not because of her name, but just the way she played, I thought she was really crucial to opportunities created by the Redbacks.
Thank you very much, Dean. Not too far away, we've got the Central Coast Dolphins taking on the Northern Beaches in the 18s, where Jason Stanton will be welcomed back to the coverage.
Something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Where you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero. Some fairy tale bliss, just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. I want something just like this.
Let's go, Jack, 4, 3, 1, yes!
Got kick-off, so here we go, a tap-off in this case where Central Coast taking on the Northern Beaches. Should be an absolute cracker. Jason Stanton in the commentary box. We'll get to him at the end of this set as asking some big questions early. Trying to go through was Charlotte Roussel, but the touch is made. This will be the last. How are you, Jace?
I'm good. Morning, Joel. Morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here with you again. Very excited to see this matchup. I think these two clubs, it's starting to become a bit of a rivalry up here in the Northern Conference. They're both very strong powerhouses.
So they just got the pass out to Bure Black and very direct. Ooh, that pass may hurt the Central Coast side, or the Beaches rather. Roussel placed up. Ball gets played back away now, and Placer trying to go through, but the Charlotte Roussel pass will be stopped. Kayla Powell out on the left link. Over on this right-hand side is Gemmell. And once again, they're going to head towards Bure Black and make them go the long road. Didn't quite nail it last time, the Beaches. Can they get there this time? So these girls will be looking to go. I know it's only 90 seconds in the game, but when you're going full tilt, that's a long 90 seconds, isn't it, Jace?
I think so, and I think I was just trying to have a look at the ladder there. I think this is the game number 5, so I think they just got to get, I don't know, they seem to be getting fitter every year, Joel.
Yeah.
It's game number 5, and they're flying up and down the field in the heat. They're doing really well.
So the Beaches' first chance of the match. McSweeney takes off. McSweeney, oh yes, gets the pass away, and diving to score is Mia Sams.
Beautiful finish there. I'd like to highlight, I think it's the number 12, I think, for Northern Beaches there. Moore, a really good dump in the lead up to that. And often, whenever you see a really good try, Joel, you go back a few seconds and you'll see a really good dump in the lead up. So, great work there by Zoe Moore to set that up, or Zoe Moore, it might be.
1-0 the Beaches. So their first chance up there, really, Jace. They were able to cash in on the line. Highland is out there, long pass away, and Mullins has been stopped. Mullins now dummy half with Lemester. Annabelle Lemester to the short side, Mullins, and a penalty late in the set too. Very helpful.
Yeah, Central Coast got to really capitalise now, utilising this set.
So Lemester, 8 metres out. Oh, they've given that away. That gift they had, they've just given it away. Jeez, I was just watching Bure Black skipping across the field. I'd love to see her in open space. It looks very quick.
Yeah, really good dumps here from Renegades. A little bit of warning shots here for Coast.
Yeah, that's Layla McDougall. McDougall looking for someone, and they make it. And I tell you what, Mops and Pops and Grandpa Peter would have loved that for Layla McDougall. Almost setting up the try for the Beaches.
Yeah, she was flying. Had the whole line offside there, straight through the middle.
Oh, that's it. There you go, Mops, Pops, and oh no, denied again.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit concerned already if I was in Central Coast camp, because that drive from the Renegades, it's smooth, it's right down the middle. They had players offside all over the place there, so Central Coast will have to adjust, otherwise the Northern Beaches are going to have things their way today.
So Central Coast heading northbound to the town centre. Here we go. Bure Black. Oh, I really want to see her in clear. I really want to see her take off as Bure Black at dummy half. And Jade Downs, who's had a pretty good carnival. Kayla Powell. They're going to kill it on the short side, yep, to Bure Black. And they're going to have to go the long road to get this box.
This is a bit better here from Central Coast, getting up, being active, and they got the turnover. As you mentioned yesterday, Joel, they dropped it in the corner, and then they were active in defence, putting a lot of pressure on Renegades. That's a pretty good adjustment there from Coast. Good to see that.
Okay, can they level things up here? Ooh, that was a touch that had to be made by Layla McDougall because they were charging to the line through Kayla Powell. They shifted out to the link. Here's a little sweep play. Chance, diving. Jade Downs, touched.
Yeah, Renegades are just hanging on. They're clawing. They're hanging in there. Central Coast, 2 or 3 chances. There could have easily been a try.
Piper Lloyd. They go on the short side again. Ooh.
Yeah, they were called offside. See, if you look at the line there, Joel, that's the middle, standing right down the bottom. They've sort of shifted the whole line to the ball. So I think you mentioned, Joel, against the Grains, one of your favourites.
Yes.
And I think that could be another option here.
Yeah, 100% right. Take them hard one way, go back the other way. Kayla Powell to Piper Lloyd. Lloyd finds Jade Downs. Sweeping around goes Kayla Powell. There's against the Grain. They're listening, Jace.
I think so. I think coach down there, Brent Powell for the Coast, he might be listening to your comments, Joel.
Alrighty. So now they're going to sweep through Jade Downs again. She loves this play. She's got good speed and gets to pass away. Winger does well for the Beaches through Joy Frost.
Yeah, so hopefully you might see that. I'm not sure how wide the shot is, but the actual defensive winger was in the middle of the field. That's how far they all pushed towards that sweeper. So I think anything against the grain or the opposite way of the sweep is really going to give Central Coast a chance to score here. But for the moment, here comes that great drive from the Renegades.
I know the option is on against the grain, but it is really hard defence to try and get passes. Estelle Aiken, who's an AFL player, Estelle.
Yeah, I think a lot of the athletes, they can play multi-sport. I think we mentioned it yesterday in the core. They'd be good at most sports they put their hand to.
Ooh. So 1-0, tight contest at this stage. And I'll give you the ladder details in a moment. Central Coast and the Beaches. Penalty. Here's a chance to try and square things up.
Yeah, Central Coast are feeling their way back into this. It looked like it could have been one-way traffic early. But Central Coast getting back into it, and I think if they can keep running those sweepers, I think they're a very good chance.
Okay, here they come. Good diving team, Central Coast, but yet to be awarded a touchdown for that. Charlotte Roussel, here's the wrap, the dummy, and great touch again. Real tight defence here from the Northern Beaches. And that's what wins comps. Amelia Playster. Here's a sweeper.
That's down.
I think it's down as well.
That's down.
Charlotte Roussel glides through, and it's 1-1, the Dolphins and the Beaches.
An absolute superb play there, Joel, and I really like the way they sequence that. We talk about sequencing, running different types of plays, and they ran through the middle twice, pulled him in, and then they ran out to the wide. Very clever play there from Central Coast, and great to see that sort of footy IQ, the smarts to be able to run those different plays.
Just like the last game. Now, these two teams, both 3 wins, both 1 losses. Their for and against is almost identical, with the Beaches just narrowly ahead. So this game may well end up deciding second in the pool, Jace. It's a big game.
Who's the leader of that pool? Was that Nelson Bay on that half of the draw?
Let me just go back to that. The leader of that one is...
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I know Manly are doing well, but they could be in the other pool.
Okay, that's not Manly. Yeah, Nelson Bay, the Neptunes.
Yeah, so Nelson Bay, Manly, there's a lot of strong teams in this Girls 18s competition.
Benny Homer gave us the thumbs up. He wouldn't miss. Hasn't he had a great tournament, Jace? Benny Homer. As chance for Beaches. Oh, they can't capitalise. You thought for a moment they were about to take the lead back, but gritty, scrappy defence from the Central Coast.
The missed opportunity there. I can't help, Joel. I have to go into coaching mode here.
Yeah, mate, get into it.
The winger there, I think you've got to hold on the try line. generally when the dummy half gets in, you don't want to all be following the dummy half and run out of room because you're bringing the defenders all closer.
Yes.
You need to hold width and hold the try line, but good chance here again.
You're talking from the attacking point of view?
Yeah, so when a dummy half gets in the in goal, generally the try is going to be scored where they cross the try line, if someone waits,
yes,
or if the winger or the link holds the line. You don't always score by everyone chasing the dummy half into the in goal. So I think that was a good example of where the dummy half got in and they all chased her in. And if one of the players had held the line, they would have got the try. So.
And what you're saying too is if the attacking teammates all chase in, well, guess what? They're bringing a mate with them in the defence, aren't
That's
they?
right. And it gets a bit, I don't know, like sort of flooded.
Wow, they're going to go straight through there. And Layla McDougall, there's one for Mops and Pops and Grandpa Peter. They take the lead 2-1.
I think if the grandparents are watching, it's a boost, isn't it?
Of course it is.
So many tries are scored, and then we have to do the shout out to Nan and Pop.
Good on them. And we're so lucky to be able to have this through KO. The Beaches 2-1. As I said, this might well just decide second spot in the pool. It should decide that because their only losses come to Nelson Bay.
Oh, switch was on, still got a chance. Oh, a lot of opportunities there. They might get the penalty for offside, but that's probably one going big in there, Joel. Could have easily been 2-all.
So this is where you say, Jace, you've got this opportunity to sequence again, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got a full set of 6, so you don't want to sort of aimlessly be throwing it, left and right. You want to sort of structure it and try and run a couple plays. Here's the quick release.
Piper Lloyd.
So one of the ways you might want to try now is to set up something similar, but then you might throw it against the grain. So same dump, but now the sweeper. This is good.
This is good, but great touch. But they're really making these middles work here, so... Okay.
Here's the same thing again. I like him to dummy and come back this way.
Oh, good step. Good step indeed by Jay Downs.
So you see there, if it's on your screen, you can see the link almost on the top half of your screen. So
Yes.
5 of the 6 players are really flooding to that sweeper. So any type of reverse or against the grain, it's going to be a good chance for Coast to get this to get their second try.
And likewise now on the other side of the field that you're talking about. So they really are defending on a postage stamp, the Beaches, which, as I said, I do like that. But you've got to be thinking about that play against the grain, as Jason's been referring to. On the 7, here they come. So Jade Downs, and that's 6 to go. I thought there may have been a case for that. But no, said the referee. Back to the 7 they go. Score remains 2-1, the Beaches.
The Beaches doing well there, and it isn't necessarily a bad thing to super squeeze, like to push around the ball, because you're helping each other out. But then that obviously creates an opportunity somewhere else.
Here they go. The coach called it. Here comes the scooper, and that was the case, but they rush back and make the touch on Estelle Aiken.
Yeah, good drive in here again. So a really easy way to think about it, Joel, is that if everyone mirrored and just played man on, then the wingers would never score.
No.
But then you'd have space in the middle.
Correct.
And if everyone's squeezing to where the ball is, then there's space on the opposite side. So it's a good way for all of our junior coaches to think about, formulating their strategies, to sort of think about that. And we're seeing such advanced play every year now. Like this is 18s girls who run in all sorts of advanced plays you'd normally see maybe the Aussie Women's Opens run.
Yep, and my team defends exactly the same way, Jace, where we're also on a postage stamp, but the winger has to know that if that pass comes, that they can get there on their bike, and anything on their own goal line, the way we play anyway, the winger must play netball on their winger.
Yep.
So just on the own line, because we're so bunched, no matter what happens, you've got to touch the winger, and if something happens in the meantime, like now, they got the pass away. It was Sophie McSweeney who went through, but the touch is made.
Yes, a pretty good save there.
Yeah, so up on our own line, we're playing netball on the winger.
Yeah, 100%. And Sharks were very dominant last week in Southern Conference, so I think you could do worse than to watch them on KO and pick up a few tips. right from the 18s all the way down. Every division, Sharks were very competitive.
Thankfully, my boys weren't on the coverage, Jace, which from a coaching point of view, you quite like sometimes.
Yeah.
Just to keep you.
Where'd they end up, your boys? I know they were in the. I remember them getting through. Was it the semis? You won it.
Yeah, we won.
I didn't see I wasn't on the call, I don't think, for the final, but Sharks are very strong. Was it the 16 girls from Sharks had a really big win?
No, we had the 14 girls won.
14 girls, that was it.
The 10 boys and girls won. The 12 boys won and the 14 boys won. So
wow, what a club!
Well, the most pleasing thing for the club is that it was the younger teams. So that's coming through the system.
Yeah.
The 18 boys made the grand final, which was nice because there were some kids who had played every state cup since it was a kid. It was their final state cup. So to go out with the grand final was a real nice thing.
Well, they did really well. They did really well. Here's that bump and run play. Again, you want to give that early on the wrap because you would have seen the Renegades really flooding in. So I'm sure the Central Coast, they're only down by the 1, and if they can pick up what the Renegades are doing, they're probably a chance to level this one up.
Well, oh, wow. Well done, Ashland Highland. There were 3 Beaches players there, and Ashland Highland somehow...
Forward pass, maybe.
Oh. Well, the referee was okay with the put down, and then it's been overturned. Either way, great stuff from Ashland Highland.
Yeah, they're doing well, hanging in there. Just to finish that point from last week, I noticed the 18 boys were very unexpected. I didn't really have them in the top 4 early in the week. And then the 14 girls that won, I was on the call for that game. I didn't think they were much of a chance at all. So both those divisions for the Sharks, I think, were really unexpected. Like, they definitely overachieved or proved a lot of people wrong. And I think for the whole club, it was a really dominant display.
Well, where the 14 girls
in the Southern Conference,
where the 14 girls were really disciplined, Jace, and we call it the beach, the sideline. Hang on a minute.
Oh wow!
You look at the pace go here, and that is Jazz James, but being called back.
Yeah, I think there was a dive in touch there to save it, because otherwise, James's speed, you just got to blink, I think, and these players are straight through.
Oh, hang on a minute. And now Layla McDougall goes through again. And Layla McDougall, so it was just so simple. Layla McDougall goes around the outside, you'll see on the replay, and it looked as though nothing was happening, and then away she goes, and the Beaches get a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, well, just the scooping, and it's really refreshing to see that. Not always like the diving plays or the ball runner. To see the scoopers really asking questions of the defence, getting the in goal, it's a really good sort of facet of their play. The Renegades, I think you mentioned they had a loss to Nelson Bay, but it looks like they're building quite well into tomorrow.
Yeah, so what the 14 girls did really well, Jace, was finishing on that beach, on that sideline. And as a result of that, with their great defence, you just dominated field position. And that turned them from an unlikely winner to winning the comp.
Yeah, well, definitely, if you can for any division, even if it's women's open all the way down to the 10s girls, if you're able to go coast to coast and drop it in the corner or on the try line, get it right down in that corner, you go a long way to winning the game if you can do that. I think that's down too.
I thought it was, but the touch has been made apparently.
It was a close one. Well, the ref's in good position. He's a little bit closer than me.
Amelia Playster, Charlotte Roussel, in fact it was. Here's Playster now, around the back. Playster, back inside of Roussel. Score remains 3-1, so they've probably got to cash in here now just to put the Beaches on alert. Touch made. Good touch by Estelle Aiken. Back inside, but tidy defence again for the Beaches.
So many close ones. If you're in the Renegades fan club or on their side, you'd be really happy with that. We often talk about in league or touch about having a defence that bends but doesn't break.
Yes.
So you want to sort of not be looking great, then all of a sudden let it try. And Renegades, they look like they're in trouble all the time, and they just keep nicking the touches. So if you're a coach and your team's defence bends but doesn't break, you get really you get excited. You think this is good. We're resilient. We're hanging in there. I think if you've got the reverse of that, you're always anxious.
Absolutely.
You're thinking, here comes a try.
3-1. 5 minutes to go. So they're probably one try away from mopping this up, I think, the Beaches. Off they go. Just great speed again, shown by Sophie McSweeney. But great defence again, and using your term, they nicked them again.
Yeah, only just there, but this dump scoop type of game really looks to be a real good fit for the Renegades. There's been 3 or 4 scoopers that have really caused some problems for the Central Coast Dolphins.
Emerson Squires into the contest. Montana Mullins is out there too, along with Jade Downs. So from the west side of the field to the eastern side they go. The Beaches. Jazz James. Layla McDougall. James and McDougall. JJ, I'm sure the nickname, as Jazz tried to get him from offside. Asked the question, but yes, she gets the answer.
I think you've mentioned McDougall a couple times at the
Yeah.
number 7. She looks like she's an amazing player. The full sort of suite of skills, scooping, dumping. Now she's going to set up for a real quick release static play. She's got it all.
Yeah, McDougall goes for the dive. Touch made.
Seems to be more common now in the 18 girls. A few years back, you'd never see that, a player that has the full range of skill,
Yeah.
but we're seeing it more and more.
Absolutely, as McDougall gets to the line and has the option to go back to the 7, which she'll take. Jazz James with McDougall. Now they've called in the link here to get involved in the play. That's Mia Lynx. Good name for a link, isn't it, Mia Lynx?
Oh, that's close too.
And Jazz James is going to be awarded a try and deserves that, Jazz James. And that makes it 4-1, and that will be the ball game, Jason.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where there's those small things. Some coaches might call them 1%ers. If you look at the 3 or 4 tries that the Renegades have just saved, diving, nicks, a few close calls, and you look at the ones like that Central Coast have just not quite got there, this game could be 4 or 5 all.
Correct.
But instead it's a dominant display because those little things, and that's something that Central Coast will probably have a look at coming to tomorrow. And I'd be quite pleased if I'm on the Renegade side. I don't think Manly and Nelson Bay and all them are definitely going to have everything their way tomorrow.
So they get to lock up, we think, second position, the Beaches. So they'll be in great shape ahead of tomorrow. Coming up next, we've got the 18 girls, the North Bears, and the Nelson Bay Neptunes. So if you're looking to see who the major competition in this pool is, well, it's the Neptunes who lead the way. They're on this field next. 2 to go inside the final 2 minutes. The Beaches, I mean, if they go to 5-1, it hasn't been a game that's really reflected that scoreboard, has it?
No, it hasn't been. And just a few adjustments. If I was in the Central Coast camp, I'd like to see him driving a little bit better, maybe having a couple sets, like you said, drive it, maybe put it in the corner, that sort of thing. And I'd like to see him running a few plays against the grain. That's all. They only need a couple minor adjustments. And I think on the Renegade side, they need to take away from this what's worked.
Yes.
Dump scoop type game, and then take that into when they come up against a Manly or a Nelson Bay tomorrow. So definitely lots of interest points here in the 18s girls division.
Really hard to defend, isn't it, for the kids where you know the game's go on, it's 4-1, and there's a minute to go. So a high probability for a final try here, you think, here from the Beaches. And he's diving below.
How about those low dives? Those low dives, I tell you what, if you're new to touch, what you're seeing out there is very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
It's very difficult to do. And they're just making it look easy, and so many of the players are able to do that low dive.
There's another one.
Offside, potentially. No, the touch there. I remember when we started doing these dives back in the day, we'd go down there for 2 hours, go to the beach, try and work out how to do them. It was really difficult, and now, just the standard of play, it's why I enjoy coming back to touch and being up in the box here with you, just to see how talented these girls are and seeing very difficult skills being executed so easily.
I actually think it's a skill that rugby league could take on board, Jace, because you've seen so many tries that get bombed in the end goal. If they dive before the line and use that momentum like we see in touch.
100%, and that's just a bit of a league thing. When we start playing league, we get in that rhythm of diving over the line to score, whereas touch, you dive in before the line. And yeah, there's definitely that's something that some of the league coaches, I think, can pick up on. Especially, like, say, for example, you see a 5'8" or a centre can half outside their player, doing that low dive.
Yep.
There are opportunities like that.
So the Beaches wrap up a top 2 spot in the Pool B. And watching on will be Nelson Bay Neptunes ahead of North Bears because they want to wrap up number 1, be the number 1 seed. But that's all coming up here on KO. Quick break with the sponsors, and we'll be back with plenty more.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back here to Dubbo. This is round number 6. We are into the pointy end of the pool stage here in the 18 girls competition. And it is North Bears taking on the Nelson Bay Neptunes. Mitch Walkerton alongside for the call. Mitch, we've got some music going on here as well. It's all pumping here
It
at
does.
Dubbo.
Really good atmosphere, good vibes. The weather's very nice out here in Dubbo this morning, so expecting a really good game here this morning.
Yes, and conditions a little bit better than what they were yesterday, which is good news. So a bit cooler for the players, but
Indeed.
it is still very, very warm. Certainly not going to take that away from this weekend. So we've got Nelson Bay, who are undefeated in the 18 girls Pool B. Remembering that it's the top 4 go through, so Nelson Bay, they win this, they secure top spot, which is so crucial when you're heading into those finals placings, because you get I'm going to say in inverted commas, an easier first knockout match.
You're meant to.
You're meant to,
yes.
As we know, Mitch, there's no such thing as an easy game.
No, that's right.
Junior State Cup. So North Bears are 4th. They're on the precipice there of that top 4, so they would love to win this. They really need to. Nelson Bay get it started, and immediately they find a gap. Back on the inside, a move from the tap, and it very nearly paid dividends for Ava Foster. What a start that would have been for Nelson Bay.
You very rarely see a start like that.
Shows you the confidence, doesn't it, of Nelson Bay. Inside, this is magnificent. Alice Mitchell plunges over in the opening seconds of this one.
Yeah, that was a really nice try. I'll expect to see a lot of Alice Mitchell in this game and her little best friend Ava Foster in the middle working together. They will be setting up lots of tries.
Oh, problem there for a moment for Nelson Bay as Foster went down. So North moving it out here to the left, back centrally and looking for the try line. Looks to be a player that we don't have the number of here. 30, there's no 30 on my sheet, so we've got a mystery player out there for North Bears.
Commentator's worst nightmare, mate.
It was having a look going, 30, there's no 30. I don't know, maybe there's a bit of blood on the jersey of 30, but anyway, Nelson Bay really happy with this start to the game for them. They're rolling up the ground quite nicely through De Bono there, through the arms of Cheviot. She takes the touch. She's got inside run coming, and it comes from De Bono. The touch is made, so North Bears get through that one.
Yeah, it was. Nelson Bay sort of stopped running halfway through that set. Oh, here's a penalty. That's a late pass. That's Millie Barnes getting up and making the touch there. She taps and jumps straight on the attack.
So,
looking to set up a cheapie/punish play.
Yeah, and this is not the start the North Bears were after against the team leading the competition. That's a good touch, though, called by Steele.
Lovely touch.
Out to the left it comes to Bono.
Got the Rooster play there.
Back through the middle with Cheviot. Had an answer, though, this set, which was good from North after conceding in that opening set of this game. De Bono diving low. North's defending on their own goal line, so that's got to give them some confidence.
It does. They ran the Rooster play twice and didn't score, whereas the first time that Nelson Bay had the ball, they ran the chicken, which is the Rooster route, and it was more successful. That's a poor turnover there, coming out of trouble for the Bears.
McCaughey putting it down, just coming onto the field. So you're fresh and costly when you're coming up against the top side in the competition as Barnes looks for some space out on that far side of the ground. De Bono waiting for a teammate. Haven't been able to make changes. Nelson Bay in good position because they've been down here for a lot of the last few minutes. Alice Mitchell, the try scorer. Ellis goes down for Mitchell. Ellis has the space closed up and penalty.
The sun has come out with some vengeance today, so make sure you remain hydrated.
Mitchell receiving the ball. Mitchell little in and away, and referee's going to point to the spot. Alice Mitchell has got a double.
That was a really nice try. Just a simple quickie, and there wasn't really a lot doing. But then you'll notice the way that Alice attacks the defender, stands her up, gets her to square up, and then bounces off the right foot. Lovely try. Really clever.
So North Bears, having come into this game, 4-3 they beat the Central Coast, 3-1 over Carlingford, 5-1 over Gunnedah, and 3-1 over Taree. Incredibly, sits them fourth in this competition as this could be a chance for them to hit back. Referee is going to go the penalty, saying the touch was made.
Fast selling items. So once again, check in with the team from Budgie Smuggler.
Whitewick.
Come and visit Josh.
For the player to come around the back and Perry. So pushed Nelson Bay's defence to the
I
right.
think that's going to be a try.
And it was beautifully worked.
I think that's going to be a try. The defender did not get off the line.
So Whitewick is claiming it. It is a try to the North Bears. And really interested to get your thoughts there, Mitch. We saw Perry go around the back. It just drew a few Nelson Bay players to the left, and they went.
Yeah, it was a punish play. The link was never onside. You'll see she dives, and the ball was down before the touch was made. That's really clever play from the Bears there to identify the offside player and go at her.
So North Bears get that try back. They are sitting fourth, as I said, Mitch, but they have had the bye, so it's a little bit deceptive.
But that try will certainly give them a lot more confidence.
So this, this is a real contest between two heavyweights in this Pool B. You feel like this could go right down to the wire. And, well, that's too easy. What's happened there?
She was dummy half.
Well, hang on a second. Hang on a second. We need to see the replay. She is blowing up here, Foster. She's saying, but I wasn't dummy half. And the referees are going to consult. And this is going to be a try, I think. Referee's going to come back and say it is a try. And Ava Foster goes over. We'll have a look. Sometimes,
I wasn't sure myself, mate.
You can lose it,
Yeah,
can't you?
absolutely you can. So we will have to go back to the replay and just sort of see whether it was a live ball. Ava Foster is a very, very honest player, so I will believe what she says. Yeah, it's a splitter play just coming through the middle. So, well done. And it was good that the referees did make the right decision to overturn their original ruling.
And for anyone that wants to be critical of referees, in those kind of circumstances, it can be really difficult to tell. Everything happens so quickly.
It does. But they do have their two referees on the sideline to help them out. Oh, nice long ball.
No, Norths are back.
No,
back.
they've
No.
set forward pass.
Lindsay went over in the corner. It was a lovely pass out wide.
Yes, it was.
Wow.
But it was very, very good enterprising play. It was eyes up. They saw that the winger came in, and it just unfortunately execution let them down. But that's a really good live chance that they've created for themselves.
So 3-1 Nelson Bay lead this game. And our job as well is to keep the scoreboard ticking up.
Oh, there's a mix-up there.
We'll keep that going. 3-1, Nelson Bay over Norths, and now the Bears with their chance.
Coming to the box to get some fresh subs on.
Just got to be careful, though, you don't run over the sideline in that instance. We've seen some players do that.
Yes, or dummy half stand on the sideline with the live ball.
Perry Whitewick. Coming out of dummy half is Bro, and down it goes.
Bad luck. It was, he had the sweeper going around, just wasn't able to find the mark there.
Little juggle, well taken in the end by Mitchell. Mitchell goes out of dummy half now, so some more changes on the way here. Begley goes left, pop back towards the centre. Cheviot. And now Barnes goes out of dummy half. Oh, almost a tackle there from Vandermeer.
Yes, well, a bit of heavy contact there. I'm sure the refs will give him a warning on the run.
Maybe she just lost a balance there.
Yeah, potentially.
Alexia Vandermeer, but got a little bit awkward there. Just getting us ready for a bit of NRL season that's coming up very soon, Mitch.
Absolutely.
Ball goes down.
Can't wait.
Only a week away next weekend.
Yep, you see it all on KO too.
Yep.
Nelson Bay are making their way to the sub box to get fresh subs. Looks like Foster and Mitchell are on in the middle here.
Cheviot. Oh, good hands. Really good hands. Ellis out to the wing.
Bad
It was
luck.
just that final pass in front, too far in front of Freeman.
Nice footy, eyes up footy though. Grading the 4-on-3. Just couldn't get that last pass.
Other player loses their footing. A few players just, you wouldn't expect it because honestly, we've been out there. It's like a bowling green.
Oh, it's the best venue. Dubbo City Council need a huge, huge rap for the state of the fields. Absolutely magnificent.
Here's a scamper out of dummy half, and caught is Sammy Chan. And we had a little bit of a break from the breeze. It sort of died off. It's just come back a little bit, and it is like heaven, Mitch, because it was cooking a little bit.
It was, mate.
And that was the benefit yesterday. It was hot, but there was a breeze. It just kept things cool, so it's going to help the players over the next few minutes. Rawlins kicking back off the right. Barnes, and now Cheviot heading centrally, dropping it down for Barnes. Barnes is going to go into the in-goal. Can she find a teammate? She should.
Great
The
pass.
winger is free. Nelson Bay are 4-1 up now.
That was a really nice scoop there from Millie Barnes. She got both middles engaged and was able to then scoot through, and then more importantly ran eyes up and was able to throw a great right to left pass for the winger to score in the corner. Not easy to turn in goals and make sure she doesn't run in goals, and then a great right to left. Well done.
Emily Gambrell, the try scorer for Nelson Bay. So Norths now, they could have been back to 3-2. Instead, 4-1 now. So they need to pick up some tries and find them very, very quickly. Perry drops it down for Bro. Back inside. Perry
bad
put
luck.
it down.
Unfortunately, the dumper actually split the wrong way there. They had the sweep play running there, and if the dumper actually split back to the short side, it would have created the 2-on-1 there. But they've got a turnover, so they get another chance.
It's such an effective play, isn't it? The
It
dumper
is.
split.
Yep, absolutely.
Give your numbers very, very quickly. Whitewick at dummy half. It all got a bit slow there, but
A little bit
referee
messy. I
spotted
think it's
something.
a no-touch. Yeah, it's a no-touch.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah, fresh set. Get the chance to put on a try. Anywho, that is a coach killer. This is good meters here from Nelson Bay. Running nice and straight and direct.
DeBono was driving towards the box there. She's going to go off for a spell. Now they line out across here to the left. But
I think that might be 6 to go.
Little hand in there, was there?
Referee said inside the 7.
So forward goes Ava Foster, who's already scored once in this one. In the arms now of Ross, who takes it to ground. Ross. Off
Chicken
through
play,
Mitchell.
return ball.
Inside pass. Alice Mitchell has got a first. Well, I was going to say a first half hat-trick. Well, it's a game hat-trick here.
Exactly the same try that the girls, same players, different roles that they scored with the first try. They call the rooster play and they turn it into a chicken play, which is the out ball. The middle chase is very hard, and it's a nice little turn the ball back inside, walks over.
Well, Nelson
Scores a
Bay,
nice try.
They look on song here, don't they?
They do.
9-0 over Gunnedah, 11-0 over Taree, 8-2 they beat Carlingford, 5-4 over Northern Beaches yesterday, 4-2 earlier today over the Central Coast. And remember, North's only lost to the Central Coast 4-3, so Nelson Bay, a little bit of a close one to start, but you sometimes see that first game of the day or last game of the day, a bit of tiredness can be in the legs.
Absolutely. 4 games in a day is a big effort for anyone. This is good yards. That's second touch, and they're over halfway already.
Barnes took that carry the play before, and here goes the run from Gambrell. Now with Chevy, straight through the heart. DeBono, space out to the
Great
left.
dump.
They're going to go that way through DeBono. Could be another one on the way here. Did
excellent
get it
touch.
down. Touch made on Gambrell.
Really good touch over there from the winger. I think it was Moy, but it was a very nice set there from Nelson Bay. Just playing nice and straight down the field and direct. Norths really need to make sure that they win the midfield.
And that's the issue at the moment. They just need to restrict the damage, because we know what
that's
impact
over the mark,
it can do.
unfortunately.
And they're just making a few errors, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. There is a bit of pressure from Nelson Bay, but the big difference between the two teams really is Nelson Bay are coming off their own try line fairly well, fairly easily, and unfortunately Norths aren't doing it as comfortably and turning the ball over and making errors and giving players like Alice Mitchell more opportunities to go and attack the line.
So Nelson Bay.
Oh, look at that.
And here they go again. So Mitchell's got a fourth now. What a performance from Alice Mitchell.
Yep, she's from a very famous touch footballing family. Some would argue that she's one of the best siblings out of the Mitchell children. Both mum and dad also very well known in the touch circles, and mum Nicole's over there in the coach's box. Gets a high five from mum, casually walks back and gets a water bottle.
Yeah, this has been impressive, hasn't it? Because Norths are fourth, but they have only lost once, as I mentioned, to the Central Coast. So they are one of the top sides in this competition.
They are. They just need, if they can fix up their rucking, just to get down the other end of the field with field position, they won't be under siege defending their line as much.
So Northern Beaches is the next task for North, and Nelson Bay, well, they know And you can see why they're playing so well. They're thinking, oh, we get to go to the pool.
Oh, look at that.
This is Norths.
That's a lovely touch. Nice enterprising play, though.
You thought that Ellie Moy potentially was going to get over there, but still a 5-try deficit at the moment. Off they come to the right.
Good
Little
defence.
slip from Van der Merwe, and that's the end of that set for the Norths Bears. But so Nelson Bay, they have got a bye straight after this.
Okay.
And then they're done and dusted. So in this 18 girls competition, which will be pretty exciting for them.
Good flow through the midfield again here. Strike dump coming with a scoop.
Here goes Cheviot. Leaves it there for De Bono. They come across here to this open side. This could be another one. De Bono just needs to find a teammate. All they needed was to link up, and down goes the pass. There were too many options, wasn't it?
I was going to say the same thing. There was
like
actually 2 options.
It's like when you go to a buffet and your brain just explodes. You're thinking, we're going to have the beef or the lamb or the chicken.
I'll have both. Yes. 2 free players couldn't pick up the right option. This is better rucking from Norths.
Yeah, that is.
Over the mark. Bad luck.
Just slow things down. That run from another player who's number 31 we don't have on our sheet. Harding. Here she is, 31 onto 30. Those two, we don't know who they are. The mystery players here for Norths. And penalty goes the way.
We've got a forward pass, unfortunately, there. So, but that's a better set, a little bit direct. If they don't run over the mark and stop their momentum, I think that's a bad play, the ball. The referee disagrees and gives them another chance to roll the ball.
Well, Nelson Bay, get away with it.
Oh, that's a bad play, the ball.
Can't get away with that.
The touch god's there.
They're always watching.
They are.
So here's some space for Norths Bears. How long have we got left in this one? We have got about 7 minutes remaining.
Is that all? It's gone very fast, this game.
Yeah,
it's been end to end.
Phone's getting a little hot sitting in the sun here. It is. It's cooking. Higman and McCaughey. So Norths on the last. Can they get one try back?
Bad luck. Good defence. Dummy half court. Bad luck.
Just hasn't gone their way
No.
in that attacking zone. Straight after this, Northern Beaches and Maitland in the 18th boys competition.
Yeah, that'll be a great game.
Are you guys in action next? You've got a half an hour break, Mitch, between...
I
you got the bye now, haven't you?
We do.
You got the bye.
Yeah, we start the day with the bye. So,
Yeah, so Mitch's Central Coast 18s boys up near the top. You'd be close to the top, I think, of that competition.
that should be 6 to go there.
We see Nelson Bay get another set. Nelson Bay, they're at the top of the 18 girls Pool B. Top 4 of each going through. This pool has 7 teams in it. So 6 matches. Busy schedule. Dive coming from Ava Foster. Touch
Referee says
called.
touch there. Yeah.
Short side is where they go initially. Back to the open they come. The dive comes from Foster. Hand goes up for the final play for the referee.
That's a nice touch there from Chan. Off the ML play. Got the ball live.
Off they go right. Foster.
And again, well done. That's a really good defensive set there from the Bears. They really need to focus on trying to ruck out and turn the ball over on the other try line.
But the challenge for Norths is they've been stuck right in that corner. And what's
Yes.
that? 3 touches they've chewed up. This could be 4. And they haven't been able to get some changes. Now they do. But they've basically chewed up all of this set. That's the dodgy play of the ball.
Yeah, that's the pressure. The swarming pressure from the Neptunes. Creates a turnover. I'd be very surprised if Nelson Bay don't score here.
They've just really applied some serious heat now to North Bears. They've turned up the dial. Rawlins.
Alice Mitchell's out there now.
4 tries already. Is she a player in these kind of circumstances? Maybe you just put her in cotton wool as this is knocked down. Give her a little bit of a breather. You're up 6-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No one ever likes sitting down.
It is the final game of the day for them, so probably isn't going to be too much of an impact as Mitchell goes to the line. And touch is made on Rawlins. Mitchell picks it up. Links with Rawlins. So it's the Mitchell and Rawlins show here. Rawlins back to Mitchell. Cut out pass. She just had a little bit more juice on that.
Yeah, no, she won't be happy with that. It was the right option, the open side quickie, but just wasn't able to find the winger on that big left to right, unfortunately.
Also been able to pick up plenty
This is
of
great rucking.
Perry.
Yeah, let's play nice and straight and direct.
Steele goes down. McCaughey across the field, glides and links up with Harding. Final play here for North. This is promising as McCaughey went through.
He gets a penalty too.
On the final play as well, so that's a good moment for North. That was a really good set from them.
The first couple of touches, they actually ran with a bit of gusto and a bit of vigour, and they've got down the other end. Let's see if they can put a try on here.
McCaughey has dropped it. Should be allowed to go back and play it, and does. To the mystery number 30, McCaughey. Scooped up by the dummy half. Steele, cut out pass. Intercepted here by Nelson Bay. I thought we were going to get a foot race, Mitch, but in the end we didn't. And they're going to get it
turnover.
back. So getting a little bit scratchy here.
Yeah, it is.
3 minutes remaining. So it's in this period of the game where the result is settled. Both sides just want to get to the finish line now. North to prepare for Northern Beaches at 3:30. And Nelson Bay to head off maybe to the swimming pool and cool down. And this could be a consolation, is it? No.
No, it's a nice touch there.
McCaughey has been challenging Nelson Bay in that kind of area today. Linking with Harding. Back to McCaughey. Harding's there at dummy half. No way through there. So Nelson Bay have really impressed. Their defence has been exemplary once again. The only time in a match they conceded 0 against Gunnedah, 0 against Taree, 2 against Carlingford, 4 against Northern Beaches, and 2 against the Central Coast. So it's been pretty watertight, their defence. And their attack has been eye-catching as well. As Cheviot took it forward. Now Foster glides through the gap. Foster is caught by Harding.
Just couldn't find an option. Just could not find the option to get that try there. It was a nice scoop, good defence.
With some good defence, but also maybe teammates just a little tired, maybe
potentially
struggled to find some space. So North.
That's a good run.
With Higman back on the inside. Some space just opens up. Draw and pass was an option. Lindsay would have been away down the wing, but dummied instead. Off to the short side they go. Switches back. And
nice
that
touch.
Is the end of the section there for the Bears.
Good touch there. See if they can press up, create a turnover.
Won't Nelson Bay be excited about
Here we
what's
go.
to come? Oh, hang on. There's a bit of good fortune. The referees look at each other and go, hang on, what's happened there? But the player was on the field. The pass went backwards.
Stepped out of the box and just went, thank you, I'll have that.
They had 6 on the field as well, so it's all sweet as Mitchell's pass has gone forward off the hands of DeBono. Alrighty, so full time very, very close here. Just seconds away from Nelson Bay securing top spot in Pool B. And they needed to because they lost this. It just opened the door for the sides in second and third. If they win a couple of matches, they could have caught them with their for and against as well as their points. So this was a really important one for Nelson Bay to lock in first spot. Mitchell with the in and away. Can she get 5 tries? She's going to set one up here. There's another one for the Neptunes. Millie Barnes goes over. It is 7-1. It's comprehensive, this.
Yeah, it has been comprehensive there. Again, Alice Mitchell was involved. And, just played eyes up footy. Had a look what was on. Right on the siren. Scoops through. 2-on-1. Millie Barnes does a little bit of work there and scores a nice try.
So Nelson Bay secure top spot in Pool B in the 18 girls. They're done and dusted. They can go and sit by the pool and cool down, get some ice packs on and prepare for the Guzman y Gomez finals day tomorrow. North Sydney, they still have Northern Beaches to come. They are looking good for a top 4 spot, but they still have a little bit of work to do to finish off the day. We have got 18 boys action coming up next. We'll be back after this.
Touch footing.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Welcome back to Dubbo. Here we go. We have got a heavyweight contest here. Maitland taking on Northern Beaches. It's the 18 boys. It's the pool of death, we're calling it, because there's 9 teams and only 4 make it through to the semi-finals. And yesterday, Maitland, well, they were the draw specialists. They had a 5-all draw with Newcastle, 3-all with Manly, and 5-all with the Central Coast, of course, to finish the day. We did say it was a 5-4 win,
30 seconds, please,
but
referees.
we can confirm it was 5-all. We're having some issues with the scoreboard, and Maitland have been giving it to me for that already. So anyway, we're here, and we've got Maitland, who are undefeated, win against Taree in round 1. That was their only win. 3 draws. Northern Beaches, 3 wins, and that loss 7-4 to the Central Coast. So this is crucial, this one. Central Coast leading the division, but Newcastle second, Beaches third, Maitland in 4th. It's a big, big match in the 18 boys competition. So we're underway here. Northern Beaches get us started. 18 boys. It is round 5. We are only just over the halfway point of the pool stage of this competition. And Jay Stanton, this is going to be an absolute ripper here. And Northern Beaches looking to get over early through Evan Flynn. And touches made, so it's Maitland's ball.
Yeah, nice sharp start. It's a roll the ball there, not a tap. Yeah, nice sharp start by Renegades, and really hard to pick a winner in this one because both these teams have been setting the stadium field here on fire over day number 1. And we're expecting the same here on day 2 and into the finals.
Maitland, we're excited to see this combo again. Carlson and Tranter through the middle. Tranter scoops it up, linking up. There's the try. Xavier Stewart scores first. What a start that is for the Redbacks.
And it should give them a bit of confidence. You mentioned earlier they had the 3 draws. They've got to learn how to finish and, really get those half chances into full chances for tries. So that's exactly how they would have wanted to start at this one, Ben.
Well, the coach, Tom Taylor, he doesn't want any more draws today. He wants to pick up wins. They've got a big day ahead of them. They've got Singleton at 2, Mudgee at 3, Carlingford at 4:30, and then the bye to finish. So they're pretty pumped about that. They've got the bye tomorrow morning, so they can have a sleep in and then get themselves sorted for the finals if they can make the top 4. Northern Beaches coming at them. Chloe going low. Touch is called. Little step and the touch is made. So now the Redbacks working it out from their own 7. It's good momentum, isn't it, from Maitland? Good energy we're seeing from the outset from them. They're always on. Campbell jinking back. McDermott and then Cox through to Kalen White. Looking for the touch. Is he going to get it? Kalen White. Pulling out is the middle on the other side. Referee blows the penalty. It was Ethan Toombs who was making life very difficult for Maitland in a momentum sense. Kalen White. Cox. And, well, he's got all the way through. There's Carl White. That is brilliant stuff. And it's 2-0 to Maitland. What a start from the Redbacks.
It's nice and smooth there for the Redbacks. One of the things I like to see is, keep my eye on the box and the players off the ball to see how they're reacting. And Redbacks have gone try. Not a lot of fanfare, not a lot of jumping around. So to me, they're getting more disciplined, more professional. It's a really good sign there. 2 tries against one of the better teams, and they're just taking it in their stride.
So you're saying, Jason, you like the teams really to keep an even keel, and unless you're in the grand final and you've scored the winning try, you don't celebrate hard.
Well, I think so. I think it's probably something they're working on at Redbacks. This is good play here. I'll come back to that in a sec.
Swing around the left. Feder dives in, and Fender has been caught. He thought he was through there. Ollie Baum picks it up at dummy half, goes towards the left, and it was a neat little move, but Maitland were awake to Cameron Chloe's speed.
Yeah, so if you look at the mental approach, Ben, with Redbacks, 3 draws. You want to get out of that habit of you score one, you let one in, you score one, you let one in, and part of that's keeping an even keel and not getting too emotional after you do score, or not getting too excited by it. So Redbacks look like they've made that adjustment today, as opposed to yesterday.
Dylan Curry asking the defence to come out. Little tug from a teammate. The tap came from Toby McDonald.
EOC02A. Move your car immediately, please. It is a white Lexus. Registration EOC02A. Could you please move your car immediately?
Here come Northern Beaches.
It will be moved at your expense.
And they go down the left through Evan Flynn. Yeah, if you're listening, you might have heard that. If you've got the white Lexus and you're watching here on KO, get in the car and get it moving. As here goes Corvin. Scooped up by Toombs. Ripped out to the right. That would have been a spectacular try for Lazic if he had have latched onto that. Couldn't do so. 2-0 it remains to Maitland. But one thing I think it really shows, Jace, about Maitland is they're always in the game. All the draws. They're a really fighting side that keeps with you the entire match. This could be a problem for them because they've made changes, and Northern Beaches saw the space out there on Maitland's right. Chloe popped up to him, made himself available on the inside, did Fotumwala. Now Toombs and Corvin. Toombs, Chloe, inside to Toombs. Touches called. Final option here for Northern Beaches. Out wide they go to Kamara, and Prince Kamara is caught.
Yeah, it's interesting the play selection we're seeing here from Renegades. I think part of the reason they're down here 2-0 is when they've had their opportunities a little bit one-dimensional, and I think they do look better. And if you reflect back to previous games, when there's players moving off the ball and there's a fair bit of lateral movement, so they'll have to be mindful of that. I'm sure Coach Harry Berryman and Nathan Wong are over there talking to the troops, looking for different plays to run. This
Space out wide. Brandon Cox diving for the line. Maitland, they're pumped. They're up 3-0 here.
Really good try there. Nice and sharp. Again, a nice variety of plays we've seen for Maitland today, probably more so than yesterday. And we haven't really seen that dump scoop with Tranter and some of those other things they've got in their repertoire. So overall, really good sign to see. And if we look at the mental approach to it, it's a really good contrast for those coaches or the players watching at home. If you want to contrast, say, Maitland with Manly, both have different styles. Manly are very much an energy team, lots of jumping around and loud. That's how they get up for the game. This Redback team's a bit more composed and level, and you just got to pick what works for your group.
Down goes Fender, popped up and around Flynn, and Baum puts it on the turf. They were so close to the line, and that's 6, and in the end it really cost them. So Maitland looking to drive forward. Kale White, who's scored in this game, now with McDonald, who went to the turf on the way through, and that's going to cost Maitland here off the mark. So Northern Beaches down 3-0. They need to respond at some point here. Flynn back on the inside. Touch made on Fender.
Yeah, might have been off the mark there, but like what we're seeing here with Maitland, it's not like there aren't any guarantees, but the way they're putting their game together, if they can add that dump scoop to what we're seeing here, there's no reason why they can't, sort of take out the whole tournament, because they've got enough sort of balance across the team to be able to do that. They've just got to be able to put it together, and this is another step in the right direction for them.
Curry, and left they go. Curry looking to get it down, and you'd say in this 18 boys competition, Central Coast, well, they're sitting top and Maitland drew with them, so ball goes to ground. So they're right in this mix, and we know they've had draws with sides that Central Coast have beaten as well, but the fact that they were competing with them shows that, I tell you what, how good are the semis going to be in the 18 boys tomorrow, Jace? Are you just double checking you're on commentary for them, aren't you? Just putting your name down?
I hope so.
Boys?
I hope so, because I really enjoy watching just, the high level of skill and, what these boys can bring to the table here. And let's have a look at the play selection here for Renegades. Just a little bit different.
Long cut out pass. Good pass, good take. Is that a try? Referee saying no.
Might have been forward, potentially out of their hands. So, what I will say about the Redbacks, again, could be commentator's curse. What I will say is that when they put together their best game, they're the best team here. But they need to put it together. We haven't seen a full game. But if they're able to drive, roll down the field as they are now, add a bit of that dump scoop, plus the way they're connected in defence and their talk, if they put together their best team, their best game, I think they're the best here. But probably the most consistent we've seen has probably been Central Coast. So it's going to be a really exciting day tomorrow. As you said, the semi-finals are going to be absolutely red-hot games to watch. So hopefully you've got those times ready, live on KO.
Yeah, 100%. I think I agree with you. Remember yesterday, Central Coast, they led Maitland 5-2. Maitland clawed it back to 5-all. And they scored one of those tries down to 5 against 6 and did not concede during that period. So big moment for them as off goes Flynn right through the middle. Touch is made on Corvin, and it's a touch pass. So it tells you the story that this Maitland side, great touch footy side, mentally tough as well as that ball goes to ground. Really mentally tough. The fact you go down to 5, you can immediately just drop your bundle, can't you? But they didn't, with probably one of the best sides in the competition in the Central Coast.
Yeah, Renegades have to get one here. That's the second time Maitland haven't completed. And these are those few little holes in their game they're going to have to clean up for tomorrow.
Flynn receiving it on the inside from Toombs, but Maitland just have not given them any time. And here you go, the Redbacks rolling through. Carlson takes it and he heads to the sideline. Clark popped it up to McDonald, who then joins in with Cox. Another try scorer for them today. Kale White also scored earlier. Cox back to White. Picked up by Cox. Rips the pass. Maitland are dominating. Northern Beaches here. Toby McDonald makes it 4-0. This is a statement performance from the Redbacks.
I think so, and I think for the 18s boys teams, the ones watching on at home, or like the coaches or even the fans, the thing I like about this the most is that there are things we haven't seen yet. Like the number 6, I think it is, for the Redbacks, Tranter. He had such a dominant day. Looks like he's coasting in this game.
He does.
And we haven't seen a lot of him, so I think the Redbacks have got a dominant display, but maybe they're sort of keeping a bit up their sleeve. So that's a little bit scary for the opposition of what this Maitland team is capable of.
Well, isn't it? Isn't it? I think that's another impressive aspect, Jace, is that the whole squad all stepping up. Northern Beaches. There's a hole. There could be a try. Prince Kamara gets one back for Northern Beaches. And that's a good try. Good quick hands out to the left.
Yeah, clever play there. Nice adjustment. I think we mentioned it a bit earlier in this game that they don't want to just be doing those quick release plays, Renegades. They do look good when they play with a bit of width, and we saw it on that occasion. So I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Wong or Berryman are over there making their adjustments, having to think about what sort of plays they need to run, and those few improvements they need to do on their line defence here to be able to take on these top teams.
Curry. Back to the left they go. Camborne returns it to Curry. They come here to the short side. McDermott happy just to let Northern Beaches try and get to the box from the far corner. And it's slow. Maitland are up quickly in their face. And off they go to the right. Kamara out on the right wing is making the touch. Straightening up his Baum, putting it on the turf for Flynn. Back left, Baum and Flynn. Picked up by Baum into the in goal, looking for a teammate. Can he find one? Down it goes in front of Flynn. Good moment there for Northern Beaches. If they can get another try, just could make things a little bit challenging, because Maitland have racked up this lead so quickly in the contest that there's time for Northern Beaches to pull it back.
Well, another incomplete set there for Maitland. So even though they're up 4-1 and it's all excitement, if you're a Maitland fan, they do have a bit of room of improvement, as we said. And I reckon they'll have to go another gear tomorrow to win it.
Scooped up by Flynn, inside to Toombs.
Let's see where the Renegades have sort of learnt a little bit throughout this game, and they play with a bit more expansion rather than just always the quick plays. This is better.
Cutting back on the inside. Scooped up by Toombs and Flynn linking up. Toombs and Flynn. This is Toombs diving for the line. Referee spotted something. Penalty for the forward pass.
It's just so the whole thing's just so tight, Ben. Like, Redbacks have had a couple half opportunities that they've just taken, and then we've had the Redbacks have had that. Then the Renegades have had a couple that haven't quite worked out. It could easily be 2-2.
Left they go. Tranter got squeezed up there. The pressure coming from Cooper.
Yeah, like you'd have two misses on your side, and then you have two lucky ones on the other side. It can can be 4-0 in the blink of an eye in this division.
Tranter cut-out pass. Well, there's a moment of class. We said we haven't seen a whole lot of him. Bailey Tranter in this game. Well, he pops up and sets up Maitland's 5th.
I thought Tranter might have been saving himself, having a bit of a rest in this one, but I think he's got a bit excited at the about all the beautiful attack, and he said, well, I want to do some of that as well. And a very lush ball there to the winger, and again making look a very difficult pass, making it look easy there. Left to right, long spiral pass. I think it's going about, probably about 20 to 25 metres. That's a very difficult thing to do, and he made it look easy.
I tell you what, I love watching Tom Taylor down here on the sideline because he just doesn't show any emotion, does he? He just stays extremely calm.
Yeah.
As here's a chance for Northern Beaches. Kamara, he's gone over in the corner again for their second. 5-2.
And again, I think it depends on the group. There's not a one, it isn't like a cookie cutter thing. Like, it's not every team you got to be energy and yelling, or every team you got to be nice and calm. But this Redback team definitely, they play their best footy when they're calm, and they're just going very methodical. We're seeing it here again. Nice play, looking for the
cut
winger.
out pass, and the jink back. The touch is made. He was looking for a double there, McDermott. Back they come to the centre with Kale White. Cox feigning the touch, he gets there. Cox rips a pass. Oh, it's put down by Ashley Clark. Would it have been called forward? It was a cracking pass, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like they were happy with it going backwards there, but yeah, you mentioned Coach Taylor, so definitely, a little bit of a shout out to him. They have been developing, in terms of their composure, and this is probably their best performance so far. So can they go another step or two from here and become the dominant team, or do they sort of, I guess, let that emotion get back into it?
Inside pass, White. It was just caught before the line. So we're inside the final 8 minutes here of this one. And dummy, well, he scored. Well, that was too easy. Toby McDonald, he's got a double. First player for Maitland to get a double here. 6-2.
And that's a bit of a product of those last previous long balls. We've seen in the last few minutes a big flurry of long balls here from Maitland. So the Renegades just instinctively are starting to get spread out a bit because they're trying to stop that long ball try. And a great adjustment there by Maitland. They actually saw the Renegades spreading out. They've gone direct, and they've been rewarded for it.
11 o'clock. Referees Grogan, A. Masters, and Emma
Toombs.
Ryan. Could you please return to the referees' tent immediately, please?
Across to the right. Hands it back on to Baum.
11 o'clock. Grogan, Masters, and O'Brien. Could you please return?
And Baum returns it to Toombs. No one in that hole. So just having a look at the for and against here. The Redbacks, because they've had all these draws, they're at +2 at the moment. So this is going to boost them up to about +6 with a 4-try win here. So it would put them level at the top with Northern Beaches, but Northern Beaches would have them on for and against. (6-2) at the moment for Maitland. Tranter, Carlson. Tranter goes himself. Referee points to the spot. He's going to award this. No touch made. Tranter goes over. This is a big boost for Maitland. 7-2 now. So 7-2 the advantage. Off they go. Prince Kamara, he is quick. Is he getting there? No. Scrambling touch from the Redbacks. That's a big moment because he's quick. He's scored 2 tries already in this game. Fender. Puts it on the turf for Baum. Back to Fender. Trying to tiptoe his way to the line. And that's a ripping pass. It's took the hands of the Maitland winger, Ashley Clark. So another set on the way for Northern Beaches. Fender kept it moving for Chloe. Back to Chloe from Fender. Maitland win a penalty. Forward pass.
Yeah, for those that caught last year's tournament, Ben, the Renegades were not necessarily on fire.
Awesome space spotted here. Ashley Clark gets a chance to stretch the legs.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, they weren't that sharp, and then coming into Sunday, they really took up another gear and did well. So there are some elements of that about this year, but I think...
You're a bit more concerned if you're a Renegades. Oh, how about this? Turning on the style, Maitland. Ashley Clark goes over. He's got a try. Well, this is impressive play from Maitland, but they just have to, after this result, Jace, I'm sure you'd be saying if you were their coach, you just got to put that aside. You've got to say, take the confidence. Don't get too overconfident about this performance.
Yeah, on the Maitland side, wouldn't worry about the game. I would just say that's amazing performance, great work. Reset, do your recovery, set again, because we don't hand out the medals today. It's going to be tomorrow. The point I was trying to make about Renegades was I know they did come back last year, but I'm seeing too many holes in their game. I'm a little bit concerned. I think it might be a hill too big to climb for them, to bounce back from this and to win the tournament. They're a long way off at the moment from what I'm seeing, and Renegades seem to be scoring from multiple ways. Like, it's not like one thing for... Sorry, the
Redbacks.
Redbacks, yeah. There's not one thing for the Northern Beaches to fix. There's a few things. So
here's a step. Good step from Toombs. He gets into the in goal. Just needs to find a teammate, and he finds Evan Flynn, who gets over for a late consolation try. So what do we got here? We've got scoreboard issues, so it's 8-3 now.
8-3, yeah.
8-3.
Yeah, so I think it might be a hill too big to climb. I'm sure Coach Berryman's got some plans, and he'll have a few things he knows that they can fix. But I'm a little bit concerned that they haven't sort of improved as much today as what Maitland has. So definitely I'd rather be in the Maitland box than in the Northern Beaches box at the moment.
Curry took it down. Hole is found. Charlie Hostler goes over now. So we've got another different try scorer. I've got 8 different try scorers in this 9-3 scoreline.
And that's the impressive thing. See, last week, for those that tuned in for the Southern Conference, we had, I think it was Orange in the 18s boys that were dominating Friday, Saturday, but the bulk of the tries was from one player. What we're seeing here with Maitland, I think you mentioned, 8 different try scorers.
Yep.
That's really putting the whole tournament on notice.
There's only 6 players in their squad here that haven't scored in this game, and one of them, Harry Carlson, he's been one of their stars, so that's huge for them.
Yeah, so certainly we don't want to get too excited, but if I'm going to the merch tent, I'd be looking for some red and black stuff if I was buying something today, because this is a great performance from Maitland.
Baum, long pass, Maitland players over there. And just to talk through, so Maitland have got Singleton, Mudgee, Carlingford, all right? So they've had all their tough matches to start. They've got an easier day, you would say, on paper today. They should win those. They should win those matches. And Northern Beaches have played all of those matches. They've got Taree next at 3, but then they've got Newcastle and Manly. So some really tough ones coming up for Northern Beaches. Newcastle and Manly are going to be really challenging. Newcastle second going into this round of matches, and Manly on 8 points, just sitting behind him 5th. So here's another one. Here is another one for Bailey Tranter. He's got a double. This is so impressive. So that's 10 now. 10-3. Losing track. It's been great attack from Maitland.
It's a really big step up from yesterday. Even if you look at this game alone, there would have been 3 or 4 times you would have noticed early in the game Maitland weren't completing their sets. Whereas you look in this last 5-7 minute period, they're controlling the ball, they're almost scoring at will. So, I'm not sure. What do you do if you coach Taylor from here? You really got to try and get the boys nice and settled, not getting too excited, but maybe keep their eyes on the Central Coast.
Keep a lid on things. There's a knock on from Toombs. Yeah,
I think so. It's so impressive.
Yeah, and the tough. I think it almost is tougher coming into these matches that they've got to come. Carlingford, Mudgee, Singleton, all sides they should beat. I think that's somewhat tougher as a coach because you know the players. Those big games, you know the players are going to be up. They're going to be on. That's where the challenge lies now. Got to keep them in check. All the emotions, the confidence, not let it get too high for the Redbacks. Was there another one coming? No, touch is called, and that is full time. Well, Maitland have put their foot down and they have let the competition know what they're capable of. They have destroyed the Northern Beaches 10-3. That is an incredible performance from the Redbacks. Jason Stanton, thanks for your company. We're going to take a quick break. Right after this, it'll be Joel Kane alongside Mitch Walkerton as Ballina take on the Central Coast in the 16 boys.
Including the blue and white recycling bins for all cans and bottles, helping out the local Dubbo community with men's mental.
Tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalizing a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and...
Jason Stanton sideline here. Absolute superb game by the Maitland Redbacks. They've put the whole competition on notice, and I'm here with Cohen. What was it like in that one?
Hot, bothering, but we flogged the Beaches. We absolutely pumped them.
Cohen's pretty excited there. We don't give any medals out today, but what's your plan coming in tomorrow? I know Central Coast were watching that game with they were very eager. Have you got something up your sleeve for them tomorrow?
Nah, just the basics, like just running through and scoring, I guess. Just going to beat them, run hard, tackle hard.
No worries. And for those watching at home, the young players coming through, it's hard to play 8-9 games coming into the finals. What do you do for recovery? Anything special to get your body up for it?
Yeah, ice baths, tape, and just stretching. Just getting your body ready for the games is the most important part.
No worries. Thanks very much, Carmel. Lots of excitement down here. As I said, the boys are excited. They're saying they flogged the Beaches. And as I mentioned, they've put the whole tournament on notice with a totally dominant display here. So back to you. Looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, welcome back to the coverage. And this is a big game here. This is the Central Coast Dolphins taking on the Ballina Bull Sharks. And it is second versus third. So this one here probably secures a top 2 position. It's their 5th game. For Ballina, 3 wins, 1 loss. For the Central Coast side, 2 wins, 1 draw and a loss. So this will earn a top 2 position. There are 3 pools, so therefore it'll be the top 2 of each that go through, plus the next best 2 third places. Mitch Walkerton joins me for the coverage, who's a Central Coast man himself, so should know a fair bit about the 16 boys.
Yes, I do know a little bit about the 16 boys. My team have run against them, but I promise to all the KO viewers that I will be very impartial.
Beautiful.
But this will be a really good game. Whoever does win will finish second. And obviously everyone knows the higher you finish up, the easier your finals path can be.
Players and referees ready?
So plenty to play for.
What about the 18 boys, Mitch? Where were you tracking there?
Yeah, we're going okay. It's a very hard competition and very even. There's a number of teams that can win it, so it'll all be down to tomorrow.
Okay. So the Ballina Bull Sharks are going to kick us off here with George Morgan. Morgan's out there, and Stanfield has the ball. Morgan. And back it goes to Jesse Cooper. So Cooper with a long bomb. But I reckon this is the age where they most love that play.
They do. A little bit of control. There was a nice little rooster play, and instead of, just hitting the wrapper, tries to bomb long and hit the winger. So I'm sure both coaching staff will sort of say, righto boys, you are on the big stage. That's a great run there from Caleb Lewis.
Terrific. It just sets your setup, doesn't it, when you have those good charges. As the Central Coast now, Swift work with the ball, but forward pass.
Yep, referee said forward pass, unfortunately. So Ballina are getting the ball in not bad field territory, and looks like they're heading their way to the box.
How many games left for your team, Mitch?
Yeah, we got another 3 games. The 18 boys have all got another 3 games. So a lot of the afternoon games on Friday and Saturday for the 18 boys.
So the Ballina Bull Sharks marching down the field, down towards the southern end here at Dubbo. Swooping upon that, a little flick pass. That was from Halen Bolfar.
He looks very fast. But a nice touch there from number 6, Charlie McKee, I should say. So, that's over the mark there.
Yeah, Charlie McKee, he's been playing since he was 6 years old. State Cups, loves to play music. He's sort of the man who's the Jerome Lure, I suppose, who has the energy and the music around the fields.
Yep. Chief Energy Officer.
Yep, he's a Parramatta Eels fan, Charlie McKee.
We can't hold that against him, sure.
Who's your team?
Manly Seagull.
Oh, Manly Seagull. What are you feeling this year?
Oh, very confident.
Yeah.
They've recruited well.
Yep.
As long as Turbo stays fit, healthy.
So here come Central Coast. Up on the 7 now. Carlson's there. Coming across was Herring.
That's a try.
Herring comes swooping around.
Touch.
Great touch.
Excellent touch. Sweep play. I thought he was over, but really, really good touch there from the middle.
So Nate Beattie in the middle there with Cody Carlson. Cody Carlson jumps in the dummy half, goes back away.
Good touch again.
Yeah, Nate Beattie almost got through, but they're working hard on the line here, the Ballina Bull Sharks. Nate Beattie goes across and they kill it in the corner. And Lachlan Roach is the man who would do that.
Yeah, they want to try and get a bit of aggressive attack and see if they can create a turnover here. They're doing an all right job. That's 3. Looks like Ballina are up there for 4. Here we go.
Chance. Geez, they saved that set, didn't they?
Holy
And away
moly.
he goes, racing towards the line and scores a beauty. Georgie Morgan. Wow.
He is quick.
Well, you were counting the touches, Mitch, and they just about had him for 5 on the halfway line.
They did. There was very little doing. A couple of passes. The shooter was called off. Nice wide pass. And then hop, skip, see you later.
It was like Michael Jennings back in the day, wasn't it?
It was. Nice call from the winger to say miss. A sport thrives on honesty. So 1-0 to the Bull Sharks. Oh, that's dummy half court. There's a mix-up in communication there.
The Ballina Bull Sharks. Be a fair trek to get the Dubbo from Ballina, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. But it's great that, the Northern Eagles teams have made the trip out here to Dubbo. It is a long way and a big commitment, but it's great to see, them, Maxville, Tamworth, and a number of the other teams.
Port Macquarie.
Mako's, Maxville. Yeah, it's great that they're all making the trip out here to be part of it.
Ethan Briggs is there with Charlie McKee. Charlie's got it now. Back to Charlie. Long left
look at
to
that.
right.
That's forward pass. Hang on.
Down.
He's dropped the ball.
He's dropped the ball.
Sweeper quarterback. And we've put one over the line over there, the winger.
He's quick.
Here he
goes
goes
again.
what?
Oh, no, he's off again. He's off again. Look at Georgie Morgan go.
Oh, Caleb
And
Lewis
if
is
he's
running
quick,
down.
yeah, Caleb Lewis.
He'll be in the dash for cash on finals if there was one.
Caleb Lewis with Carl Lewis for a moment there. That was speed, speed, speed. Jeez, he's quick off the mark, isn't he? Good to watch, George
Yeah, it's
Morgan.
fantastic. Great to see.
Diving.
I think that's ball down.
I totally agree with that. And does the referee for Jesse Cooper. And the Ballina Bull Sharks up by 2.
Yeah, it was a really nice rooster play there. Unfortunately, the saver middle, I don't think he got off the line. I think he's got both feet on the line and nice direct running, dive. Yeah, that's a nice try.
So, shock start to Central Coast. The Ballina Bull Sharks. It's good when these smaller affiliates come up against the bigger clubs.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great. Punching above your weight.
Cooper Smith.
Looks like they're happy to kill it in the corner.
Yeah.
Again.
Play the long game.
Yeah, let's see if they can get a turnover. Make Ballina ruck it out. Although that's a good start.
Magic start. You waste your time putting in the corner if you haven't got very assertive defence.
Correct. Absolute. Yeah, they have to go together. This is good direct play here from Ballina. Getting their fresh troops on. Setting up a strike dump here.
Here's Mr. Speedster, a dummy half. They wanted to go down for
here
him,
he goes.
They just lost it, though.
Still got another one, though.
So Cameron Leach driving for Halen Balfour, and Balfour takes off.
Oh, it's 6 to go. Yep. There just seems to be more urgency about the way that Ballina is running. So Central Coast is certainly going to have to match that.
So here they come looking for their third.
That's a great touch out there, Lockie Roach.
Short side, diving. Geez, they're good at this diving caper.
Yeah, they are, but that's another good touch there. Let's see if Central Coast can ruck it out of their half.
Down 2-0.
A little bit sloppy. It's only 3.
Probably need to score next. I know it's only early, Mitch, but 3-0.
I just think they need to settle down a little bit. They're very frantic.
Yeah.
Very, very frantic. You've got 2 men's Premier League coaches in the 16s, Ollie Jones and Luke Moffat, who won men's opens, Paul Macquarie in December. I'm sure they're saying, let's just take a deep breath. Communicate what we're trying to run.
Was that their first title, Mitch?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, terrific,
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah, it was fantastic.
Casey Shelley part of that team?
He was. Great man. I think he's going to score.
He's a chance, but the 45 raced across, and didn't he need to?
He did. He didn't exit the touch, the best Mr. Herring there, but he did enough to get back on side and save the try.
Still 2-0 and tiptoeing through the tulips on the sideline was Zach Herring, I think it may have been. Just amazing. And like the Ballina has been pretty dominant, but you get back to 2-1 and the emotion just totally changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it will. Momentum is very hard to wrestle back in any sport, but especially ours in touch football. And I think if the message in the coaching box needs to be, boys, we need to play straight and direct. Lift our energy.
Look out, George Morgan's back on the
Look
park.
out, here he comes. Oh, that's a good touch.
Great touch. Great touch by Riley Buckley. Jesse Cooper. Cooper has one. There's George Morgan.
Yeah, he is the danger man.
Just so quick.
Yes.
Very Ryan Pappenhausen like. Hope he has a good season, Pap.
Oh, hope so too. Injury free.
And your man Turbo, same applies.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to see the Stars playing. That's a good run from the captain. Just over the mark. Losing that momentum.
Cooper Smith. Caleb Lewis Caleb Lewis going. Here's Caleb, and he links up with Cody Carlson, who has dropped it.
That's the second one they've put over the line. They've dropped over the line. Really nice scoop there from Caleb Lewis.
Well, the coaches saw the bright side on it. They're having a laugh.
Yeah, absolutely. If they keep playing straight and direct, they'll create more chances for themselves. Oh, that's a bit too heavy, that touch. That has to be a penalty. Yep. Yep. A little bit too heavy there, Mr. Herring.
If there is a Mitchell Gow on the ground, could you please come to tournament control? Thank you. Mitchell Gow.
Leach,
could you come to
Balfour,
tournament control? Thank you.
Thompson, and Leach has got the ball with Balfour now. Balfour fake the rooster. They come back away now, and diving is Zane Close, who, as his name suggests, he was.
We're very close.
There you go.
Oh,
that's no disguise as to what they were trying to achieve there.
No,
Mitch.
absolutely not. See if they can get a bit of pressure here. Well, that's two. They're very unorganised with their rucking.
That's three. They might keep five in. They could keep them in for the whole set here. I think that was a decent run. That's four. Final play. And
good defence. No panic there.
Nah.
Listen to the referee. Kept rolling back. Got onside. Made the touch.
So the fresh legs. Zane Close can have a spell. And Ethan Briggs makes the touch.
Oh, we've got a penalty. It's poor discipline.
Big moment of the game here, Mitch.
Huge.
2-0.
Yeah.
Go to 3.
No, I think if the Bull Sharks were to get a third, I couldn't see them getting run down.
No. Okay, let's see how it plays out. Balfour's there with George
Oh, he
Morgan.
hasn't put it between his feet.
No.
Bad luck.
Who's some of the 18s teams right in the mix? Mitch, obviously yourselves. Who else?
Newey,
Yep.
Newcastle Knights, they're a very good side. Maitland, they're a good side. The Renegades, still down on a few troops, but they're still a very good side. It's good to see them using the ball here a bit.
Riley Buckley and Charlie McKee.
That's a late pass. They want to make sure they keep running.
Yep.
They've been the better team for the first 18 minutes. They don't want to give the Coast a sniff. Central Coast haven't really been able to get into their rhythm and their routine. That's a good run.
Yep, that was 7 for the Sharks, the Bull Sharks. That was Callum Cook. And, dummy, but just a diving touch.
Great touch there from Lewis. Just clunky. Running over the mark, not getting the hand out.
So this is a bit of better field position here. There's a player down in back play for Ballina Bull Sharks. They're loving that sort of fly play, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, but I don't think they've run direct enough to engage the middles enough to warrant to run that play.
Nate Beattie, cut out ball.
Bad luck. All goes to ground.
Just repeating, the winner of this will wrap up second in the pool, which is a huge advantage come tomorrow. Stanfield. So Nate Beattie, they're whipping around here. Back to Nate Beattie it goes. Cooper Smith. Smith to
Great
Beattie.
dump.
Oh, I thought they had him on the outside.
So did I, yes. He jinked back inside off the right.
So this time Beattie's one wrapping around against the grain. Nice.
Oh, bad luck.
Just a little high, wasn't it, the pass?
Yeah, it was. Sort of been a little bit typical of the whole game, to be honest. They're just a little pass off or a little fraction.
Yep.
Hasn't hit their target. Oh, little juggle there. Oh, that's an awful
This
play.
is a little door ajar now for Central Coast.
It is. That's the second time they've struggled to complete their set, putting themselves under pressure on the line.
15 down, 10 remain. Cooper Smith, Nate Beattie, Smith on the drive, and finds Beattie.
Late pass.
Just a bit late to the action.
The coaches are not happy. The hands go on their head. Second tackle. That's a bit of scoreboard pressure, a bit of panic.
Yeah, yeah. 10 minutes remaining, just less than that, and then he almost went through. Cooper Gerarda. George Morgan's hovering around. You know, that could be trouble. And
bad luck.
Yeah,
Good pressure there from the winger.
He's a bit half-hearted on the pass, wasn't he?
Oh, we've got a penalty for offside. Shooter went early. Not paying attention.
He wants his try. Cooper Gerarda. Leach. Balfour. Leach driving. Leach diving, but they make the touch.
Yeah, you can hear the coaching staff screaming, get up, get up. Get out and make that touch.
So Leach to Morgan, late switch. Coming across as Leach. Feign the pass goes there. So they've been in control really in defence.
Yeah, that's a good set there. Good set of defence. See what Ballina try and do where they try and kill it in the corner. That's a little bit cheeky, throwing at the opposition player, seeing to get 6 a go.
What's that game called where you throw the ball at the other person? Will Ferrell's in it.
Dodgeball.
Dodgeball.
Yes.
Righto, what do you got here, Central Coast? Max Sajecki into the action. Ethan Briggs. And Briggs has got Charlie McKee behind him. Here's Charlie. Briggs. Back to McKee. Back to Briggs.
They're in.
Ethan Briggs has got them within one, and all of a sudden they've not looked like being in the game, Mitch.
No, they
and
haven't.
they're right there.
They're up and about in the box too. They don't look as tired. There's a spring in their step. Ballina a little bit slow to come out onto the field. All that was their best set of 6 rucking and playing direct with the quickie in the middle. Oh, that's a forward pass.
That was a little bit forward. Very Patrick Mahomes about that. So Ballina, touch made, and they had to make it.
They do, but this Ballina team's got speed to burn across the park.
Absolutely. They won't want to try and defend this 2-1. They're going to try and go for a third. Oh, yes.
Oh, hang about. The referee saying forward pass from dummy half. And very, very fortuitous.
7 to go. Ballina Bull Sharks by 1.
And suddenly they're running.
Oh, look at this. The tide's turning a little bit here, isn't it?
Oh. And the boys might not like the decision, but there's no point, carrying on.
No.
Get on with it.
That's a big moment in the game, though, because they had them in prime time field position.
With momentum.
They've got to watch these passes, Ballina.
Yeah, they do.
Once.
There are a few that are a bit dicey.
Jesse Cooper, Stanfield. He's got Georgie Morgan there, back to Stanfield.
Diving. Oh,
that's got to be very close. It has to be really close.
Yeah, they're up and about.
And it just comes back to this big call back here,
It does. It does. Second tackle, there might have been a foot in the ruck or not. It wasn't the best plant. The ball rolled out. You have to play the referee's whistle. It was a punish play. The link was never onside. Great dive, great try, 3-1.
Makes it hard now as we...
Very, very difficult.
Get about 5 minutes remaining.
Lewis on the sweeper. wasn't square.
McKee.
Oh, late switch.
That was on, wasn't it?
It was. Yes, just wasn't able to execute that.
I love
Bad
the late
luck.
switch.
Yeah, it's great. It's really come back into the men's opens game in the Premier League game.
Has it, yeah?
Yeah. A lot more teams are sort of defending that man-on style as opposed to the traditional shutdown. And you're sort of seeing, probably when you started playing Shook 20 years ago, we used to do switches and...
Oh, I love it. And it's got to be uncomfortably late, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Nice, deep, late, get him chasing you.
I love the middles tearing out and the link doing the switch late.
Absolutely.
I don't know what they call that in the open game, but for what it's worth, we call it an angel.
Is that because it's come from heaven?
Well, no, because the late switch was the halo.
Oh.
We called that the halo. I don't know why we came up with that. But
That's another bad play, the ball. The errors are mounting. Body language isn't great in the box over here either.
3-1. Ballina look like they've got their paws all over. Just going to bump them up to...
That's a good touch there.
They're in control, aren't they?
They are.
Ballina. Can they get one more? Leach.
No, good defence. I think he could have passed wide, but he decided to hold on to it. That's two.
They've been getting to the box easy the last 5 minutes.
They have. Not the best play the ball.
A bit lucky there. So McKee's on the field and jumping upon that. They go. And Caleb Lewis is going to be handover.
Yep. Referee said he deemed he was onside. Ah, there you go. You got a turnover there.
This is it. They're all in here.
Absolutely.
3.5 to go.
Yep.
They are all in.
Absolutely. Chips
3
are in the
minutes
middle
to
of the
go.
table. See what they can come up with.
McKee. Oh, he feigned long, went short.
I'm sure he'll come back and run the same play and maybe put a different variation on the back of it. They're taking their time.
Set the trap.
Sweeper here.
Carlson. And they just let him go, didn't they? Oh, yes.
There you go.
There it is. It was Charlie McKee who found Caleb Lewis. And there's about 2.5 minutes remaining, Mitch, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, that was a really nicely constructed try. The sweeper play. Picked up and went back short side. And then hit the trail. Back on the inside. Really nice try.
I was saying to, I think it was Dean yesterday, that it might have been Jace actually. I reckon most tries from sweepers are back against the grain.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You condition a team to, pull their corner, and then all of a sudden you go against the grain. The kids have got great speed and pick up. They've got to get off their line here. He'll dive.
He just got him.
He's saying he's made the touch.
It looked very nonchalant about the whole thing.
It was.
So about 90 seconds remaining here. The Bull Sharks, are they about to secure position number 2? You know what no one does, Mitch, which there's a big case for? Just drive the whole way down on the winger.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
late
on.
switch.
And chance.
Oh, they're over.
3-all.
There we go.
The late switch we've been talking about.
Well, it was.
We've been talking about the late switch, and they go through and score.
Yep.
Was it Caleb Lewis again?
Yeah, it was. Charlie McKee, you'll find on the replay, picks up from half, skips across, and then late switch, which was a flick pass.
Yeah.
Finds the end. We've got 3-all.
This will be one of the most unlikely draws you'll see.
Absolutely.
If they can hang on. That's the question. If they can hang on. We're into the final minute now.
You want Ballina to hold the ball. You don't want the Coast to get to the ball again.
Here they come. Stanfield.
Great touch.
It was 3-1 with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was.
And now it's 3-all. Stanfield. Bullet pass over
maybe not the best spot to turn the ball over again, because you're helping them get to the box a bit easier. We've got a penalty here. The boys might want to get a bit of urgency about that.
So we are down to the final seconds now. Siren is not too far away. The hand is hovering. They can't win, can they, Mitch? They can't pinch this.
You never know.
Wow, imagine if they do. So here's McKee. He's onto the field. Briggs is onto the field. Lewis is onto the field.
Great touch. Great touch.
Well, Ballina Bull Sharks might have one or two plays to win this.
Yeah, well, I hope they keep running. Oh, there you go. Don't pass it.
Well, they're happy for the draw.
Yes.
Well, what a thrilling finish there. 3-3. Central Coast Dolphins off the absolute canvas have come back to draw with the Ballina Bull Sharks. Thank you very much, Mitchie. Plenty more still to come. The Northern Beaches taking on the Maitland Redbacks in the 18 boys shortly after these ads.
12 o'clock matches next games are on schedule. Those referees, please make your way to the fields.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
I want something just like this. I want something just like this. Where you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. I want something just like
Let's go, Jackson 3-1, yes!
The coverage here, and on the main field we've got Maxville taking on the Hornsby Lions. This is the 16 boys. Dean Russell, welcome back to the coverage.
Thanks, Joel.
Referees ready.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it, at the moment?
Cracking day.
We've just had a look at the temperature. It feels a little bit hotter, but it is 28.7 at the moment.
Okay, so Maxfield rolling forward through. Ooh, chance in their arm. Early doors, the Maxfield boys.
Yeah, unfortunately, Welsh was coming back on the inside there, and his partner in crime, I think it was young Bade, was looking for him to run the outline, so they've turned the ball over early.
And a penalty, so any advantage they had by tapping off has well and truly gone now.
I always find the 16 boys and the 14 boys really interesting, Joel. Nothing to do with touch, but just a bit different body shapes.
Yes.
Like the growth spurts are different. And the same out here, like we've got some really tall timber, and then we've got some young kids who are a bit shorter in stature, but they say good things come in small packages.
100%, Dean. So Maxfield through White Martin. Pope. Unicum. And just a bit too vigorous there.
Yeah, they were searching. They appealed for the Unicum appealed to the referees for the penalty, but not forthcoming.
Pope goes down, Unicum dummy half, and the handover. Oh no, play on, said the referee. Here's a chance, Pope, and Pope tries to sneak through, but the touch has been made by Hornsby.
Yeah, good play there by Maxfield, but equally as good defence.
Oh, the bomb goes out, and Nelly the intercept. So it'll be another full set coming up here for Maxfield.
Yeah, and they'll look to keep the pressure on. We spoke earlier, Joel, about the difficulty in defending repeat sets of 6 on your line, and so Hornsby really going to be tested here.
Diving through, that must have gone very close, but the 17 for Hornsby, being Bradley Newman, says hello.
Well, the cheap turnover there takes all the pressure off Hornsby, so the Hornsby boys be able to try and move it downfield. Nice to see him going forward, but unfortunately just not square in the ruck.
Maxfield. Little dummy thrown there from White Martin. Here comes a 0 Ash Angel. Pike. And a penalty. So they've got plenty of field position here. You can take some more metres, boys. And that's what Ash Angel does. 10 away.
It's been all down this end of the field to start the game.
Noonan, Jarrett. Back to Noonan. Little sweep play coming out here. And Jackson White was the man darting around.
Yeah, probably went a bit too early on his run. Needed to delay it a little bit more just to make the most out of the defensive structures.
So he goes through here, Jackson White, and gets the pass away if you don't mind, and scoring in the corner is Ashton Pike.
Well, he might have gone early the previous play, but he was right on time for this particular play and was very clever and smart right at the end. He had 2 options. He could have given the ball to his link, but he was under a little bit of pressure, and instead he found the winger. And you'll see here, he cuts through the line, looks wide, sees the winger is available, gives a good pass, and they get the ball down for the first try of the game.
So Hornsby, the Lions, about 10 away now, taking them on the short side and just laying it off to the winger who gets caught in the corner.
Yeah, it's Hornsby trying to create something there on the short side of the field. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out well for them, but now Maxfield, again, I like what I'm seeing with Maxfield. They're working to get off the field and taking the drives forward rather than just all sprinting off when they get the changeover.
Just off the mark. Just off the mark.
just noticed the referees talk to the Maxwell box also, Joel, just about making sure their subs don't come on early. Seen a few penalties for that this weekend. Got a good program up at Maxwell with their juniors.
Yep.
They've had GI, Greg Inglis, on occasion turn up there and help them out. So, again, that link between rugby league and touch football.
Are Maxwell allowed in the New South Wales State Cup? Are they Queensland? Are they Queensland?
Yeah, I'm staying away from that. Has a good long ball here. Opportunity for
lovely,
Hornsby.
lovely. Archie Robinson, the one to score, gets the all clear, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, and again, that was just good play from the Lions. They scooted out to the short side of the field and through a long looping pass. You'll see they come out of half here, realise they've got the numbers wide. They throw that long looping ball out to our man Archie Robinson, and he scores in the corner to tie the game up.
And here's to you, Mr. Robinson, with the first try for Hornsby, 1-1. Oh, just the pressure. Nice pressure coming up from Marcelo Sanchez-Nichols.
Yeah, that's not the start from after conceding a try that you really want to give away. Turnover cheaply just on the opposition's half.
I really like what Cooper Jurett did there. They lost all momentum in the first two touches, and then he just wound up off the back fence, and it just gets you set back on track, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and just that momentum is a big thing in our game, and if you can get on top of it and you get the momentum driving forward and put the opposition on the back foot and use the ball then, promote the ball while you've got them going backwards, you'll have success all the time. Again, Maxwell getting caught up there as they brought the subs on, Joel.
Yep. Here we go. This is through Bard, and Bard gets the pass away to Archie Nimu. And Nemo hands the ball to Hornsby about 10 metres out from their own line.
Yeah, it was good ball promotion and through the hands there to try and catch them short, but the Lions' defence was up to it, and they all held their channels well. There's a sloppy play of the ball there, so there's going to be a turnover. There's a penalty for off the mark, actually.
Dean, what's the history of the 7? Has it always been a 7 line?
No, it only about 2 years ago the rules changed from the 7th edition to the 8th edition rules. It used to be a 5 metre mark, and so the defensive line only had to be back 5 metres, but the defensive line now has to be back 7 metres, and in doing that it was felt to keep the equilibrium in the game, move the 5 metre line out to the 7, so it's clearly defined for the attack and defence as well as the referees for those roll balls that take place on the 7.
Oh, swift hands, swift hands, and they slam dunk it in the corner for Maxwell's second.
Yeah, really good play from Maxwell. I think it was Ben Ennis there who has the sweet hands here. He gets his body turned in, but he still manages to turn out, get the pass to his unmarked winger. He's got a clear run to the line, and Maxwell now 2, Hornsby Lions 1.
Maxwell 2, Hornsby 1. So Hornsby above Maxwell on the ladder.
Yeah, the State Cup is a pretty tough tournament. You can have a really good day 1, but you've got to back it up again on day 2. And if you don't do that, you can find yourself out of the money when it comes to finals day, the Guzmani and Gomez finals day, which will take place out here tomorrow.
Bradley Newman with a nice par. Oh, yes. Yes, and the referee likes that as Eli Moala crashes over.
Yeah, to be honest, Joel, I thought he might have blown that then because he had the unmarked winger outside of him. And he went himself, but he was confident that he was going to get to the line. He's got the player beat, and he gets over the line there and puts it down. So once again, we're tied up here, 2-2.
2-2. And here comes Maxwell through Pickfins. Nemo. Bard. Nemo there as well. Diving into dummy half will be Welsh. And Welsh, the Rooster, play the dive, and that's down 2. Miller Bard gets the one, and that's going to make it now, Dean, 3-2 back to Maxville.
Yeah, and good skills here from Bard. You'll see the way he is able to get his body low and get underneath the touches as he just comes in here. They give the dump ball. They hit him on like a little rooster play, but he goes against the ruck and gets low and gets underneath the diving defence. So we're all squared up here. Oh, sorry, we're not all squared up. We're one in front for the Maxville boys.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, nice hands from Hornsby. Nice hands, indeed. As Xavier Davidson. So it is through Bradley Newman. Newman goes back. Long ball. He took a while to wind it up, Xavier Davidson, but found the winger right on the chest. And it's 3-3 again, Dean.
Yeah, it's we're witnessing a shootout here at the moment. Whatever you can do. Oh, no, just a sec. The referees have ruled that forward. So it must have been a late call from probably one of the sideline referees. It did look as though it did travel forward. But I thought initially it might have came backwards out of the hands. But the referee's right on the spot down there. We'll trust their judgment. And so it actually still remains 3-2 in favour of Maxville.
Into the half they go now, the Maxville side. And Kane Unicum is into the contest. We know this boy can throw a long ball. Ben Ennis, who set up that beautiful pass not so long ago. 3-2 the score. And we are, as far as this match is concerned, about 11 minutes into the contest.
Yeah, Hornsby, they've shown plenty here, but I'd like to see them drive a bit more forward here. They're getting caught in their own half, and they go from half here and flicks out the back, and probably not the best set we've seen from them this game so far. And they don't want to get caught playing the scoreboard. They're only one touchdown out of it at the moment, and teams can sometimes get sucked in to be playing the scoreboard. But here's a good set of drive coming on from well-read defensively. It was good from Maxville, but it was... I think it was Malo came out there and shut it down, and it's really disrupted now the flow that Maxville had.
So Angel's got the ball, gets it back through the quickie, and he's going to look for the 6 to go. 6 to go, the hand of Hamish Webber popped up.
Yeah, it's one of those 50-50s. You're not sure whether you should go for the knockdown and whether the defence was there supporting him. That time I thought they were, but you can't fault the young man. He's stopped the touchdown on that occasion.
They're coming around to Angel's side, but Jackson White, they're offside, so here's a big chance to go up 4-2 here, Maxville.
Yeah, White slipped as he came around there. Otherwise, I think it was going to be try time. He had the 2-1-1 overlap.
Noonan, Jackie Noonan, and Jarrett in his pocket here. So Jarrett and Noonan. Jackson White on the sweep. Angels on his outside. White's got the ball, pings it across, but he finds the wrong man, and here's the race. Oh, Jarrett did it easily. He just cruised up and made a wonderful touch.
Yeah, very quick there, Kenny, across Jarrett. I thought if they were going to catch the 9 there, if they were going to run him down, Robinson, it would have been probably 20 metres out from the goal line, but he's picked him up inside probably 15 metres.
You don't often see an intercept be caught well inside the own half, do you, Dean?
Yeah, and Jarrett's come... Oh, here's an opportunity for Hornsby showing good speed. And Jarrett again.
Jarrett again. It was Josh Yu. And Jarrett came flying through, and they make a meal of that on the last.
Well, you've got to say, in that set, he's actually saved 2 touchdowns just through pure speed. And that first one off the intercept, he actually came from the right middle as we're looking at it, Joel. So he's actually get across behind 3 players to run that ball down.
Sure has. So score still at 3-2. About 11 minutes remaining in this. Chance. Late pass. Beautiful. Quarterback throw over the top, but the referee didn't like it. Obstruction.
Yeah, he's ruled obstruction there. So the pass was given away while the player was still on the inside when he received the pass and then ran around behind. Had he got around first and received the pass, he would have been okay.
So similar to the rugby league rule, really.
Yeah.
Big chance here. Big chance to make a giant stride towards winning their first match, I think you'll find, for Maxville.
Hornsby putting the pressure on themselves here. There's an opportunity. I think that's down.
I'm in agreement with you, Dean. I'm in agreement with you, but what says the man in pink for Miller Bard? Miller Bard thinks it's down. Hang on.
The referee's going to have a conversation. The referee was right on top of it. He's happy with it, and he's going to award it.
I wonder what that conversation was about.
Yeah, it might have been about what the sideline referee said or saw from his angle.
Yep.
But the referee on field said, no, I was right on top of it. I saw him dive low and get the ball down, and I'm happy with it. So.
4-2. So a little bit of comfort now as Hornsby go a little bit smaller in that rear view mirror.
Looked like they were trying to set a boy play up there, but well read defensively, so the inside pass wasn't on. So they just pushed the pass wide.
Ball lost.
Yeah, not happy with himself either. Knows what pressure he's put on his team here.
So sweet play for Eli Moala. Eli Moala goes across, but you do. It's a bit of an old-fashioned way to do the sweep, isn't it, where they do that sort of rehearse dummy, which is a cue almost to the other team you're coming.
Yeah, and the thing about the sweep play is your timing is the most important.
Yeah.
You really want to get your timing right, so you're arriving to receive the pass as soon as the ball hits the ground. The acting half's in place, so you're trapping the player who's made the touch offside and making him, they call it trying to make him punish him.
Yep.
And but if you don't get your timing right, it can come all apart.
Maxville by 2.
I'll tell you something I haven't been a fan of this weekend, Joel. There's not much I haven't been a fan of. The innate amount of rat's tails I've seen on the young boys around.
Oh, they love it.
Last year it was the mullets, and apparently this year the fad is the rat's tail.
I'll tell you another fad at the moment, which I haven't seen as much here, but it was raining pink boots in Wagga. Absolutely raining pink boots.
I watched the game this morning on one of the outer fields, and on the field at one stage, I think out of the 12 players who were on the field, 9 of them had pink boots on.
Did they? Yeah, well, I think one of my young blokes saw similar numbers there. Great defence from Bailey Pickvance.
Yeah, they're working really hard here, Maxwell in defence, pushing up, trying not to get caught on the back foot. We've got Jared out there again. He's been a star so far in defence.
Here they come. Here they come. Oh, the winger collapsed. And that would see the Hornsby winger strike back. It was a wonderful, wonderful setup by Bradley Newman. And Hornsby now, Dean, within 4-3.
Yeah, unfortunately, the winger there from Maxville caught in what we call no man's land. Not in on the link and not out on the wing. And a good flat ball comes across the face, finds the winger with a clear run to the line. And Hornsby now drag one back.
I'm getting a bit of deja vu. The last game, Dean, it was Central Coast. And you've called so many games, you forget who it was. It'll come to me in a moment. And Ballina. Central Coast and Ballina. And Ballina were in control the whole time. In fact, they head back straight away. It was that man Ennis again with the long ball, and they just get that little bit extra buffer, so now 5-3.
Yeah, created numbers, simple sweep play. Came around to the bottom side of your screen, ran in, straightened as he sweeped around, and then threw the long ball to the unmarked winger who did everything right, caught it and got it down cleanly. So once again, we've got Maxville breaking out to that 2-try lead.
Yeah, I was saying the last game, Central Coast were down 3-1 with 3 minutes to go, and they never ever looked like pushing up with Ballina. And then 2 tries right at the death, it ends in a draw. Remarkable draw.
Always help. Here's another opportunity for Hornsby.
Massive opportunity, Saloon Passage, and Marcelo Sanchez-Nichols gets, and that's what I was thinking, like this is sort of deja vu with Hornsby looming within 1 of Maxville.
Yeah, and early on it was a shootout, then Maxville seemed to wrestle control of the game, and now it looks like we're back to the shootout. And if you are the coach of Maxville, you're really starting to talk to your right-hand side defence, because they've leaked a couple of tries down that side of the field. Might be a communication problem between the middle link and winger.
Jarrett. Noonan. Pickvance on the sweep. Here's Bailey Pickvance, and yes, that's down too.
Yeah.
And you spoke about the timing. That was almost timed with perfection, wasn't it?
Yeah, two things he did really well there was his timing was perfect coming around. But the other thing he did really well, and it's hard sometimes to teach kids, he's come around and he wants to get into that hole actually straightening rather than just fading across on the sweep. You notice as he comes around, he straightens, he dives low, gets the ball down, and that was really good execution.
So they keep getting close, but not close enough. Hornsby in the lead, back out to 2, 6-4. Maxville leading Hornsby. Lucky to catch that was Sanchez-Nichols. Newman with the wrap, and they make the dive. So 6-4 score remains. Maxville in control. We're into the last 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, they really narrowed the field on the short side that time, Hornsby, so it only really gave him the option to go back to the open. And defensively, good defensive structures will read that and make sure that they can shut it down, which is exactly what Maxville did.
Maxville chance. Here's the chance. Big decision for the winger to make, but no, the referee found something in back play.
Yeah, good decision from the referee too. It was young Pope there who actually tried to get on the outside defender, but he's actually running into the hole with Unicum. But, sorry, not Unicum, from Ennis, but he delivered the ball after the touch had been made, and the referee was right on the spot.
Newman, a nice little soft pass across to Xavier Davidson, waiting for the troops to come out. Cooper Jurett and Hornsby, if there's any chance of winning this game, well, that might have been it then.
Yeah, had to give the pass rather than... He got up, he dummied the ball, young Webber, and then took a few steps forward, which just allowed the defence to set and shut down the options in attack. So probably needed just to give the pass straight from the ground. So Maxwell trying to get new troops on. They're going to get another set here. And interestingly enough, we've seen Jarrett defensively with exceptional pace, but we haven't seen them use him in attack.
No, we haven't, have we?
And you would think with that type of pace, he might be someone you want to set a platform for to attack out of half.
Yeah, 100% right, Dean. 6-4. This would be their first win of the tournament if they can survive this last 2.5 minutes. So, Bailey Pickfance covered some ground in that one.
He might be auditioning for Dancing with the Stars. He was doing a lot of footwork out there then.
He certainly was. There's Pickfance. No, but something's been called back.
Yeah, the referees have ruled that they rolled the ball before the touch had been made, so it'll be a penalty here to Hornsby. They'll work it off their own 7. Time starting to run out for the Lions.
Must score this set to be any chance whatsoever. That momentum killer's not going to help. It's only about 90 seconds remaining now. The Max will be wrapped for this if they can just hold on. Newman again, he's been asking a lot of questions and racing away, so maybe with the touchdown for Xavier Davidson, it's 6-5 as we enter the final minute of play. They might get one more set, Dean.
Yeah, it's a really good play here from the big man, as you call him, and he's looked dangerous every time he's had the ball in his hands, Newman, and got on the outside of his player, and then just released Davidson, who showed very good speed to get to the line.
6-5 in the final minute of play. Chance, and that might be down too. No, Newman's got him.
The referee right on top of it there. So from our vantage point, I thought the ball might have been down, but the referee right there on the spot, he's got the best view.
Oh, player down. They couldn't see him go down though. Oh, he wanted that intercept, didn't he? But they didn't want the 6 to go because that's going to eat the time up. Congratulations, Maxville, their first win of the tournament, defeating Hornsby 6-5. Plenty more still to come on KO. You've got our man Tony Salerno getting ready to go. And we look forward to the next game, which will be the Beresfield Bandits taking on the Maitland Redbacks.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalizing a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Two minutes, players and referees. Please take the field. 2 minutes. 30 seconds, players and referees. Please take the field. 30 seconds.
Here we are on Lady Cutler Fields. My name is Tony Salerno alongside Alan Collins. A big heavyweight Group A clash in the under-16s boys. It's Maitland in the red and the black taking on Beresford in the black. Adam, plenty to look forward to with this one.
Yeah, both of these teams, it's a local derby. These guys situated in the Greater Hunter region. And as you said, it's a tight division so this is a very crucial fixture. Beresfield will be looking to have a crack at Maitland, who have been solid right throughout the tournament.
And they certainly will. It's the middle of day 2, which means it's time to make a move. Not too long till finals this afternoon. So players will have to step up and get the job done. Almost a touchdown straight away.
Yeah, big start there by the Redbacks. Just playing their hand early.
Riley Rostron. Now Bernie. Rostron again, the middle.
Little
Trying
split
to
play.
Something. Slipping over.
Yeah, split play through the middle there. You see the guy that played the ball and the acting half split open, and the runner comes straight through that middle hole. Trying to move the defence around and just create that opening, but Beresfield were up to it then.
They were. Their defence good, but their attack on the first day has been really good as well through the likes of Jed Gordon and Kyan Gordon and Jed Dawn, which I'm sure we'll see a lot of in this game too.
They have been impressive right throughout the tournament, as has number 19, Slater Kidd. He's one to watch.
Yeah, that's right. He's in the middle now. Up to the mark in defence there. Maitland looking across halfway, and they do. Early in their touch count.
It was a good transition place for them, just on their own side of halfway. So they're up over the halfway line now. Good attacking opportunity with a couple of touches under their belt.
Lidbury scampering. Two passes wide they come.
This is crucial territory here on that 7 metre line, so the defence has to be on their toes and moving forward. You see the outside play there. Individual brilliance.
And it is Lidbury. He is a very smooth mover, able to get around the defence.
Harry Lidbury, as we say, Tony, that 7 metre area is crucial. The defenders have to be on their toes, and all it took was that little outstep of Lidbury just to get on the outside, and he had the pace to burn.
He most certainly did. That's 1-0. Early in this game here, Maitland were on fire yesterday. Scored at least 9 touchdowns in their first 3 games.
Impressive there, but they just need to lift here to make sure that Beresfield, they don't give them a crack, and we see a turnover early in the count. It's a good defensive pressure applied by Maitland. So both ends of the fields, they need to be on fire.
Both these teams earlier going down to the Northern Beaches, who are topping that group at the moment, but second place is very intriguing. This performance will determine who gets that. Back to the middle of the field, and it's with Cohen Hill. Nice run.
Wants to get that ball down quickly. This is a good pick and drive.
It is.
Yeah, they find man in space. The referee's going to go back to the touch. The defender was calling the touch, but the referee called play on until he could consult. And so we go with the defender there. And no try.
No try, so Beresford working out of their own 7. That's a risky pass,
yeah,
and it's surrendered possession.
Just a bit of a heads up there. What they were looking to do was get to their own substitution box as quickly as they possibly could. They forced the pass. It didn't need to be made. We've been talking about it throughout the tournament. These young fellas, they're still trying to develop that skill set. They need to get momentum first before they start moving the ball to the sideline.
They're looking to the middle and now to the sideline, close. The referee having a look, and he'll have to go back because he was touched.
Back to this 7 metre zone. Nothing play here. It's slow. They'll slow it down now. They'll try and change the pace. There's that split through the middle again. And the referee has called the player offside and awarded the try there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, an infringement preventing the try, so the try still awarded.
Yeah, the referee, they'd be communicating to those players, and if they tell the player that they're offside, they can call play on. If they haven't had time to get that out and say, no, you're off, then they have to go with a penalty. So split second calls there, but the referees, they're on their toes. They operate as a team as well, so they're the third team out there in the game. But the on-field referee was right on the spot and made the call.
And that's 2 touchdowns to 0. Maitland leading Beresford early in this game. So they've got the jump start in the local derby, have Maitland. Drinkwater. Now on for Dawn. Here's Beavis. Can he get away from the ensuing defender?
That's a great touch there by Luke Hedges. He was right on the money. Link on link, and the big levers of Cody Beavis there. He's been getting the ball down quickly.
Spiral pass plucked out of the air. So it will be Maitland back in possession again. Both teams not afraid to chance their arm.
See, this is another one of those subsets, so they're trying to get the ball across the field as quickly as possible. This is much better now. Drive up the middle, build on that momentum, and then look for the subs.
Yeah, a lot of sideways to sideways early, not making the territory that they would like Maitland. Here they go. It's a good driving touch.
Good hands.
Tried to promote it, but just didn't find the mark, but a penalty.
We've got a late pass there, so that touch the referee says was affected before he let that ball go.
Beavis. Drinkwater. Now Beresford. Hot opportunity on the wing. Decided to hold it. Now Drinkwater. Dummies back inside. And out of the box, here come the reinforcements for Beresford.
Yeah, this is the strong set for Beresfield now. They've got Dawn. Slater is out there now.
Slater kid. Adam Collins, you said he's one to watch.
He absolutely one to watch, as is that other young fella there, Kyan Gordon. But so far, Maitland have been well in control of this game. They're just doing the basics well. Now they'll change the pace and roll forward. Sweeping substitutes come into attacking positions here, and they've loaded up to the right-hand side.
Nice and fresh on a hot day. Here they go to that right-hand side. You've called it.
There's a sweeper play going around the back, but they'll come back to the left here. They've got numbers if they can get the ball. He needed to release that one.
Just a touch at the last minute prevented the try being scored.
The two players off the ball then did excellent. The link tucked into his hole, and the winger had to turn in case he got the ball, which left the winger unmarked. If they were able to get that long ball away, we have a try in the corner, but they weren't able to. The guy with the ball tried to get over the line himself. Maybe a little bit selfish.
Maybe a little bit selfish. I'm sure the coach will be able to tell him to try and pull that in.
See here, this change. They have to scramble now, Beresfield.
The box was late to come out.
Young Josh Drinkwater, he's small in stature, but he's got a heart the size of a lion.
And he's quick too.
He is quick.
They're just floating around the 7. Maitland looking for the opportunity.
That's better.
Hands.
Again, a release to the wing arm.
Passed.
They need to play that heads-up footy. That gap closed very quickly. He had to release.
And now back
Noah
into the
Carlson.
middle again. Noah Carlson couldn't get it done. Noah Carlson, the 20, getting his hands on the ball quite a bit. Instigating, here he comes.
It's that same play they've done.
And that one might result in a try, will it?
No, touch called.
Just touched.
The referee was right on the spot.
He has. He's been right up with this play. The 16s boys, Maitland on the attack, looking to extend their lead again. Here they come.
There's the long ball, but it's like a harbour bridge pass, they call that one, way over the top. Super exaggerated. Those passes really need to be direct and hit the runner on the chest.
And more flat, don't they? Really to try and penetrate the defence. Beresfield holding on.
They're rucking the ball forward well. They're up to the halfway line.
Good driving set from Beresfield, but
they'll lose possession there, so that was not square, the referee indicating. So he wasn't facing the opponent's try line, he was facing towards the sideline. So that's a bit of control of your momentum, just making sure that you're facing the right way when you play the ball.
It's the little things that you've got to be very conscious of. Lidbury scampering. He asked to roll ball.
So they're a bit bunched in the middle here.
Hedges getting involved. As was Bernie.
There's a long pass
Spiral pass.
That was much better. The referee's called the touch.
That he has, right in the nick of time. So Beresfield on their try line have actually been quite good in repelling Maitland. They've left about 2 or 3 tries out there already.
They have presented a few opportunities, but they've stood up to the test, which I really like about their defence. But Maitland just need to keep cracking away. And they released the ball to the outside player then, so they've obviously been listening to the call.
They may have.
No, I'm not taking any credit, mate.
You absolutely should. Adam, you've been right on point so far. Drinkwater. Roll ball, and there is Kidd. Back for Drinkwater. Trying to slice through. And a last second touch.
Now they'll push through the middle. That's good metres, but he has to go back. He's overrun the mark. The referee says the touch was made, so he goes back. Now they'll reset once again.
Eavesdropping on the Maitland touchline. They say play with pace and play with purpose. That's what they'll be looking for as they work into this left-hand channel.
And it is as simple as that sometimes, Sonny. It's about the simple things in the game. If you get them right, you can then build on the back of it.
Riley Barnes out there. Skipping, trying to get to the outside. Here they go again. Maitland.
Yeah, he's
really
dangerous
quick.
through the middle.
Into the try-scoring position and unopposed.
Riley
It'll be Darcy
Rostron.
Campton.
Riley Rostron, that single heads-up touch footy that was a really good strike dump, we call them. He just picked up and just burst through the gap. Excellent pace, the acceleration. He burnt off Josh Drinkwater, you can see there. Got on his outside, and once he did that, the players then have to shift. The men in support of him, they create the openings, because if they then take off in different directions, the defenders have to chase. Then it allows somebody just to tuck into the pocket and score.
He's got excellent attributes, long and gangly, and also just that acceleration, as you mentioned, right at the end, able to get past defenders. We're playing touchdown turnaround, so team swap sides after the touchdown. 3-0, this game getting away from Beresfield, still plenty of time. But they'll want to start hitting the scoreboard. There's a long deploy.
Forward pass.
Blown into the breeze and almost ended up underneath the collar.
You see the on-field referee just gave the signal to take that one up to the box, but then made the decision himself. He wanted to see that one on the big screen.
Oh, they look a picture, don't get me wrong.
It's a great atmosphere out here. The Junior State Cup, the referees are really getting involved. They've done a fantastic job. The atmosphere around the grounds is unbelievable, playing in quite hot conditions, but these kids are having an absolute ball, and as are the referees.
And of course, now that we're on KO, plenty of new access exposure for the players. We've also got the Junior State Cup finals coming up on KO. Gordon Cup and also Senior State Cup. So plenty of touch football to sink your teeth into.
Yeah, lots of things happening this year in the touch football world. So it's great to have or be on board with KO and bring you all the action from our best tournaments.
Maitland getting dangerously close again. Spider bite there looking for the Redbacks. Dummy into the end zone. And an easy try. They've done that well. Able to position their men once they've got into the try-scoring zone. And Maitland make that 4.
Yeah, this is a surprising scoreline for mine. I didn't expect it to blow out this early. 4 tries is a very big deficit to turn around here for Beresfield, so they really need to start cracking their whips. This young man here might have a say in that. Cody Beavis.
Beavis was good yesterday. Looking good again. Slater Kidd.
The risk here is that some of those better players try to do everything themselves. They really still need to stay to their structures, trust the processes the coach has put in place, and not overplay their hands. So this is where, these kids, they're still learning that skill set, but plenty of great action out here today.
And of course, as they are kids, scoreboard pressure as well will start to become a factor. Trying to, as you mentioned, move those things. Here's Bernie into the backfield.
He's done this a few times. He's got in behind the defence and then starts, opening up a few holes. Couldn't find the support players there, but did well to make at least 20 metres on that run.
Into the attacking half, the Redbacks.
They've got numbers to the right.
That's where they're headed. Barnes.
And they go the other way.
Gets it back, but unable to handle it.
Yeah, just a little bit hard on that pass off the ground. It's really important that the ball from acting half comes straight off the deck to give yourselves plenty of time. This could be a penalty here, yeah. A little bit of pressure applied in the touch, too much force, and it put the man off balance. So the referee adjudged that was created by the defender and awards a penalty to Beavis as he gets way down the sideline again. Great metres.
You're right on top of it, Adam. Now Dummy, there we go. Able to get through Faulkner. Looking at Dawn, linking up with Faulkner again. What can these two scheme? Drinkwater joins the party. Looked a little suspect, but they'll play on. Dawn. Drinkwater couldn't scoop it up. Ball free. Here they go, Maitland, towards the left-hand channel.
So he didn't think he had the legs to make the full length there, so he just wanted to get the ball down and set up a second phase play. And now that's a forward pass again from the ruck, missed by the referees. They play on. The numbers come on.
Lidbury. What can he conjure here?
He's been good around this area. This danger part of the field again. Look for Lidbury on that 7-metre strike line.
Ellis. Now that mare again. Rostron finds the person he wanted. And it was the 6, Jack Allen. Party time here for Maitland. They lead 5-0.
They just don't have the answers. Rostron has been allowed to get through from acting half there multiple times already in this game. So Beresfield really need to strengthen up that middle defensive effort. The Lynx need to pull in where they can help out. But Rostron's just run rampant.
Rostron, redback by name, redback by nature. Literally does have spiders on him. He is a spider.
More of a funnel web at the moment. Every time he bites, he's lethal.
That's right. The Bandits have no answer. Gordon towards the middle of the field. Looking to that right-hand side again. Looking for the sweep. Beavis made himself available. They go over the top of the deploy.
Forward pass. The referee on the far sideline has his arm up across his chest, which indicates to the on-field ref that the ball travelled forward out of the hands. So that's that, non-verbal communication between the referees. And now Maitland push up off their line.
Past their 7. Haven't been camped down here very much. Been played predominantly in the attacking half for Maitland.
Yeah. Change over. So, lost the possession there. He just didn't control the roll ball to the ground, and the referee just says turnover. See, the defensive pressure here too. The Maitland players are shooting up in numbers to try and cut down the Beresfield team making their way to their sub-box, and they haven't done so yet. So now the new men are on after 3 touches.
Yes,
and they force that error.
And they force the error. So problems accumulating for Beresfield.
That scoreboard pressure, you called it earlier, they're being forced into things that they wouldn't normally do by the scoreboard pressure and the defensive pressure applied by the Redbacks. But it's easy for them to do. They're 5 tries ahead.
That's right, exactly. So they can afford to take a few more risks and also put the foot on the throat. Here they go again. Maitland. Wiedemann. Now Carlson in the middle. Here he is, left foot step, dummy. Carlson, very good at evading, but eventually succumbs to the tap.
Yeah, the big blonde mop of Noah Carlson here with the ball now. He'll split left. They get the sweeper around to the right. He'll dive, and young Josh Drinkwater
makes a good touch, does he?
That was a David and Goliath battle. No, he got there, but not in time. So it was the big dive from young Josh Drinkwater. He threw himself at it, but he didn't quite get there, and just that longer body and longer levers of the young fellow was able to get the ball down. We'll see it here in replay. So that sweeper, he's got all the momentum going forward. Young Drinkwater had to come across, and it was seconds in it, but well done to Charlie Bury.
And he's built low to the ground, Drinkwater, which means his levers might not be as long as some others. Leaves him exposed, but a try there for Maitland. 6-0, that's a dangerous ball. They rake it in. Beavis. Now Ferraro.
Beavis giving the instructions here is just pointing to where he wants the players to set up. It's like a game of chess. They've backed off the pace now on that 7-metre line. The sweep from Beavis goes. Gets the ball off the deck early.
Just couldn't be collected by Ferraro.
Possibly a cutout pass was on there. I think if he had hit the winger, the defensive winger had turned to come in. But those heads-up plays, it's a split-second decision.
It is, isn't it? And I mean,
and we're elevated.
Yeah, exactly. Our vantage point is perfect. Yeah,
perfect to say, but yeah, tough for the kids down there to make those calls.
And what are you looking for, Adam, in a player looking to come through and push for higher honours? Obviously, there's a lot of talent in this Maitland team. What are you looking for as they try and elevate themselves up the levels?
Well, at this age group, it's really important that they just they develop into the physical attributes that they have, and they learn how to use them properly. There's always speed out there. There's passing ability. They're all great, but if you can't read the game and don't understand the reasons you do things, well, then you're not going to progress. It's about being able to apply the skills at the right time and play that what's in front of you mentality that sets players apart.
That's right. Yep, just a lot of that instinct, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I said earlier on where the players, they're still being a little bit selfish. They don't understand to actually be better for your team. You can do all that individual brilliance, but you've got to use the men and the support players around you.
Team first, and you'll get your opportunities.
100%.
Yep, absolutely. And now the box change results in an error from Beresfield. The local derby not going the way for the men in black. It'll be Maitland again on repeat in attack. As they look across field towards their box.
So 6 minutes, just a little bit over 6 minutes remain here.
Carlson back towards the middle. 2 passes infield. Ellers finds Hill. Ellers again. Those 2 exchange.
It's a good release. The referee's going to call a touch there, I believe.
And a touch pass potentially, which is
yeah,
a turnover.
Exactly what it was.
Drinkwater keen to get involved. Dawn.
That's a nice ball from Drinkwater there.
Vardas on that wing. The exchange of passing. This looks more promising from Beresfield. Nice drive up the field.
Still a little bit slow. That could have been a penalty against the defence for going through the ruck, but the referee's allowed it to happen. So now we are final touch.
Beavis tried his hardest to evade the touch.
But then gives away a penalty by not returning the ball to the mark immediately. So that's a good set there for the Beresfield team, but they released the pressure valve by giving away a penalty on the last.
And it is
need
those
to happen.
1%ers.
Yeah.
6-0 Maitland over Beresfield. So both these teams going down to Northern Beaches earlier today. So it looks like Northern Beaches will top the pool, and most likely now Maitland will finish in second.
Yeah, that's the way it's looking, and they've really earned that in this game. 6-0, and it's been a comprehensive victory. They've applied defensive pressure when it needed to be, and they've really shut Beresfield out. They haven't produced some of that individual brilliance we've seen in earlier games from those key players we've already talked about, but it really has been Maitland that have stood up to the test here.
And of course, for different teams, there's a nice spiral ball from Gordon. Faulkner has to surrender possession. A lot of these teams, some come here to learn, to develop. Others are here to obviously win the tournament. So there has been a few score lines that have gone one way. This one I was thinking might be a little bit more even, but it is Maitland showing just in those key moments, able to ice things a little bit more.
Yeah, that's it. Those key moments, like you said, it's learning from what's happened earlier in the tournament and then building and capitalising. You don't win the tournament on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday morning, but you certainly make big inroads into learning your progress.
Absolutely. It's Saturday afternoon where you've got to start getting your groove on. It looks like Maitland is.
Yeah, they're up there. I still think, as you call them, Northern Beaches are the team to watch coming out of this pool, definitely.
The Renegades.
A strong club, defending club champions here.
Slater Kidd, quick release. Gets it back from Dawn.
These two together are dangerous.
And look at that footwork, Dawn finding his wing of Vardas, but couldn't control it, and it'll be a turnover.
The link collapsed back on the inside there and had the numbers were then evened up outside the winger on winger, and there was nowhere to go for Beresfield then. And Maitland just roll up the field again now. This is a really good transition from Maitland.
Done it well. Here they go again.
2 touches remain here, so this is a great set. They'll attack from about 8 metres out. There's
Carlson.
that space again.
Here he comes into the try scoring
pace.
area. Pops it over the top. That would have been a fantastic
It
try.
would have been electrifying. Noah Carlson, the big blonde mop, he got through from acting half again. It didn't look like anything was on, just the Hail Mary pass over the top, and the dive from number 16, Reese Lewis it was, almost got there. That would have been very impressive.
Noah Carlson's had some game, hasn't he? Him and Rostron really been strong for Maitland. Watch out for them.
Out of that half position, that's been their key. They've had really good dumps in crucial field positions, and they've made good calls on when to scoop and when not to.
Gordon drops it down. Faulkner looking across field. He was the dummy half, so it'll be a turnover. Carlson goes to work again. Just glides across the field. They head towards their box.
Less than 2 minutes remain here, so the game's out of their reach, but they want to finish on a high note, Beresfield, and they're certainly capable.
Lidbury. Ellers. Now on further, here they come. Ellers will get into the try-scoring zone. There he goes. Is he going to find support? You bet he will.
Yeah, it's just pace.
Riley Barnes the man. And Maitland, that may be lucky number 7. 7 points to 0. This game almost done, but Maitland now making a statement.
Here's the replay. You can just see the left foot step gets outside young Drinkwater again, and once the line opens up, it's the players off the ball that then create the space, and the winger just held his line beautifully, and it was a great pass right on the chest, and 7-0 now for Maitland. Very impressive victory.
Most certainly will be. It goes with their collection of good victories so far. We'll keep it with the Beresford play at the moment as they approach the 7.
Beavis with the ball. Dangerous.
Here
Use
he-
that same play. Splits to the left. Finds a man. But see the defence now. The man-on-man almost basketball defence.
Oh, what an intercept
taken
from Lidbury. Trying to turn the Jets on, positioning support. Eventually they get it. Still going no touch. You could have had a coffee by the time Beavis had let go of that ball. How didn't he fight the board?
I'm really interested in what just happened up there. The defensive players, they're playing that man on basketball defence then, shadowing each other. But I think there was actually contact made where one of the attacking players was taken out, which then allowed the defender to make that intercept. But the referee didn't see it that way and called play on. And this will be, you heard the siren sounding in the background, and this will be the final play. Maitland, comprehensive winners.
Maitland, big winners, 7 points to 0 in their final Group A clash in the under-16 boys. It's been a very entertaining division, and it is Maitland who draw closer to the Northern Beaches Renegades. A big win as they sign off the pool stage. Coming up next, we've got Ballina, we've got Manly taking on Newcastle in the under-18s boys. Jason Stanton will join me up here. Oh, it'll be myself and yourself again, Adam.
Yeah, I'm staying on for a double, mate, so it'll be you and I
On
together
call,
once
on
again.
call.
We'll bring all the action here. Take a short break.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates,
run around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie. So
it's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now. So I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it. So it's good to be here.
I've got to ask. What's going on?
Yeah.
It's Saturday afternoon, which means it's moving day here at the New South Wales Junior State Cup. The Newcastle Knights in the blue and the red, running to left to right on your screen, taking on the Manly Seagulls in the maroon and white. A nod to the NRL teams of those names. Big game here in the under-18s boys.
These are the big boys of the Junior State Cup, the 18s. That's a great play out the back.
And immediately, Willis Hahn in the corner on the wing. He was doing that all day yesterday, and he's picking up where they left off in a matter of 3 touches. Newcastle on the board.
A beautiful setup there. They got down to that strike zone, 7 metres out. We'll see the replay. Here, just await the pitches. Here it comes. See there. They dropped out to the right. The link comes in on a really hard angle, which draws the outside defenders in. And then they just hit that long ball out to the winger, unmarked in the corner. Beautiful play to start off for Newcastle.
And now it's Manly's turn. The stadium field knock on from Rico Masters. Out of their own 7, Newcastle. What can they do deep in their own territory this time? Looks a good drive towards their box.
Yeah, you see an increase in the pace of the two. There's only 2 years difference in the age group, but the experience and the skill sets that these kids have developed by the 18 years age, they have a little bit more of control over that momentum and the processes. So we'll see that here with these 2 teams, certainly capable.
And
forward
pass. So now Newcastle back on the attack again. And you've just seen it on first impression. Newcastle look like they've come to play. They look like they're a little bit more developed than Manly so far, but still plenty of this game to go. On come the reinforcements.
Just a stumble at the play of the ball. The referee says not controlled, so we have a turnover there. This is a good opportunity now for Manly. They're right on the halfway line with a full set of 6.
They are over halfway. They go. Johnston feeding the ball for Truman in the 10.
They want to attack from the middle here, so they brought the ball right back in. That's 3 touches right down the middle of the field. Sweeper.
Truman, here he is, trying to evade the defence. Good touch by McKenzie. They'll go again from the 7.
Nice touch now. It's a static start.
Truman, ball knocked down.
No, I don't think he got his hand in there. It was just a forced pass. The late release back inside didn't quite pay off. So it's a turnover and Newcastle build off their own line.
They do. 10 metres shy of halfway, Newcastle. McKenzie, he'll dump it. And now they'll come back towards the middle of the field with their reinforcements, the Knights. Moving quickly.
Didn't quite get the handle on that one.
That's right. You can move as quickly as you like. You've got to make sure you control it.
You have to have the ball in hand. There's a little fumble at half as well. That one came off the foot of the man that rolled the ball, so he looks a bit fatigued. He's been out there for 2 or 3 sets, and in the middle it's a tough game for the Manly number 10, which is Alexander Truman. They could exploit him here. It's exactly what they were trying to do. He's a big, thick-set fella too, and he's pushing out the big breaths there.
Yeah, he's on his haunches.
They'll be looking for him again. 21.
And now sliding in. Stone.
Jai Stone.
Try for the Knights. Getting in really good position, and the Knights look lethal inside the 7.
That's their strike zone. As we see both teams trying to set up from that middle of the field so they can create, numbers on the edges. That time it was just a good pick up, and for Stone, he hit the line beautifully. That's 2-0.
I'm Tony Salerno. Adam Collins alongside me, calling under-18s boys. Newcastle Knights, Manly Seagulls. It's day 2 of the Junior State Cup. Manly rolling on. Trying to flick out the back there because it was the last.
Again, a nothing play on the end of a set. That had the potential then of being called late as well. So Manly really need to lift. Again, just getting involved in the play the ball where they didn't really need to. It's crucial that Manly stay in this game. They have to be in contact and get the simple things right, not give away cheap penalties.
At the moment, it's control your own game, isn't it? Make sure you do the things right, and slowly you'll get back into the game. They're looking quite anonymous here.
And Newcastle are driving perfectly through this middle. The late switch will come.
Trying to find Stone again, but unable to capitalise.
It's a beautiful late switch. You can see the one player making a beeline almost, diagonally across the field at pace, so it draws those inside defenders. That line the inside man did on the switch was perfectly done, but the pass was just off the money.
Masters came off after his dump as they head towards the right-hand channel. Manly trying to get on the board for the first time.
Pick up. They've turned a man inside out here.
Rico Masters, his pass didn't find the mark.
And a penalty for a forward pass was the call.
Spinning it, making it sing, the Newcastle Knights. They're moving at speed. French delivers the ball to his link. Now, box players come in. A penalty to Manly this time.
Again, these little errors that these teams make, it's about experience, not giving away cheap penalties. But Manly, here, good opportunity, Tony.
They do. What can they do about it? Masters drops it down, gets it
Big
back.
hole on the right.
There was, but they didn't see it. They're going for glory through Mayhew.
It was a nice release from Masters. He put his man in space, but unfortunately, Mayhew not able to take it. But that was better from Manly.
That's right. They've got to stop this drive. It's very easy from Brain and the Newcastle Knights. Head back towards the middle. Two passes infield. McKenzie instigates his own touch. French, McKenzie.
A good jam there for the number 16 from Manly coming in to shut it down. Baxter Stewart read that perfectly and ends the set.
And those are the little wins for Manly at this stage. Here they go through Masters.
2 touches up to the halfway line.
There's 3 Masters in this Manly side.
The Masters family on the northern beaches of Sydney are a major factor in the development of the sport. We've got multiple players in this team. We've got, I think, 4 or 5 referees from the Masters family as well, so they're making a massive contribution.
And it's great to see the next generations coming through as well,
absolutely.
So not going to lose them anytime soon.
No, they love the sport, and kudos to the whole family for the work they do.
And hello to the Masters family if they are watching out there on KO. At the moment, they wouldn't be loving what they're seeing. Newcastle well on top, but definitely their family getting plenty of ball.
And plenty of time left for the boys to step up. I talked about it yesterday, the 2-try difference.
Now, great ball. Kynan Jackson, the man on the mark. Try time for Newcastle.
The thing that you see in replay here, it's really impressive, is the speed from catching the ball and getting it to the ground. It's almost instantaneous. This is a really nice pass back to a man in space, but it's that transition from here to the ground that's really, really impressive.
Almost in the one motion, which is super handy. So 3-0, Newcastle lead Manly. How can the men from the Northern Beaches turn this one around? The maroon and the whites looking ahead towards the 7. Here they come again. Goose step, but couldn't find the mark.
Yeah, the link just looked to go back inside on a switch play then, but the work that was done by Oscar McMillan, he actually set it up. If the link had have held his channel outside, there was a nice little release ball there, but unfortunately he looked to come back in and the ball went to ground.
Goes begging for Manly. 17 minutes remaining in this one. Newcastle with a big lead so far. Looking to advance on that. Here come the reinforcement. The cavalry for the Knights. You will.
They just build here. These guys, this pace is really impressive from Newcastle, and that'll earn a penalty. So that transition play where they all tucked into positions, they continue the momentum down the field, and that's the key. Puts the defence on their back foot and forces them into an error.
Here it comes through McKenzie.
It's a whole set 7 metres out. They'll just work it in between the two middles here.
Here they go. You've called it. Mackenzie again, slowing the tempo, seeing what he can provide.
There was a no-touch call. That little pass didn't come off, but they'd set it up beautifully. Referees are going to blow a penalty here, but against the defence for not pushing up off the line. So because the ball is outside the 7, the defence can't collapse until the ball comes into that space. And the referees talk to each other and they talk to the defenders about it. But you've got to listen to the referees.
You do. Bannister. Almost on the end of that pass, but it was a touch.
Yeah, he was onside. He got his both feet on or behind the scoreline. And then he was able to come forward and make that touch and shut it down.
Harris, Bannister, Mackenzie. Bannister again. It was Hans on his own. They go back infield for Bannister.
No, this is a great call. This is a great call from number 3 here. You see the referee. He thought that player made a touch, but the player that came in off the wing, or from Link, Luke Johnson, massive kudos. Straight away his hands went up and said, I didn't touch him, sir. So the referee thought he saw the touch, but the honesty of Luke Johnson
should be commended.
Absolutely, sing the praises of the young man, because the referee, for all intents and purposes, had said you'd got him. So he could have easily said, oh, sweet, I'm going to go with that.
Yes.
But kudos to young Johnston. Massive and very impressive honesty, and that's what this game's all about. You can see it there in replay. He was millimetres away. He'd done everything perfectly, but just missed the contact point.
And you hope he gets back what he's delivered. So here they come. At the 7, Manly. They've looked better in these last couple of minutes. Masters. Cut out ball and intercepted by the Knights. So they'll head up to the 7 and play it. Good defence from Newcastle as well. We get swept up in their attack, but the defence numbering up nicely.
They've been right up to it. The Manly boys are still asking questions. Here's a penalty for not square. So that's the thing with these subsets where they're driving so hard diagonally or sideways to get off the field. Sometimes they don't straighten up when they're in that contact point. The referees have been all over it.
2 passes wide. Here's another Masters. Lost the footy, so it'll be Newcastle again. As quickly as they take it, they give it back.
Just got tangled up in the roll ball there.
Mackenzie in the hat. Now further wide for French.
You might be able to pick that up in the effects mic. Somebody's brought the boom box around, and the atmosphere out here sounds, the sights and sounds of Junior State Cup from beautiful Dubbo. We hope you're enjoying it as much as we are bringing it to you.
Live on KO. Now that pass didn't find the mark either, but definitely plenty of colour around. All the different gazebos, all the different clubs. It's a nice homecoming for a lot of these teams who are neighbouring. And a lot of these teams obviously don't play each other much. So it's good to get out and about and learn more about the country playing this great game.
Last touch coming up for Manly forward off the ruck.
That was a line ball at best. Last touch for Manly. They don't release it.
And the defence held beautifully then. They just held their positions. Communication was strong and they shut it down.
Now to the left they play. Stone. A couple of tries for him today. Their box was a little bit late to the party. Here they come now. French.
The play was called
through.
offside then, so extra metres for Newcastle.
They go again and over Castrans. Michael Wayne. Touch from McMillan.
Yeah, good touch to shut that one down. 4-0.
12 minutes 50 on the clock. Not long to go. Half of the game remaining.
Not square again.
Again, he's been very consistent with that call, the referee.
The problem I have with that is the play had broken down, so it was so slow. He actually had to return to the mark and still didn't get himself in the right position. So these are about, to me, I said it in play yesterday, it's not about skill, it's about attitude. You've got to have your mind in the game to know those little things and just make sure they happen.
Now, a fresh set for Newcastle was a touch before potentially the ensuing try. Brain. Further wide they go through McElwain. Receives it back from Brain.
Strong defence from Manly this time around. That's great so far.
They can't concede any more tries. Manly. Brain will dump it. And now juggles.
Good pressure.
French couldn't get it.
Well done to the Manly boys there. Now they have to work hard off their line.
Down the left-hand channel, ball spilt.
Yeah. So the referee there initially thought that the ball was lost, but the sideline referee, again, working as a team, said that the contribution of the defender then was what put the ball out of play. So the penalty goes instead of a turnover.
So now Manly, ball's popped out as well. Same discretion from McElwain.
2 in a row. So this is a great opportunity now for Manly. A full set of 6, and they're 20 metres out.
This will build the confidence if they can get one.
And look, they've worked hard enough to get it. I really do hope that they can transition. Truman with the ball. He's the fella that was working extremely hard to the point of exhaustion. That's a nice pass off the ground.
He has almost got it back.
Angus
But it was Sullivan Masters. The man to go back to his 7 and play it. Truman hovering along this line, Manly. What can they deliver? There's space on the right if they can get it there. Quick dump, last play. Truman,
nice
his man Masters was touched just before he could get it to the ground.
Yeah, it was a nice play from the Manly boys. They set it up well. Angus Torrance was busy around that ruck, as was Masters. Unfortunately, just not able to convert it into points, but a better set.
10 minutes remaining. Newcastle lead 4 points to 0. Blew Manly off the park in the first 5 minutes, but Manly's warming into this game. McKenzie tried to dump quickly.
He got it caught up in his own feet then. So now Manly, right up to the halfway line, first touch. Earns a penalty. So that direct momentum is what forced that penalty then. It drew the defender into the touch.
Down that left-hand channel for Manly. Getting towards the middle of the field. McMillan. Now Walsh. Dumping it under. McMillan again. Assessing the situation. Walsh. McMillan, those two combining the middles. Could he get there? No.
It was a nice shutdown from Mitchell French. And I can't see who that other middle player is, but they combined beautifully to shut it down.
Would have been McKenzie in the hat.
Oscar McMillan, the number 9 for Manly. He's been dangerous, but they go away from him. They've actually lost 15 or close to 20 metres on that play.
Running backwards, that's a cardinal sin in touch.
But that's why the defenders need to keep moving forward, and the more they push, the further back the attack has to go.
And a penalty compounding on that for Newcastle.
So it's about attitude for mine now for Manly. They need to just own it. They need to step up, not be frustrated and forced into making these plays that they wouldn't normally do. They just need to trust their process.
And we've just got the 16s boys 230 team list come in. That's coming up as well.
The action doesn't stop here.
Beresfield versus Mudgee. Space on the left if they can see it. Kynan Jackson, what's he working to?
Going to wrap play here, and then they'll go long. That's beautifully worked.
Called it perfectly. Joe Thompson all alone. Nobody in Kui.
So this is one to watch in replay. The wrap play holds the middle defender, and then the link comes in on an opposite angle. So the link and the wing have to turn. They turn their bodies inside, and it just opens up space out wide. You'll see it here. So that wraparound play holds up that outside middle or link defender, and then they just shoot it over the top, and beautifully executed and well set up.
It makes it number 5 for Newcastle. Manly looking to salvage something. Who's really impressed you in the 18s? Newcastle, a good team. Northern Beaches, Renegades, of course, up there as well. Maitland too, making a fist of it. Great final touch from Stone. Had to make it. Masters almost there.
Out of this game, I've been really, really impressed by Newcastle. They've done the basics well, but they've set up plays like that and executed them perfectly. They haven't overplayed their hand in some of those respects. So, yeah, this game's really stamped their authority for mine.
Just very calculated and meticulous, hasn't it? They haven't been trying to score off every play. And here they go again. They're drawing very strong towards their box.
But see, that first settle, it wasn't trying to get to their box. They were direct down the middle third of the field, and then it allows you to take options on your subset plays.
McKenzie, now French. Those two combining. Tried to draw a penalty, passing it into the opposition player.
So he got 6 to go there. It could have been a penalty because the offside player definitely affected that pass. but we'll go 6 more, 7 metres out.
Mackenzie and French combine again. Here they go.
Dish off the ground. They've turned that middle defender around, which then engaged his co-middle player, and that's the gap that opened up. Again, another perfectly executed set piece.
Mackenzie with the slam dunk. The 17 in the hat's been really impressive for Newcastle. Watch out for him. I dare say they'll feature later today and tomorrow, Newcastle.
So we didn't have a
get a good look on that one.
Try awarded there, I don't believe. We might have called it early.
Yep, so Mackenzie again. Try and replicate what
Not
he'd
sure
done
what it was,
earlier.
But,
French.
Got caught up in the excitement.
Very
Apologies
much so.
to our viewers.
French
That's a long
stretching
dive.
out.
Yeah, it's a long dive. He was never going to get that far. He got under the initial touch, but the other young fellow was back on the line.
Newcastle, what can they conjure here?
There's a split play. Again, another set piece. The sweeper drew the middle to the opposite side and then just opened up on the left.
It's a carbon copy for Joe Thompson. He's loving life on that left wing.
And that's a great winger's job. They know if they hold their channel and just hit the line at pace, the rewards will come. And that's a beautifully executed wing play. And he did his job 100%.
That's 6-0 now, Newcastle over Manly. I don't know what we've done, Adam. We've got into the commentary box. The first game we called just earlier, 7-0 between Maitland and Beresford under 16s, and this one 6-0.
It's raining tries.
Under 18s, one-sided unfortunately, but I guess the teams that won those games won't matter too much.
No, and both of them have been impressive. This has been a great performance by the Newcastle team. Manly haven't laid down. They've really been cracking away, but Newcastle have just been up to the task, and they've controlled the game in attack and defence. So this scoreline is a true reflection of how well they've played.
Next up, it'll be the Central Coast taking on Taree at 2 o'clock. Joel Kane will be back in the chair calling that one. Looking forward to that. Action doesn't stop here on KO all day. We've got feature matches all the way down the line. Newcastle a 6-0 lead here. This game may already be won, but Newcastle really flexing their muscles. Cut out ball.
One looked late for me, but you mentioned Joel coming into commentary. I know if he was watching this game, or if he has been watching this game, he'd be super impressed at how Newcastle have been more direct. He hates the subset. He hates the box sets. And Newcastle, as we've talked about, they've taken the ball down the middle third to build the momentum, then to be able to make those interchanges. So I think he'll be impressed with this under-18s lineup from Newcastle.
Joel's so close to us, you can almost ask him. Right behind us. Manly trying to get onto that front foot, but have to turn it over. Last play. So now down that left-hand channel, trying to get close to their box. Newcastle again. Getting those fresh Knights onto the field as they approach halfway.
Only a few minutes left in this one for Manly to get some points on the board. But Newcastle, they just continue to roll down the field.
Kynan Thompson linking with Mackenzie in the hat. There he is, elusive feet. They've got the overlap now. And they get the rewards for it.
No touch from the number 16 Manly, who'd come across beautifully. Baxter Stewart couldn't get it, but again, that's another demonstration of just running your lines. The link just hit the line straight and hard, and the ball got to his chest beautifully.
Jai Stone, the man with the try. He's been on the end of a few.
See it here now. They've got this middle link defender engaged. That's just beautiful execution of straight hole running.
Newcastle, they are turning it on against a bitter rival to the Manly Sea Eagles. As Manly head up to the 7, Masters, Torrance, as you mentioned, busy around that 7. Here they come through Truman. Last play being asked to hit a hole, Manly. Can they get on the scoreboard?
Well, they've seen the damage it's done to them in defence. They're asking for exactly what's been thrown at them. Just hit the hole.
Now just a minor lapse in concentration.
Just a little heads up, as you said. Lapse in concentration, but it's 7-0. That can happen.
2-0 Manly. Now it's a game within a game. Can they get their try? Truman ducks in low.
He's earned
no
that.
Touch.
He has been tireless for Manly, so it's great to see the boys on the board, and especially that man, because he has worked himself to a standstill.
We called it in the opening minutes. He was blowing. done the hard work, and eventually Manly finally rewarded 7-1. Newcastle lead Manly. I'm Tony Salerno alongside Adam Collins. Great to have you along here for the New South Wales Junior State Cup. This is the Northern Conference.
Big metres here for Newcastle. Manly just folding back to the 7 metres now. So a change in their normal defensive strategy.
And their mentality as well, just trying to stop the bleeding. So now it's back again from Harris. McKenzie, interchange of passing. It's nice and quick too. Dummy!
He's thrown the dummy.
Now the referee's seen the touch.
It was a great scramble defence from the inside, but the number 16 come up off the line there. It's crucial that you make those touches. When you shoot up off the line that hard, you have to make the touch. You don't go for the dummy.
McKenzie spirals it. And
Hits the ref.
It was a bit of a
the
chest.
referee was in support, but the man in pink said, I don't want a bar of it. The hooter sounds in the background.
Yes, it does. That's the final whistle. Comprehensive from the Newcastle Knights. A 7-1 victory over bitter rivals Manly, and that is the under-18 boys on notice. The Newcastle Knights, a fantastic win over the Manly Sea Eagles. Next up, we've got Central Coast taking on Taree in the under-18s boys. The Central Coast also been very good in that division, so they've had a look at Newcastle. It's time to see what they can do.
Yeah, time to bring it, boys. This is crucial crunch territory for the 18 boys division, and I'll be looking forward to watching it on KO. I'm going back to my other job that I'm doing up here, and it's been great working with you, Tony.
Absolutely, Adam. I'll bring in Joel Kane very shortly. Stand by, all the action. Central Coast versus Taree in the under-18 boys.
Be sure to the order on the GYG app. Don't forget to make...
This is a big affair. This is Singleton taking on Maitland. And we're looking forward to this particular fixture here on the main event. And the thumb comes up for Maitland, so therefore I think they won the toss. Rock, scissors or paper is the question. Rock, scissor, paper. What was the winning hand? Scissor. Okay.
Players and referees, please take the field. 30 seconds.
Okay, so Tony's racing over with the team list for Singleton. There's just a late change to Rod Laver Arena here. Jace?
Well, I think Maitland was so dominant earlier today. There would have been a lot of special requests to see the Redbacks. They're really gaining momentum throughout this tournament. And they'll definitely be big favourites going into this one versus Singleton. And let's see if they can stay composed and keep progressing as they have been.
They lead the pool, Maitland, and a real contender for 2024. Big tall timber out there too with Carl White. Long ball, and straight away Brandon Cox gets the pass away, and cashing in was Ashley Clark. Ooh. Claiming the touch. Left and right, they're just throwing bullets all over the shop.
Yeah, he's a very good player there. You mentioned Cox. I think in some of the earlier games, there was a fair bit of chatter around Tranter and some of the players that were dynamic on their feet. And Cox has been throwing those long balls to the left, long to the right. He's just doing his work, and he's very deceptive. He's been a real handful in this tournament.
Here goes the Singo boys. And, they're making some nice work of this too. It's been a tough carnival so far for Singleton. And hello to Nathan out there, who is text through his big Singo supporter, and he's watching on as well. So plenty of people at home watching the KO coverage as the Redbacks still looking for the first try of the match. Top of the table versus near to the bottom. This team will be thinking they can win this tournament. They slide across here, got to be a big chance here, and great scramble from the winger for Singleton, and they survive. And no, in fact, they've cleared that. They've cleared that. Streak and Deacon Cameron, the referee says that's okay with me.
Yeah, nice and clean there, and we saw that earlier where they've got so many different ways to score, this Maitland team. That one we saw the scoop, we saw the long balls before. No doubt we'll see some dives as well. So Singleton got their work cut out for them to try and stick with the Redbacks here.
Damien Staffer is getting involved there. They're claiming one too, but Streak and Deacon says not on this occasion, gentlemen. Okay, here they come again. Long ball, but it's going to land on the box side of the Redbacks, and they'll probably march straight there. Similar colours, of course. Yeah, Maitland's one of those real growing clubs, aren't they, Jace?
Yeah, they're very strong, and I like the footy IQ, how it's been improving at Maitland. I had the pleasure of having a chat with the coach earlier, and they've been trying different moves in attack, different ways to settle, different ways to defend. So they're really sort of like, growing throughout the tournament, trying to see what's the best fit for their team, and that's really impressive for a junior outfit to have that approach to their footy.
1-0 Maitland lead, and they're in the 7 now, and asking some big questions and just dropping it down. The pass came away from Bailey Tranter, who you were talking about earlier, Jason, then the link inside him just went, I'll just slam dunk this. That's going to be an easy 2-0 lead.
Yeah, well, there's class right across the field there. There's McDonald there, the number 15. He's had a strong tournament. Stewart, the 16. White, the 24. They're all tall, athletic, get around the field really well. Really hard to stop.
So Clancy Lampkin is out there. And Singleton, they're making a dive, but well covered. Riley Magtom has the ball. He's got the 7 in his pocket. Nash Henry Taylor.
Oh, wow.
Great long ball. And on the big stage, they cash in. Beautiful work. And Singleton make it a 2-1 ball game.
Mate, you mentioned Deacon, the referee there. I want to give him a rap because one of the things he's doing quite well is he's calling the offside players. You can probably see on the TV there. He's actually pointing at guys. Very early call, good read of the D.
Yep.
And that just makes for a more open game. So I don't always rap the refs too much, Joel, but Deacon definitely doing a great job out there today.
Yeah, Jaden Brumby is the man who got the meat pie for Singleton, but here's the Maitland Redbacks on the attack and sweeping nicely. They just look a very, very good team, don't they, Jason?
Yeah, they do, Joel. That was one of the things I wanted to ask you, was because they had the long balls and then they had the scoop, then the dive. Very large variety there. How would you coach against them, or what would you do?
Well, I don't know yet, but they're a big side, aren't they? A big, tall side.
Yeah, they definitely that helps with D if you're good on your feet.
What would you do, Jace?
If I was coaching against them, what I'd probably look to do is to have one sort of policy, so try and force them to score only one of the ways rather than giving them 4 different ways to score. And then we'd see whether we could handle that. So if you're going to give them the long ball, make sure you're tight, and then let the wingers know to sort of get a bit of a read. If you're going to sort of try and spread out and mirror them a bit more man on, then you've got to be happy with letting the odd one in the middle. But to me, the teams that have played against them have just let them score from too many different ways.
Yes.
I think their previous game there was 8 different try scorers in the Maitland team, and you're really chasing your tail. You've got to have a plan. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you can't have 8 players scoring tries.
Look at this.
From all different methods.
Oh, see you later. See you, Billy Slater. Charging away now is Paristine Forbes, and he's going to love that.
It was a great read there, and the thing I liked about that intercept, Joel, was a lot of the teams have been seen roll in or get a bit overawed by this Maitland drive. They were active there. He got up, got the intercept. Great read, wow.
That was outstanding.
Straight back at you, Maitland. You're not going to have it all your way.
Mate, this is bottom versus top, and it's 2-all.
Oh, well, they're live on KO, Joel.
Yep.
Live on KO. They're lifting the Singleton boys. I love it.
Yep, tell them they're on the big stage every week. So he already has one out there, Jaden Brumby. My apologies. Harry Carlson is the man I'm talking about. Harry Carlson was the one who got the try, not Jaden Brumby. You may hear that through the mics, the players saying, boys, fix it up, fix it up. Our attitude is well down. That's coming from the Maitland team, who have cruised into this game maybe a little bit too comfy.
Yeah, well, they beat one of the favourites in their last game, Renegades, really put them to the sword, winning by 5 or 6 tries. And I think we were chatting about it, might have been earlier, might have been yesterday actually, how hard it is to keep the boys' teams or the girls' teams up the whole time. You're not going to play 9 perfect games to win it.
Yeah.
And this is maybe one of those games where they're in a bit of a lull and they're playing the team not at the top, thinking they can do it easy. And they're going to have to work hard here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be stressing about this one, that's for sure. As they take off and down. Ball is down, ball is good. And, yeah, they're going to clear that. And Maitland get that lead back at 3-2. 3-2.
So again, we saw the scoop there, Joel.
Yep.
Nice variety again. So this is what I was saying. Like if you're going to go a bit man on with them and give up that sort of try, that's okay. But then you can't give up the long ball as well.
No.
You can't give up multiple ways to score. So that's something Singleton might be learning or might adjust in this game.
Tell you what, he's had a good few minutes and he's going to get that. So isn't Paristine Forbes enjoying the big stage? 3-all. Singleton and Maitland, David versus Goliath.
No one would be expecting this. I think if you're on the Singleton coaching staff, you get a camera and you take it to every game.
100%.
Because this is the best we've seen them play this tournament.
Yep. And Maitland you can just tell they're a little bit off. But credit to Singleton for that matter. They're playing outstanding. Goes to show the depth of the competition, doesn't it? When
Also, that active approach, Joel, we didn't see that. The Renegades, if anything, last game were a little bit passive watching. And, you know, like sometimes you can give the opposition too much respect and too much time with the ball. And one thing I like with Singleton here is they haven't got anything to lose.
Nah.
They're active, they're getting up, they're throwing energy at it.
Scrapping hard.
Yeah, and they're making Maitland work for it. Good to see.
Can you believe it is 3-all? It is 3-all. Top versus bottom. And will they click into gear? That's the big question as we see Nash Campbell. And coming to the contest now, Bailey Tranter. So a few big stars are coming out here now. McDermott through McDonald. And now Tranter. Tranter gets the ball back and just, great defence by Edwards.
Good read there. He had to make it.
The brother Edwards are in the middle here defending. And they've shut him down. Great work from Singleton. And the score remains 3-all.
So this is interesting now to see whether Maitland can adapt just in terms of the flow of the game. Can they be active indeed, get their drive a little bit better, try and get a bit of ascendancy, because Singleton definitely really taking it to him here at the moment.
On they come. The boys from Singleton. What do they call themselves, Singleton, I wonder? Are they the Greyhounds like the... Uh-oh. No, Deacon has picked it up. Still 3-all, Jace.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing. I'm really interested to see how Maitland respond here, because if they're going to, sort of go on to be one of the best teams tomorrow, they've got to be able to respond in these situations. I think they had 3 draws yesterday because they weren't able to get out of that, the little mini slumps that happen in the game. So I think Coach Taylor's really going to be looking for him here to adjust. Here's a try.
Yeah, here's an easy try, and this one's going to go to Brandon Cox. They just took him away, and the gap opened up. They just didn't stay connected in the middle, and now Maitland 4-3. So at no stage of Singleton had a lead. In fact, did they get the first one?
No, I think Maitland might have got out of the blocks there earlier. But I mean, when you're talking about different tactics and things you might be able to try, you really got to take away that. I think they've scored 2 tries off that. Nice little inside ball straight between the middles. I think you got to take that away from them first. I can't really see him scoring 8-9 tries from long ball, so you've got to take away the inside first.
Tom to Lampton.
They won't go away.
They won't go away. They are looming large in the rear view. In fact, they're not even in the rear view anymore. They've just pulled up alongside them like Chevy Chase in National Lampoon's Vacation. Remember that, Jace?
Yeah, I do. And I was just thinking, Singleton, if I'm like some of our viewers, I don't know where Singleton is. Like, this is...
West of Newcastle, really.
Wow, I haven't really seen him on the touch scene, and they've just been growing, and now they're here on the big stage, and what a performance, really taking it to the more fancied Maitland.
It's a local-ish derby, this, Singleton versus Maitland. 4-all. That ball was a little bit questionable. He's going to claim the try. No penalty.
So I need to get out there, do I? In the Hunter, west of Newcastle, is it?
Yep, that's exactly right. Camborne's a 33 dummy half, and yes, when you start seeing the man in pink start to retreat, they're about to award a try, and that's exactly what happened. Maitland again go up 5-4. Do we see another response from Singleton?
Well, I think if Maitland can't sort of regain their focus here, I just think Singleton are just going to keep coming at them. I don't see why they can't stick with them. Maitland have got to go up another couple gears here if they want to shut Singleton out.
Paristine Forbes got...
That's down 2. Ooh.
He's got 2. Ref said touchies. He must have went close.
Close one. It could have gone either way. Live, it looked like a try. Singleton are really throwing it at him, aren't they?
Magtom, long. Was that saved?
Forward pass, I think it was saved, but I thought it was tapped off one player and went to the next forward pass.
Streak and Deacon said it hit the ground. I tend to agree with what he's come up with there. That's what I saw as well. Deacon Cameron. This guy's been a headache, hasn't he, for Maitland? We're talking about Paristine Forbes. And Magtom. He is great at communicating, isn't he? Holding court in the middle there.
Yeah, Deegs, he's doing a great job. You'll see him here pointing, talking to the players off the ball. Really good tips there for any of the referees watching. Now, I can't find anything online, Joel, but if I had to throw it out there, I'm saying they're called the Singleton Storm. Would that ring a bell?
Yeah, that may ring a bell. This is a problem now because their best player to this point, Paris Dean Forbes, has hurt his lower leg, I think, and he's been a real handful for the Maitland defence. No time stop too, by the way, in these tournaments.
Yeah, they just continue, and I can't help but think, like the Singleton fans or even their coaching staff and all that, like when they come out and put a performance on like this, you can't help but wonder, how many games would we have won if we did this for the 5 previous games?
That's right. That's the frustration.
They really put on a good show, right?
They are, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is not good news for the star player for Singleton, Paris Dean Forbes.
I can't quite work out if it's a knee or an ankle. I couldn't quite pick up what actually happened. I hope he's okay over there.
I think it was in his step. He's trying to get down for a dive. And so the score is 5-4. If you were Singleton, would you take this scoreline and run, or would you want a shot at trying to level?
Singleton, no, nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I would take it to him. I think it might have been yesterday's call. We were talking about even some of the better teams that I was lucky enough to play in. When we tend to think about the grand final, but we actually forget a lot of those teams lost the game on the Friday or the Saturday, or they had a draw. It's really hard. You can't play 9 perfect games. That's why with this Maitland team, this game particularly interested me, because 3 draws from a team that could potentially win it. That's not what you normally see.
No.
So many, and this is potentially like another tight one. So, I don't know. I think for the Maitland fans, you don't know what you're going to get. They were so amazing last game, and this one, they may be mentally hard to get up for it again.
Have you settled on a team who you think will be winning the 18 boys?
18 boys, well, at the moment, I think Newcastle and Central Coast, I think, are the most consistent. But if they all play to their best, I think Maitland are the pick of them. But Maitland definitely a little bit hot and cold. But I think if all three teams play their best, I think Maitland are the best. But I think Central Coast and Newcastle definitely have been the most consistent.
More reliable.
Yeah, it's just that Maitland's got more firepower and more variety in the way they score, but they've got to be better at getting up and down the field. And even if they get out of this one, it's like the 4th tight game where they probably should be a little bit further ahead on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's right. They've made a long tournament of it, haven't they, with all those draws. And so play being stopped, of course, Paris Dean Forbes, who scored 2 of the 4 for Singleton as they trail 5-4. He had a wow of a game, but this doesn't look too good.
Yeah, it might be a bit more serious than what we first thought. But just matching them up, you would have caught a lot of the games last week, Joel, in the call. So last week there was Wagga, Orange, West, Para. There were some strong teams there. Sharks were good as well in the 18s. What do you think about the standard when you compare that to, say, Maitland, Newcastle, Central Coast, Renegades?
It's a very good question. And the rugby league's on at the moment, so you're going to see different kids turn up tomorrow, I think, to join some teams. I think maybe for this particular division, these guys are a step above, I think. What do you think?
I think the line attack and maybe the line defence, what we've seen in the first 2 days, has been above. I think getting up and down the field, I think maybe, even though they didn't win it, but I think maybe West, Sharks, Wagga, Orange, I think they drove a bit more direct and got up and down the field a bit better. But definitely the variety of attack we've seen yesterday and today from these 18s boys, I can't remember seeing an attack as good as this in recent times.
So the Edwards brothers are there, to Marty Edwards and Marine Edwards, and one of them almost goes through. So 5-4 is the score. No time stop. Just a reminder there when it comes to injuries. Maitland have the 1 point lead. Mag Tom happy with that. About 5.5 remaining. Tell you what, that stoppage, whilst they lose their best player, it just gives them a fluker's hope, doesn't it, to get one more. But here we go in the meantime. Let's worry about this for now. And great chase from Edwards. He just stayed on him. Trust me, he was saying, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and that was a really good example for those that have been following the coverage. We were talking about following the scooper, and you would have noticed the Maitland players all followed him into the corner.
Yep.
And if the scooper, I think it was Tranter, if at any stage, if he peeled back to the right or to the bottom of the screen, there was just pasture everywhere.
Yes.
But instead there was like a default to go to the corner, and I'm sure Coach Taylor would have noticed that.
Yep.
And they're going to need to get better because they get in the in goal, you've got to finish.
Yes. So Maitland now through Harry Carlson. Can they get a 2 point buffer? Looking to sweep around Xavier Stewart. Stewart has it now, goes back. Tranter, back to Stewart. Tranter, the Pied Piper here, dummying and scoring and scoring. So there it is, 6-4 finally. They get a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, they've finally got it out, and then this is probably the most. If I'm Coach Taylor here for Maitland, this is the next 60 seconds is what I want to see. I want to see the growth in the team.
Yep.
They're up 6-4. They've had a few draws. This is what I'd like to see them nice and calm, really get their structures in place and stay well connected and hold them out. But let's see. Singleton has been throwing a lot at them. Let's see whether they can get another one back here.
So Mag Tom, Edwards. Jaden Brumby is there at dummy half. Mag Tom plays short.
It's close.
It's very, very, very close. And he's going to give it. 6-5. David versus Goliath, 6-5, and we've got 3.5 to go.
It was very unexpected. I wasn't expecting to have such an enjoyable game, and again, we've seen, I think it's been some of the tips we've been saying throughout the tournament, if you're on the score line, running along the line, it's hard to save a try because generally those tight ones, the ball's going to get down before you can make the touch. You've got to get 2 steps off the line, and that was another case of the attacker having an advantage.
Okay, here we go. Sending a bullet, and that's just...
What was it? Pass,
yeah, it was. The 7 made the touch. And that man, Nash Henry Taylor.
They've got time, Singleton. Why not?
Why not? Dreams are free, Jace.
Why not? I remember when I think it was the Sharks won the NRL. I think it was 2016.
Yep.
We had posters all over the Shire. Why not us?
Why not us?
So I think there'll be a few teams here this weekend. That'll be a pretty good catch cry for them.
Why not us? Can they once again level peg with Maitland? This is the last. And Mag Tom. Little flick pass. Oh, Osborne style. Goes for the corner.
I think it's down.
They're going to claim the touch, but the referee says bang. 6-all. David versus Goliath. Singleton versus Maitland.
Out of nothing.
Paul Osborne, eat your heart out.
And again, it's mentally switching off. Last touch, you're up 6-5. There's only a minute or so to go. You switch off, bang. That's the class of this 18 boys lineup right across all the teams. 6-all.
6-all. Is there heartbreak or can they hold on? Tranter. Touch taken. Touch made, says referee Cameron. So now, you said they've had 3 draws. So if they can hold out here, it would be 4 draws. Tranter, a long pass and penalty. I think the pass was forward in any case, so no advantage required. Yeah, they didn't want the penalty. So we have got about a minute. A minute to go. Tranter, short ball and got the touch. Singleton are about 4 touches away from a famous draw. Can they hold out? Trenta is there. Brumby is there as well. And diving this time. And the heartbreak comes in as Deacon Cameron points to the spot. They are going to sneak out of this. They are going to escape from jail unless Singleton have another trick up their sleeve in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, they were lucky to get out of it. And, you know, also they're lucky to have Deacon as the ref because he sort of communicated very early that the players were off.
Yep.
And that enabled Maitland to identify where the space was and get the try. So let's see if Maitland can hold him out. Singleton still a chance here.
Edwards, Magtop. Oh, touched. Play on. Referee wants to consult. They might have a famous draw. Referee's moving back. Singleton 7, Maitland 7.
I'm not too sure who's running the scoreboard, but it was 7-all before the referee blew the try. Very interesting for those in the crowd here watching that one. Could have gone either way. That was a tight one there. And we've got our 4th draw for Singleton. They're the kings of the draw.
Mate, the draw kings. 4th draw for Maitland. So what a thrilling affair and a real wake up to reality for the Maitland Redbacks ahead of Sunday. 7-all. What a thriller.
Yeah, and I think the story of this one's been Singleton. No one really gave him a chance, including myself, and they've gone out there, nothing to lose, and put on a great show here on the stadium field.
Don't forget, once again, as it starts to really heat up this afternoon, make sure that you're drinking plenty of water, remaining hydrated. So, seeking shade and shelter wherever you can. Slip on the sunscreen repeatedly throughout the tournament and look after yourselves out there.
Some great highlights coming through, including that great intercept from the Storm. Beautiful game. More action coming. Stay online. Jason standing here sideline with Tracy Willow. She wears several hats. She's an amazing woman. Dubbo Council, run Dubbo Touch.
Yep,
Everything.
What? Dubbo Touch,
yeah, very exciting to have to be here in Dubbo. What are your thoughts on the whole event?
Oh, it's so great. It's great to have everyone here back in Dubbo again, participating in the Junior State Cup. We're so excited to have over 9,000 people here visiting Dubbo and the Dubbo region and staying in our motels and pumping up our economy. It's really great.
And this is our second year here, and we're really excited to be here. But I was talking to some of the families earlier. 202 teams. How do you put it all together?
Oh my gosh, it's a mammoth effort, but got a good team behind me at Dubbo Regional Council and Dubbo Touch, and we all just work together in collaboration with New South Wales Touch and make it happen.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Lots of fields here, lots of hotels, as you mentioned. I was out at Dubbo Zoo this morning.
Oh, yes.
We really feel like part of the family, and hopefully we can keep coming here in years to come. What other things do you think are around the place? You know, give me a bit of a tip as well.
Yep. So we've got like the Old Dubbo Jail, the Royal Flying Doctors Service, Wellington Caves. The zoo obviously is a massive highlight. So plenty of things to see and do here in the Dubbo and the Dubbo region.
Oh, well, there you have it. Very, very excited to be here in Dubbo. Definitely we feel part of the family and hopefully here for several years to come. Back to you.
The day is heating up here in Dubbo, and so is the action. Saturday afternoon, day 2, here in the New South Wales Junior State Cup Northern Conference. Got a team we've featured quite heavily so far in Beresfield Bandits taking on Mudgee. Mudgee in the purple, Beresford in the black. Who's going to get the job done? I'm Tony Soleno. Jason Stanton is going to join me very shortly, but not before Beavis goes in with the first try of the game. Doesn't he just? No, it's a penalty. Jumped the gun too early. Right away, Beresfield almost a try. Jason's run back up into the commentary box, and it's been action as soon as you've missed.
What have I missed? If it's anything like last game, that was an absolute cracker here on the main field. Ended up in a draw. How are we looking here? Is it Beresfield and Mudgee? Is it out there?
It is Beresfield and Mudgee. Mudgee in the purple, Beresford in the black. We've seen quite a bit of Beresfield, but here's Mudgee, and they're showing what they've got. First try of the game going the way of Mudgee. Eden Smith, the man, who was just running really direct at defenders. The overlap came, and easy pickings for Mudgee. Didn't have that one in the bingo card. Mudgee scoring first. Beresfield, the more fancy. But a quick roll back, draw pass, bang. First touchdown of the game going the way of Mudgee.
Yeah, definitely Beresfield have been really forming over the last few years as a real powerhouse in rep touch. So we've seen that in the men's, and now we've seen it filtering down. 18, 16s, very strong club.
They are a very strong club. Jed Dawn. Now Slater Kidd, one to look out for. He's been very good the first 2 days. That'll be a changeover. 6 touch. Now sweep out the back. Mudgee, how do they drive? Straight and hard up the middle. Both these teams looking for a win. Wanting to draw the pull stage down with a close. And just over halfway, making good meters as they head back towards their box. Do Mudgee. Straight and hard from Stoddart. And now using his body well, trying to get away, but eventually tapped once the line break was made.
Yeah, there's lots of these close games, Tony, throughout the Friday and Saturday, and sometimes it's easy to lose track of it. Like this could be whether they get through to the semis or not. Some of these matchups, you really got to be following, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
The ladder to sort of pick up on how big some of these games are.
Yeah, most certainly. The cream starting to rise to the top. Beresford, we featured them on KO a few games ago. Went down 7-0 to Maitland. Maitland in the 16s, a very strong team. Mudgee proving they're up to the test as well. Sweep out the back. Fehon. He dumps it out of that right-hand channel. Here out of the box comes their subs. Heading back towards the field. Looking up, trying to find a way through. The middles looking to the link for support. Slipping over. And that's changeover.
Pretty good save there, but I like that idea of attack where they're sort of doing it on the end of the drive-in set. Really hard to defend if you're running backwards 50, 60 metres and all of a sudden, you know, they run the play. It's really hard to defend. So Mudgee, it'd serve them well if they can keep that up, Tony.
And of course it is getting quite hot out there now, Jason. What sort of factors are he going to play in a game like this?
Yeah, definitely towards the back end of it.
Beavis, almost a basketball pass.
I was going to say a slam dunk over the top.
Yeah, windmill even.
Yeah, generally you try and stay out of the sun between the games, and you do your recovery and you get into the game, lots of energy, and generally it doesn't bother you too much in that first 5 or 10, but as you start to go towards the end, it doesn't matter how fit you are, it does play a factor in you know, I guess your overall performance. You can't sort of run for 25 minutes straight in these sort of conditions.
Absolutely. Kidd, now Drinkwater, slowing down the tempo, walking speed, assessing the situation. Kidd, now Cooper Thwaites. Pass didn't go to the mark. It'll be a turnover. But Beresfield trying things early.
Yeah, not bad there by Beresfield. Again, similar to what Mudgee did, I'd like to see them probably sort of, you know, run their play on the end of the drive. Maybe a bit more of a dump scoop type mentality rather than the lateral plays on the line.
Double pump. Now opportunity here in behind. Couldn't quite get there, Stoddart. Receives it back again. Wants his player to come under. Answers the call. That's a nice tricky ball to Stoddart again. Trying to wrong foot Drinkwater. Thought about it, had the dummy. Backed himself, and it's a turnover.
Yeah, pretty good sets from both teams here. They're completing their sets. They're getting up and down the field quite well. So it's still sort of early in this one. I'd have that sense that they're feeling their way into it. A little bit more to come.
They are getting those nerves out as well. Mudgee, of course, getting...
Oh, we put the mock on them, commentator's curse.
Absolutely. That's my first one for the game. It's early too.
I was going to claim it to try and protect you with your perfect record, Tony.
Oh, that's right. Well, I'm in the chair now, aren't I? It's been only a couple of minutes. Just shy of halfway. Mudgee, they like to spread it early in their set. Here they go over link, over halfway. Looking back towards the middle. Stoddart. He'll ruck it down. They like that right-hand channel and like to come back towards the middle. That's what they're doing now. Comencioli. There underneath. Needs to find a pass quickly, and he does. Shaped out to the left. Here they come. Stoddart in the middle. Now trying to count the heads. They do, and in the corner. Sensational try for Lane Fisher. That's what they did. They like to use the width of the pitch, and they were able to get a try on that occasion.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot there, Tony. It was just it almost looked like it was man on, and Beresfield had it, and then just how crisp it was, that finish. And you know, the viewers often hear me talk about how the standard improves so much, and normally this is something you'd see maybe in men's open or something, and we're looking at 16 boys executing great footwork and great sleight of hand. That was really crisp passing.
And I was speaking to Adam Collins in a game earlier, we were just saying about the mentality and that instinct for some of these players to get to that next level, and there's some really bright shoots coming through these games that we get to see more of as the game go on.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, these are really difficult skills. You know, left-hand pass, right-hand pass, long balls, good on your feet, dive overs, scooping. These are really advanced skills, and these young athletes make it look so easy.
Here's a few now. Drinkwater, Cooper Field, assessing the situation. Here comes Beavis to make the extra number. Faulkner couldn't get beyond the touch. That's a good one from Masling, that touch. Vardas. Faulkner, now Drinkwater again, trying to dance round his man. Quick release, there they go, Field. Has Beavis, needed to catch and pass. Trying to strip them on the edge. Beresfield, they're down by 2, but they're starting to warm into this one. Beavis running across field. He'll take the touch, and now they're turning it over on Mudgee's 7-metre mark, so not a bad result.
Yeah, not a bad result. I like what I'm seeing from the number 2 there, Drinkwater. He just seems to have a lot of time with the ball, and he sort of weighs up the defenders coming up, doing lots of good dumps. Yeah, if you want to be able to score a try, generally the person scoring it, you go back a set and you'll see a really good dump. So Drinkwater definitely one to watch on his setup plays.
He most certainly is. He's been very involved. Fairhon couldn't quite get beyond the tapper of Cooper Field. Now turn it over. I'm Tony Salerno, Jason Stanton alongside me. KO's coverage of the New South Wales Junior State Cup Junior Conference. Of course, we had the Southern Conference last week. Congratulations to the Sharks for winning the club championship. Consistent through the grades. 4 winners across the 10s, 14s, 16s and 18s. Male and female. Dawn. Nice ball, space wide for Beresfield. And they'll be asked to turn it over just shy of that 7.
Yeah, the Sharks club champions last week. I was very happy about them winning. Not as happy as having to spend 3 days with Joel Kane talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. But and he hasn't stopped here either.
No, he loves the Sharks.
Yes, very much.
I think this is the most talk we've had about Cronulla Sharks at the Northern Conference for a while now. So yeah, but they are doing really well down there. Joel and the whole crew down there at Cronulla Sharks.
Joel's kids doing a fantastic job coming through grade as well. So best of luck to them in the state finals, which you'll find on KO as well. So make sure you're following the dates, and you'll find it right here. Now Mudgee on the attack through Taylor, they're 27. He looks up. What are they going to instigate here? Nice movement, getting in behind into the end zone. And there is the try. Well put together, and it's Lane Fisher with his second try. Mudgee in command.
Yeah, very clever play. And again, we're seeing that variety and that dump scoop type mentality that Mudgee's bringing into this game, and I think that'll serve them well. They're a very good chance to be here, tomorrow if they can get through this game and continue well. So really good to see that variety in their attack.
Great to see a lot of those regional towns, Mudgee, Beresfield, getting the exposure, big stage. Gordon, who was very good on day one. Field, now Gordon again, receives it back, the middles, scheming, just outside the 7. Here goes Gordon, big left foot step. Ball was knocked down, so they'll get another shot at it, Beresfield.
Yeah, the regional teams have really progressed and overtaken, like the more fancied city teams back from 10 plus years ago.
Gordon, if he could have found the mark with that pass, Ferraro, would have been another try. Or would have been Beresfield getting on the board. It's Mudgee drive up the field. They make some subs from their box on that right-hand side of the ground. Reinforcements coming on. The referee didn't see something he liked, so it'll be a surrender of possession.
Yeah, back a few years ago, Tony, in these divisions, it was, you'd turn up and you'd see Manly and the Northern Beaches and North Sydney and, all these city teams dominating. And now it's Beresfield, it's the Maitland Redbacks. It's really good to see Dubbo Toucher coming along. We saw Singleton in the last game. We're seeing Mudgee here with a really good performance. So it just shows how healthy the sport is at the moment.
Beavers cut out ball in the corner. Was it a touch? The referee looking at each other. They're going to award it a try. Hudson Carr, the man in the corner for Beresford, he gets them on the board. Likes to go by Huddy.
Again, we've seen it in a try from quite sharp play. There wasn't much of an overlap there. Mudgee looked to have it covered, but just the pass was really crisp. So if I can go into coaching mode briefly, Tony,
Please.
The pass was flat at about head height the whole way through, which is a really difficult pass to throw. When the long balls loop up, it gives the wingers time to get out. And that's what we talk about by being a real sharp finish, is they didn't really give the chance, the winger didn't have a chance to recover. And that's from a flat spiral pass through the air. So great work there, Beresfield.
But they need to see off the threat of Mudgee. Last play for them back at the 7 centre field. Here they come. Draw pass, too easy for Mudgee. And it's Lachlan Masling. So Mudgee, as soon as Beresfield strike, they strike back. How often do we see that, Jace? As we see on the replay, counting heads again. That man marking, able to get in behind, cause the overlap. And another touchdown for Mudgee.
Yeah, one of the hardest things to do, as you mentioned, score a try, come back, reset mentally, and being able to get the stop. Some of the teams actually do the substitutions so that the players that scored the try, they're a bit excited, can come off.
To bring them back down.
Yeah,
yes.
It's actually really challenging for coaches.
Cooper Field skipping. Cooper Thwaites. Cut out ball from Gordon. Pitch a pass, and it's a carbon copy of the last try. The referee getting in position and awards it. And it is that man, Hudson Carr again, has his second, the goat farmer. Hudson Carr.
Yeah, superb pass there, superb pass. So again, when we're looking at, all those watching, if, you're trying to improve your pass, it isn't just length. So initially, you're trying to see how far you can pass. And then invariably they start to be, loopy, a bit like a harbour bridge, up and down. And then that's when you start working on your backswing, a little bit better and trying to get more rotations on the ball to rip it, to get it at eye level. And again, look, the pass was made to look easy, but it's not an easy thing to do, that pass.
Absolutely not. Fairhon getting it back from his dummy half. A touch in the nick of time, so we'll have to go back. Now the referee's just switching.
Yeah, the touch field's 50 metres wide. So sometimes it's, you get used to seeing these long balls, but you have to have a think about it. When they're throwing it from midfield to hit the winger, that's a 25-metre pass.
It is very hard to do when you're under 16 years old as well.
Yeah, so you sort of sometimes you get used to it watching touch footy as opposed to maybe like, rugby league, our sister sport. you might see a 25-metre pass and you go, wow. When you're watching touch, it's almost every set of 6 you'll see a big pass, and it's just a slightly different game, but the skills superb from these boys.
And quick turnover. Mudgee, they had a good idea, had space, but then just overran the pass and have surrendered possession. Cooper Thwaite almost grabbed that out of the hands of Drinkwater. Gordon, now Drinkwater, there's not much of him, but it's all class. Gordon, up through the centre of the field, go Beresfield. Now into the backfield, here they come. One of the last plays, Gordon. Trying to shimmy, but he was already touched. And we'll have to surrender possession. Good drive from Beresfield. They trail 4 points to 2. Midway through the match.
Next one.
Up the ground they go. Fehon, the winger, keen to get involved. The red-headed number 2. As they approach halfway, Mudgee. Up go Mudgee. Into the 7. This is where they're dangerous. Double pump. Trying to get through. And it'll be a turnover.
Yeah, pretty good defence there from Beresfield. You might have caught, you might have heard on the ground, Mike, there, the coach yelling that, don't roll, don't roll. So what we're talking about there with the defence is, as we're coming into that scoop or that play at the end, is to really stay up. Only go back 7 metres. Don't go further than what you need to. So that's what he's yelling out to his players, saying, don't roll back, stay up.
Ferraro.
Just a reminder to
quick
all
roll
teams,
back.
there are no warm-ups on the fields. Even if
Beavis.
there's no game in progress, we ask you not to warm up on the playing surfaces.
Jed Dawn, Beavis back in again. Jed Dawn, their space. If he can find the winger, couldn't quite. Pass just didn't make the distance.
Yeah, some really good signs there from Beresfield, and we often talk about, these half chances. If they could hold out 1 or 2 of those chances from Mudgee, convert a couple of their own, this game could be 3-all, or, they could be up. Such is so, it's how close these teams are.
Well, it's a battle of styles, isn't it? It feels like Mudgee are very direct and very safe when they get up to the 7. Then they try different things. But Beresfield try and force the issue. Fehon was touched, didn't think he was.
Conditions.
So he does the pretend try celebration. He'll have to run all the way back.
In the venue.
Yeah, there are different styles, and invariably you'll see that particularly boys and girls 16s, 18s divisions, the team that come out being the state champs invariably have multiple styles or variety. They won't just do dump scoop game, or they won't just do the sweepers, or the quick pass lateral dive overs. Generally they'll have a bit of variety, so that's what both these teams will be looking to do.
Faulkner comes underneath. Now Gordon finds Cooper Thwaite, his link back inside for Gordon. Cooper Field. Gordon just taking his time, assessing the options. Trying to slice through the middle. Gordon. Nice ball for Faulkner. He put it down before the touch got there. And that's what the referee said. Another touchdown for Beresford. And things just got interesting.
Yeah,
4 points to 3.
It was a nice little goose step there, wasn't it? It looked like the defence had it covered. And just a little bit of creativity. Made a bit of hesitation there. The link thought, maybe the middle was beat. Came in. And then the try, yep, it's definitely getting interesting now.
Yeah, well, you caught a classic just before this one with Joel Kane, Singleton and Maitland, 7-all draw. But we've got an outstanding contest that's starting to brew here as well. I'm interested to see how this one finishes up. Stoddart's trying to sneak past Drinkwater. Got there in time. Did the Beresfield Bandit. Last play, what can they deliver here? Mudgee, forced back. And Tyler O'Brien will have to surrender possession. Penalty, that's key in times like these.
And here come the Bandits, getting a bit of a piggyback down the field here.
Heading towards their box. A juggle. If he would have passed that ball, it would have been forward, so done well to hold on to it. Cooper Thwaite. Now Field. Instigates his own touch. Dawn. Waiting for troops to arrive. Ferraro wants to become the Ferrari if he gets into space. Fields skipping, assessing his options, dumps it down quickly. Dawn. Ferraro couldn't handle it.
Yeah, needed the long one to the winger there. They're definitely creating enough opportunities, aren't they, Tony?
They are catching Mudgee quite short very often. They've got the winger unmarked, Hudson Carr. He's got 2 tries for Beresford. They trail 4 tries to 3. But you feel like there's more tries in this one left.
Yeah, definitely a fair bit of time left in it. And as the ball player there, I might come back
Cohen
away.
straight through. Fairhon into the gap, unopposed. You don't see that very often. But from 40 metres out, had a free run to the line. He's threatened to do that a few times, and that time it counted.
Yeah, you can't afford to switch off in touch football. The game's so fast. They go end to end in, sometimes it's, between 7 and 12 seconds to go on end to end. You can't afford to switch off, and Mudgee made him pay on that occasion.
The Bandits, how do they respond? Drinkwater, looks like every time we look up, they're at the 7-metre line of the opposition. So entertainment value here on KO. It's the Guzman E. Gomez New South Wales Junior State Cup Northern Conference. Faulkner, now Gordon, Beavis, and Hudson Carr again. That's his 3rd try, and he's barely run 5 metres to score any of them.
Yeah, very sharp thing, and that was the point I was trying to get to before that runaway try. Is that Beresford, when they're able to go through the hands a little bit earlier, they look good. Or if the ball carrier is going to run right to the line, then you're going to have to loop it to the winger. And I felt like they didn't quite have the right balance. But on that occasion, chain passing through the hands, very classy, Tony, very classy try.
And it's proving to be one of their strong suits. Jason Stanton drops down for a post-game interview. Looking forward to hearing that one. 5 minutes to play. Who's going to come home the stronger? 5-4. This game perfectly poised. Opportunity. Cut-out pass. Couldn't find the mark. Otherwise, Lane Fisher would have found himself over the stripe again. New South Wales Touch Football presents New South Wales Junior State Cup, the Northern Conference. Some really good entertainment. Fun day out in Dubbo. Jason Stanton interviewing Dubbo official before this game. Very proud to have the competition in Dubbo here for a 2nd year. Mudgee, their subs come out of the box, like Jack in the Boxes. Up the field they play. Mudgee in the purple. Going to register another win. Stoddart's getting in underneath. Ball trying to find Fairhon, but couldn't. The ball available for the Bandits. Next up, Newcastle taking on the Central Coast in under-18s boys. That'll be an absolute cracker. Newcastle featured on the stream a few games ago and they looked red hot. So look out for them against Central Coast. The flag bearer, who knows, will they be playing on grand final day tomorrow? Of course, the coverage continues tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. here on KO. We're playing till 5 o'clock today, so make sure you stay tuned on KO. This new agreement, Junior State Cup, Northern Conference, Southern Conference, Vorden Cup, Senior State Cup. Whatever you like, we've got it here for you. The Premier New South Wales Touch Football. Have it here on KO. Mudgee into enemy territory. Looking dangerous. Taylor staying with the ball. Quick strike dump. Receives it back again. And a penalty. So they didn't collapse. Mudgee weren't in the 7 yet. So here they go again, Mudgee, to put more space between them and Beresfield. Taylor. Another penalty. The referee, same infringement, he says. Beresfield need the ball. There's not a lot of time left, so he can't be giving away penalties. Taylor. Through the hands again. It's been the order of the day, but that one snuffed out. In their 7, they need to spread it. Drinkwater. They've seen an infringement. Not happy about that one, Drinkwater. Pass that one to the opposition in gusto. Mudgee could really close it out here if they can get a touchdown. Komunkilio taking his time, try and dive in. That was a touch. It won't matter anyway. Mudgee win this game. 5 touchdowns to 4. They got out to an early lead. Beresfield tried to peg them back, but eventually Mudgee held true and were able to come away with the chocolates. Under 16s boys, a very, very competitive competition, and Mudgee throwing their hat into the ring to try and make finals tomorrow. I'm Tony Salerno. Make sure you stay on the KO stream. We're going to cross down shortly to Jason Stanton for a post-game interview. So do stay tuned for that one in what was a very entertaining contest. We've got coming up 3 p.m. Newcastle taking on the Central Coast in the under-18 boys. Can't wait for that one. This is Guzman E. Gomez, New South Wales State Cup Northern Conference here in beautiful Dubbo. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. More fallout from this game and then a big ripper in the under-18s to come at 3 p.m.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer. Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
We've reached one of the big feature matches here on KO. Under-18s boys, Newcastle Knights taking on the Central Coast Dolphins. I'm Tony Salerno, great to have you along. Is this a curtain raiser or a preview for tomorrow's Under-18 boys final on Sunday? Who's going to get the rub of the green? Who's going to get the momentum? We're about to find out in a few minutes' time. The Knights in the blue and the red, and a Central Coast in the navy and the red. We've seen both of these teams on the stream, both very impressive, but it's time to put their money where their mouth is. Brain, first run of the game to the left. He receives it back, dumps down, now into the middle, Stone. 7 metres away, Stone! Shocked everybody. Referee having a look, and it's a try. So Newcastle Knights, in next to no time, have the first try of the game. How about that? It was Brain cutting it up, connecting with his links, and then eventually back to the middle, Stone nonchalantly coming forward, shocked them, and then scored the try. Newcastle 1 touchdown to 0. How do the Central Coast respond now? Nash Russell picks it up at dummy half, now a slide in too. Referee happy with that, and we're going try for try in this one. Kobe Rodriguez, already barely a minute played in this game, and we have 2 touchdowns. Oh, both these teams. They're getting excited. We're getting excited because they're putting their best foot forward. Jason Stanton has joined me up in the commentary box. Jace, you've turned up and there's already drama.
Yeah, what have I missed? What have I... 2 absolute superb tries there. I saw them on my way up. Both these teams, Tony, would have aspirations of taking out the whole title. So this is a real battle of the heavyweights here.
And a lasting touch right on Skinner. They survive, but only temporarily, the Dolphins. Big game for them.
Yeah, for those following the division, Central Coast, Newcastle, Maitland Redbacks, which we just saw, and probably Northern Beaches. They're all very dominant, sort of, tossing out for those top spots. So, but definitely both these 2 teams, big, very big rivalry, and both would have, like I said, sort of claims that they're the best team here.
Yeah, that's right. Just before they came out, the coach told them, show them why we're the best team here. Skinner, quick dump. McKenzie, now Kynan Jackson. They love to move the ball, make it sing, Newcastle. Really nice brand of footy to watch. Brain gets it back, and now zigging and zagging, weaving, and a try for Newcastle. This time it's Harris. And the Knights, when they get into that 7, it's all danger.
Yeah, the number 28 there, Brain, he really has a lot of time with the ball and a lot of footy smart, so his surname probably matches him, but I like the way he's nice and calm, executes the play. We saw a lot of quality from him yesterday, and again on that occasion.
So now it's Central Coast's turn. The last time they had possession, they also got a touchdown. So we're looking to see if they can return serve. Walker with the zinc cream. That's he and Russell combining, getting towards that 7. Here they go again. Walker comes out. He's going to get into the strike zone. Who's with him? There's enough people there to go around. And the 19 for the Central Coast has a touchdown. Well, this is champagne stuff. We can't look away. 2-2. Jason Stanton, your other job's monitoring the scoreboard. That's a harder one than the analysts at the moment.
I can't actually keep up. As soon as I try and update the scoreboard, there's another try.
We'll keep updating the scoreboard.
It's really exciting stuff, and this is what we see in this 18 boys division. Because they're so skillful with attack, it's often those that can defend a bit better, drive a bit better, end up winning the game.
And now here's another overlap. Stone probably should have linked up, but he scored the try anyway. The touch didn't come in time. Make that 3-2. 5 tries in 4 minutes.
I think I've converted from assistant commentator to full-time scoreboard attendant. 5 tries in, is it 4 minutes? 5 tries in 4 minutes.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Talk about value for your KO subscription, even though we're free.
More stuff like this will be paid, that's for sure.
I love it. 5 tries, plenty of excitement, and all being scored in different ways too. Great variety from both teams.
Russell dumps down. Opportunity. Diving. Rodriguez. No one could lay a hand on him. And that's 3-3. Make that 6 tries. in 5 minutes.
Yeah, 6 tries. My clock says 4 minutes and 45 seconds for 6 tries, so that'd be some kind of record. But, you know, just as I think we mentioned it a game or two ago, if I can slip in coaching mode again, is the defender's got to get off the line. When you hit the score line and you stand there and someone's diving low, there's nothing for you, there's no target for you to touch. So more times than not, it ends up being ball down. You've got to get 2 steps off if you're a defender, so you can get the arm or, you know, the body. So that's a bit of a tip there that might better save some of those tries we're seeing.
It's a bit like Oprah. You get a try, and you get a try. Mackenzie couldn't quite get through.
Oprah, is she still going? You might be showing your age there, Tony.
Oh, Stone. Shaping to pass, eventually gets it away. That's Tola on the last touch. So Central Coast just got to compose themselves here. 3-3 they are level, and now they're heading up the field. Walker. 2 passes infield. Truscott Jones. He dumps down. Russell instigates his own touch. Gets it back from the dummy half. They go again. I believe there was just a number of taps. Changeover.
I mean, this could settle into a bit of an arm wrestle here, as both of the teams and both coaches would be saying, look, we've got to control this midfield. We've got to get up and down the field better, you know, like complete our sets. So don't be surprised if this one gets in a bit of an arm wrestle now.
And are you seeing any issues in either of the defences, Jace? Like, is that what's happening here, or is just the attack too freakish? Here we go again. French into the strike zone. Looking for a man, can't find it. So that one goes begging. Boy, wasn't it close?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a combination, Tony. Like, the attack definitely is superb. But also because these teams, you know, some of them don't necessarily know each other, or they're getting their combos going throughout the tournament. Sometimes they're trying to get a feel for what the other team's going to run. Like, you might not have seen them play on the Friday, and you sort of see, get you a bit off guard. Is another one.
Walker getting beyond his man into the strike zone, looking for support. There it is. Another touchdown for the Central Coast. Boy, these teams are lethal when they get into the attacking half.
Yeah, the 27 there made the touch. It's just whether or not he was offside or not, but he definitely made the touch.
That was Mitchell French from Newcastle.
Yeah, we're going back, so he was onside.
Penalty.
Yeah, the only way that would have been a try is if he was called offside, because he definitely made touch. Nice dive there, I think, on Dawn to save it. I'm not sure. Might have got the wrong name there, actually.
3-3, Newcastle and the Central Coast. Down that left-hand channel, here come the subs for Newcastle. Straightening the point of attack. Brain. Now Jackson. Brain again. Looking very skillful. Cut-out ball. Tried to flick on. Did Bannister. But didn't quite get to the winger. Jace, we sometimes see in big games like this, it doesn't live up to expectation. Teams get nervous, or one team misses the jump and then gets blown away. But this one really living up to its marker.
Yeah, I'd be happy if I was in either camp. I know both of the coaches would be, you know, they'll be pleased. Both teams have got out there and they're competing.
Mackenzie. Now Brain again. Mackenzie, the middle's link. Does he get there? The referee looking around. Looks like it's a try. It is. And Mackenzie adds his name to the score sheet. Was one of the best players in Newcastle's previous game. And he's starting to play well here too.
Yeah, again, we've seen Brain there with a beautiful pass, and then he's backed up on the inside. And again, we're seeing a very close call, but the ref's in really good position. And again, we're seeing the defender on the scoreline. So if you can think about it, if you can sort of imagine you being a defender and someone's diving, there isn't anything to touch except the ball. You've got to take that step or two forward. So we're seeing lots of close calls there, but I think the referees are getting them right.
Refereeing's been very good in this game. Russell. Now Walker. How does Central Coast return serve? What can they provide? Getting it back. Walker diving in. The referee says touch. He'll have to go back. A few more options for Central Coast to throw. Walker tries to use his footwork. Now flicks it behind. That's a last touch. So Newcastle get the ball. Oh, would have been in space. Stone. Had he collected that one. This game going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're inviting them back in here.
Yes, the Central Coast trying to camp downfield. Post. Wins the penalty for his team.
Yeah, good call there from the referee. Newcastle starting to roll a bit back. You've got to go forward when you're on the line. We need active defence in our sport. You've got to get up.
Russell, post. Russell again finds post, but Stone was there to snuff him out. It's a good touch. Post. Dumps it down. Russell. Another joins in. They like it. And Jakey Dixon has his first try of the game. Central Coast have 8 tries in the first 11 minutes. Russell again.
Beautiful finish there, and again we're seeing it. I know I'm harping on it a bit, but every time you see the defender on that try line, you're going to be half a chance to score, and it's really good to see the attack sort of picking up on that. I think it was the number 60 on that occasion, was it Dixon? I think seen the play that was offside. Diving and referee again in good position.
So, Jason, now that you've seen these players, there's obviously a lot of talent here, but what gets those players to that next level?
A lot of it's, you have the skill, like back sort of a few years back, you'd be saying, oh, well, you need to have this skill. You've got to be able to dump left and right-handed. You've got to be able to throw long balls both sides. Now touch has developed enough that they all have that skill. So it's not a matter of, oh, you don't have that skill. Now it starts to come down about variety, play selection, knowing when to do what, and actually being able to play with different, like teammates, and that's sort of what we're looking for on that next level now. Knowing what play to run based on what the defence is doing, that's the next level.
Central Coast this time couldn't quite get beyond the defence. Been funny, the majority of tries have come down the southern end of the field. Must be sloping downhill. 4-4 on halfway. Newcastle head to the subs box. Here they go for reinforcements. Brain, he's been in everything so far, as has Mackenzie. Has Central Coast backpedaling. Was into the strike zone, but he's turned it over. I think he was dummy half.
Yeah, dummy half. Probably a little bit unlucky not to get the penalty for offside there, but definitely the game settled. I think 6 tries in, 4.5 minutes, and then only 2 for the remainder.
Yeah, it was. And it's funny we're saying it slowed down, but there's still been 8 touchdowns. So definitely no shortage of entertainment. Up goes Post. Now support with him. There he is. Who's just couldn't find the mark with his pass. Because they had Newcastle short.
Yeah, they had him short. So, I mean, just to your previous point, Tony, that's an example where they just run almost the identical play on the previous set. Had the overlap and sort of dug too much into the line instead of passing early. Then they've run it again and done the same thing again. So what we're sort of looking for as these plays develop is seeing what happened on the first set and saying, oh, we got the number, but we held onto the ball too long, run it again, pass it early, through the hands, try. That's sort of that next level. And these players, because they have that talent, there's no doubt they'll be adding those smarts to their game.
Russell, now Walker into the end zone, looking around, floats one over the top, and it's received from Rodriguez.
The referees will have a chat to make sure they get this one right, but I think it's going to be a try.
They do like it. The Central Coast have another one, and they're up 5-4.
Is that their first lead for the game, Tony? They've been pegging them back?
They have. It's almost been you score, I score.
Yeah, really, really hard. And that's a good example where the dummy half gets into the in goal, they aren't able to score, and then the game almost becomes like a bit of like 3D, like you've got to look all around you, a bit like AFL or, something like that. He's got to, then he threw it over his head almost. You've got to start trying to find the vacant player.
Stone slides in. Referee happy with that. As soon as they got their first lead, they surrendered it. 5-5, Central Coast and Newcastle.
Well, if you're not happy with 10 tries from these two outfits, very classy tries, I don't know what can make you happier, because it's like a big touch spectacle, isn't it? Looking at all these athletes, they're just so fast, and it's end to end. Commentators curse again.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel sorry for the person cutting the highlights package. They might as well just leave it all. Give us the game again.
I think so, and we need a full-time scoreboard operator, because I'm...
handing in your resignation.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of RSI here in the right hand, trying to keep up with these young boys. They're on fire.
Brain dumps. Stone gives it back to Brain. French gets involved. Here's Stone. Draw pass. Thank you very much. Oh, did he drop it or did he manage to put it down? No, knock on. Geez, you can't come much closer than that.
He probably could have done the big leaguey dive there too. He's reaching out and maybe just mentally switched off for a moment. And
you don't want to be that person, but if it does come down to one try in it, they might go looking back at that and thinking, could have been more safer with the put down. Central Coast advance. Up the field. They've got a 3-on-2 on the right. But the dummy half was tapped.
Yeah, you might have heard Coach Mitchell there, coming through on the ground mic, because if they were to dump on that one, I think the heads would have opened up, but they just miscounted the touches.
He's a bit more cooler in the commentary box, isn't he? On the coach just...
Mate, he's cool up there. I think it's a little bit stressful down there.
Oh, absolutely. It's hot in the kitchen at the moment. But we love it. We love the passion. In Newcastle go again. Across the field they come. McKenzie getting in behind. Long, spiralling like an arrow, and couldn't claim it. So knocked on by Joe Thompson, and that's 2 tries Newcastle have left out there.
Yeah, they've just gone big in there, and they've got to be careful here because they've had 2 big opportunities to hit the lead, and if Central Coast can go, end to end here, they might be ruining that come the end of the game, the Knights. Whoa.
Penalty goes the way of the Central Coast. You were thinking it might go the other way?
That one, it was a forward pass at the ruck, but the offside happened before the forward pass. So the referee got 100% the right call.
Truscott Jones. Now the Central Coast drive. Walker gets it back from the dummy half. They link together. Walker, Rodriguez! How often does he do it? He's got a knack for it. That's try number 3. And the Central Coast up 7-5. That may be the first 2-try lead in the game.
Well, Coach Walker will be happy with that. I saw assistant coach John Dalton. He's actually creeping onto the field. He's excited. That's probably something that they sort of, picked up on, that early sweeper around the back, give the ball and then dive in at the offside player. So they might have actually called that from the coach's box. So they were pretty excited when the boys were able to execute.
Now it's Newcastle's turn. Brain.
Same play.
Stone, yeah, they did. They tried to copy what the Central Coast just done.
Everyone keep your legs moving here. Don't go flat here.
Oh.
Russell slipping over, kept his footing. Close to that right-hand touchline. Here come the subs. What fresh legs can the Central Coast deliver? Truscott Jones, now post. The number 9. In behind, that's quick. He's dummy half though, so he's got to get rid of it. Who's he going to find? Tried the miracle frisbee, but it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, was that Hunt? Well, he was sharp, wasn't he? Out of the blocks, like a rocket.
Very quick. Save it for a lot of these plays. Very quick, very agile. Oh, what a catch from Stone. Right on his bootlaces. Brain. Looking to open up the field, the Knights. What can they deliver here? Mackenzie's back out there in the blue hats. Now French, look how quick he's moving. Mackenzie drops the ball. So the Central Coast have turned it up a gear. Can the Newcastle Knights match it?
Yeah, you probably heard some comments about Brain, I think number 28, throughout the last few games. He's certainly one to watch. He's got the full range of skills, Tony, and also seems to have good poise, like time with the ball, doesn't get flustered. He's really got a lot of men's open look and feel about him.
Hopefully we see him rise through the ranks. One to watch out for sure. Mackenzie. Slowing things down, Newcastle, through McElwain. Mackenzie again, getting past the Walker touch. Now on for Jackson. Mackenzie will take the touch. Assessing their options, Mackenzie and Jackson. Drops it down, Mackenzie. Just the trio in the middle. Mackenzie, the big release, and does the trick. Joe Thompson has been sweating on that one for a while. Didn't come to fruition a couple of times, but that one was dead on his chest. and Newcastle back level.
Yeah, really difficult pass to have. I know I've been giving these boys lots of accolades. I don't know whether you can see it through coming on your screen, but there's actually a bit of a crosswind going from right to left on your screen. So being able to throw that ball backwards at speed is such a difficult skill. And again, I think it was a 30-metre pass, Tony.
Mackenzie, that was freakish. Russell. Central Coast turn to respond through Walker. He tries to float one over, and if that would have hit the chest of Truscott Jones, that would have been another Central Coast try.
Yeah, they're just so talented, Tony. So, oh, see, commentators curse again. Every time I say someone's talented, they drop it.
No more compliments.
Okay, so they're struggling out here on the stadium field.
Here we go, we're going to see a miracle.
Now we'll see another try.
Into the 7, Russell Rodriguez. He likes to slide from early.
Yeah, you see Brain there stepping forward. He just forced himself to take that extra step forward off the line, and that's what saved the try. Really good read there.
Russell dumps. Now post. He tries the floater. Taken, but that was a forward pass.
It's hard with that win from the back. So, I mean, just to return to one of the points you mentioned early, Tony, so I often get invited out and I'll do some development work with some of the junior teams. And as I said, like, you go back in yesteryear, you'd be showing them the skill. Now I'm not. Now I'm saying, right, when would you run that play? When would you run that play? What's the defence doing here? It's more footy IQ stuff, and that's because their skill is so amazing. Whereas if you go back 10 plus years ago, you'd be saying, this is how you throw a really good long ball.
And through is French, looking for support. Mackenzie's coming around, looking to position Skinner. It is Mackenzie, and it is Newcastle who hit the front.
Yeah, the number 17, Mackenzie there. It looked like the scooper run himself out of room all the way to the corner, but Mackenzie got himself free from the defender, circled around the back, and what a finish. Great read.
Newcastle have scored the last couple. We're 3 minutes from home, Jason. 7-6, Newcastle over the Central Coast. But we know, based on this game, this is far from over.
Yeah, you don't get any prizes for thinking Central Coast score next for 7-all. You don't get no prizes for that.
Walker plays that one safe. Hunt. Walker again. Dumps it down. Hunt. In a dummy half. Ends up finding Walker. He'll take it. And he's got space, Walker. Stretches out. And that's good enough for the referee. Central Coast back ahead. 8-7.
Yeah, I lost track of the score. Is it 8-7, 7-all? It's a smorgasbord of tries here on the stadium field.
But we can't even finish a thought, Jace. And then the other team's already down in the strike zone, and make it count.
Definitely good highlights package. If you want different plays to run or you're working on your line defence, this is a real good game to watch.
That's what I'm saying. Save the time and just watch a replay. Stone. Oh, flick into Mackenzie. Stone back at dummy half, into the strike zone. Who's there with him? It's Mackenzie! And it's Newcastle again.
I'm not sure what happened there. Might have been an indiscretion earlier in the play.
But it's no try. The referee calling it back. Nash Russell.
I think we've got 7-all.
7-all.
Tony, I think we've got 7-all. That's what it says on the big scoreboard.
Truscott Jones now hunts. Calls a touch Newcastle, and the referee obliges, but it is off the mark. Not long left.
Yeah, we're creeping into the last 60 seconds here, so probably a draw would be fair, or do you think one of the teams has had the better of it, Tony?
It would be fair, but as the schoolyard days say, last try wins. That's how we love it.
Yeah, we generally call that when we're down by 4, but...
We don't need to this time. Jackson rolls forward, French. Here is Jackson, trying to use his body to get out of it, but he's touched. Changeover, now Central Coast turn. Hunt, Walker. They play to the left.
Big step, they're going to have to hold him out here.
And now it's Newcastle's turn. Could this be game if they get the try?
Yeah, if Brain coming on here, you'd almost fancy Newcastle to get one here in the last 20 seconds. Central Coast are going to be very active and try and rush them.
Skinner, there is that man, Brain, the central nervous system of this Newcastle team. Getting it back from McKenzie. It's that combination. McKenzie, Brain, McKenzie. Ball on for Bannister. Has to go back. How's the defence for the Central Coast?
Yeah, they're going to have to hold him out for one more touch. Last roll of the dice.
Brain, McKenzie, floater to win it! And they've done it, have they? Yes, they have. Hahn in the corner, and it's Newcastle who get the job done right at the end.
Newcastle, absolutely superb finish. It was literally the last play of the game. A beautiful right to left spiral pass into the corner. And Newcastle, anyone that thought this was going to be a Renegades Central Coast final, or maybe even Maitland Redbacks, what about the Knights?
Oh, forget about it. You know what? I wouldn't be too disappointed if this was the final tomorrow. What a fantastic effort from both teams. Probably did deserve to be a draw, but Newcastle, once Brain came out, you called it, Jace. You said they were going to go for glory, and that they did.
Yeah, I half backed him in on that one, and I think the previous two sets, Central Coast turned it over. They weren't able to get over halfway. So I'm sure that's something that Coach Walkerton will have in the back of his mind.
Hard to come down after that one, but coming up next, it's Gunnedah taking on Taree in the under-18s girls. All right, here on KO.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
We are back here on KO. It's under-18s girls action. I'm Tony Salerno. Dean Russell is alongside me. We've got Gunnedah Goannas taking on the Taree Flames.
30 seconds, please, referees. 30 seconds.
This promises to be a pretty good game.
The Goannas from Gunnedah are a fairly new club to representative touch football. They've only been coming to our events for the last 3 or 4 years and slowly developing. But I can see the Taree Flames, they're already set up in their defensive structure. They've got a 3-3 ready to rock and roll here.
Let's see how they go. Both these teams been working into this competition, looking for their first win. Could it be here today?
Good yards there from the Goannas straight off the bat.
Straight off the bat, heading towards the 7. Ross, now Manning. Ross again, Mannion. The two middles exchange, heading towards that 7. Ross, Mannion, sizing it up. This is good interchange of passing, trying to move the Taree defence around. They go quickly again. Into the strike zone, just couldn't find the pass in the end.
Yeah, they, as you said, they set that up pretty well. They tried to move the middles around the field, turn them inside and out to try and create opportunities on the inside. And it was JC Ross, the 11, who took off there, and she was looking to get the ball back inside to Lucas in the 7. Unfortunately, the pass went to ground, and now the Flames looking to drive out of their own half.
They are, go to their subs box, so some reinforcements on. Let's see what they can provide, just over halfway. Taree in the green. That's a good scoop from Watson. And now...
Yeah, just a pass going forward they ruled there, but pretty. If you're the coach at Taree, you're happy with that set. You've driven the ball well off your own line and you've held them defensively. And so a couple of opportunities there to look to try and get on the outside of the defence.
Gunnedah hugging the sideline. Heading back towards the middle now in those visors. Not the traditional cap. Spreading right across and getting away. No touch so far. Heading down the touchline. Almost there, Saunders. Will be asked to play it the 7-metre mark as they head towards the middle.
And Watson got across and made the touch there, the 3, but she's obviously got a heavily strapped knee and she looks like she's struggling a little bit out there. So, well, that was the 6th touch. If Gunnedah were aware, they might have tried to attack her there.
Yeah, would have. Yeah, she's basically limping into the line and taking rocks as well.
Well, going to be under pressure here, giving the ball back with an incorrect roll ball. So they're going to have to defend another set here on their line.
Gunnedah looking to better in the first couple of minutes. Will that turn into points? Scoop up, and they're keen to turn the numbers inside and out. A juggle. Back towards the middle. It's opened up. Diving in. The referee says touch. Yeah. So it won't count for Lawrence.
Yeah, good touch there from Crichton. Again, I don't think the Gunnedah girls have realised that the young girl from Watson has got an injury. Otherwise, they would have attacked her. But a chance here out wide.
Better than a chance. Looks like a touchdown to me. And it is. So Rhiannon Adamson.
Yeah, they went down the short side there on a quickie, and they caught the wing defence from Taree in what we call no man's land, or no woman's land in this game, where they're not in on the link, but they're not out on their wing, and just released the pass to get on the outside of it. They only had a short distance to get to the goal line, and they score.
Yep, so that's the first. Try the game the way of Gunnedah through Rhea Adamson. Of course, it is touch turnaround, so once a try is scored, the team swap sides and the defensive team attack from halfway. Taree, their best look at the try-scoring opportunity. What can they provide? Just a bit too hard through the hands. And now Gunnedah against the run of play. Good tap.
Yeah, and good chase from Holborough there. But the idea was right. She was trying to get the pass to the wing. The wing was unmarked. Had she been able to get it out there, they would have even this game up.
Channel down that left-hand side. They drive up the field. Gunnedah look very structured and look like they're trying to get their fundamentals right. Mannion almost through the line. Frey on for Lucas. Dumps it down. Frey again. She's the dummy half. He'll have to get it away. Saunders says thank you very much, but it was a forward pass.
Yeah, they did everything right there. They created the space, ran through the hole, had the Taree defence up and back, so that created the hole to run through, and tried to get the pass to Saunders on the wing. but unfortunately, the pass went forward. So, sorry, that was Adamson on the wing, the 15. So, yeah, unfortunately for them, they could have taken a nice 2-0 lead.
Hill dumps it down. Lawson does the same. Taree advance up the field. Watson. The two middles looking to combine. There's Watson again. The last touch, there'll be a turnover.
Yeah, she's definitely hampered by that knee injury, but she's out there giving her all for a team, which is really courageous. But you can see that she's struggling a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see whether the Gunnedah coaches identify that and send the attack her way. Ideally, you want to be pulling her out of the line and getting her to make the touch when they get into the red zone.
It is the last game of the day for Gunnedah, potentially, for Taree and potentially the tournament. So she's trying to stick it out for her team. But that can be a hindrance more than a help sometimes.
Yeah, well, they're going to be tested here, the Taree girls. They've knocked the ball down to give 6 to go, and Gunnedah on the attack.
Wicks and finds Fairful. Wicks from dummy half. They come back the open side. In the hands of Mannion, that's Zara Mannion. Grace in the one. Looking up, trying to hit her on the head, just couldn't collect the ball.
Yeah, unfortunately she didn't have eyes on the ball there, and that was Wicks in the 14 that found herself at the link position and was running through the hole. I think she must have felt that the pass was going to go to the wing, and the pass unfortunately collected her and went to ground.
Taree coming to their touchline, want to go to their subs box, get a few fresh legs on. It is quite hot out there. Rutledge with a good run. Same for Heath. As they head towards the right, nice interchange of passing. Holborough gets it back from the dummy half.
Just looking to get it across here. A little bit lost in their attacking set that time, Taree, and a lot of the time they had a lot of downtime on the ball. And what we mean when we say downtime is it's the time that it takes for the acting half to get to or pick up the ball from the roll ball. You want it to be as snappy as possible.
Speaking of snappy as possible, that's what Ella Saunders has been today. Good run too, premeditated pass. Mannion couldn't get on the end of it, but they look a little bit more crisp in attack, don't they, Gunnedah?
Yeah, and they're actually running with a bit more intensity too, which is putting Taree on the back foot. As soon as you can get defences on the back foot, it just makes that attacking space open up a little bit more.
15 minutes to go. Gunnedah 1, lead Taree 0. I'm Tony Salerno, Dean Russell alongside me here on KO. The New South Wales Touch Football Association present New South Wales Junior State Cup. Southern Conference down here in Dubbo. It's been a great weekend so far, hasn't it, Dean?
It's been a fantastic weekend. The weather's been not too bad. It is hot. We were a bit worried about yesterday's conditions, but it didn't get to the predicted 37, and we had a bit of a breeze up and some cloud cover, which certainly helped. But today, we're about 31 degree here at the moment, so the players doing a great job in these trying conditions.
Gunnedah again, heading over the 40. That was a line ball at best, but the referee said it was okay. Lawrence floats a ball over to Fairful, looking back inside. Passes connecting for Gunnedah. Can they bear the fruits of that? Fairful again. They have to turn it over, but they're turning it over at the 7 of Taree. So the next best result.
Yeah, deep in the Taree half, deep in the corner. So, but on the sideline, that Taree are going to make their sub. So ideally, when you turn it over, you want to turn it over on the far side of the field to make it a little bit more difficult for your opposition to get to their sub box if that's what they want to do. But good yardage here.
One of their best drives of the game from Taree, and just as I said that, they've conceded the penalty. So it'll be Gunnedah again with the ball.
Yeah, overstepping the mark, unfortunately, and then they've compounded it by interfering with the roll ball there. So a bit of frustration from Holborough.
We saw a high score in the last game between Central Coast and Newcastle in the 18s boys. This one a bit more of a tighter affair, 1-0. Gunnedah lead.
High score and high quality, that game.
Oh, absolutely. One of the games of the tournament. Here's an opportunity for Gunnedah, and it's Alyssa Fry who has the try. Gunnedah lead 2-0. It's been coming, Dean.
Yeah, they've been building pressure on the Taree defence, and Taree have been really trying to stay in their structures, but they've been tested. And you see here on the replay, when they come through, they just pop out a half. They release the pass back there into a hole and just run through the line. So good touchdown there to Gunnedah. They lead 2-0.
So how did Taree respond? Love to get a try for their team, for their support. Something to talk about at dinner. 7 metres away centre field. Here they go again. What are they working to?
Just over 10 minutes gone in this game so far, and yeah, Gunnedah are really impressive so far with their attack and their defence.
Rutledge really running things for Taree, and that was the last touch. Surrendered by Agnew. Now opportunity for Gunnedah again. Haven't had to work it out of their own end for a while. How can they get it out of trouble?
Good shift there, and now drive forward, and you can see that their players are working to the box to try and get off. Now they bring troops on the field, but they're going to lose a little bit of ground here.
Careful, that's what happened. It's important as well when you go to the subs box, Dean, that the continuity of the turnover can really have an impact on the set.
Yeah, all bad luck there on the back and the inside. Yeah, you'll see, especially at the youth level, that teams get indoctrinated with this. I've got to get to the sub box to get fresh people on in the changeover. And they sometimes just run off the field when they get the ball rather than work. I'd much rather see them work to the box, get the momentum and drive forward. So when you bring your fresh troops on, they can sweep on at pace and you've got that continuity of play.
Holbrook almost through the hole, trying to sneak through, trying to contort her body.
She's looked most likely so far for the Flames to Holbrook.
Here she goes again. Making the sign to slow things down, but they're speeding it up. Here they go again, trying to sweep through the gap. But that touch at the last moment from Frey.
Yeah, referee John Frost right on the money there. He was very well positioned to be able to make the call, and easy call really when the acting half goes through and the defence comes to her.
Some hard touches out there. The referee happy with the contact.
Yeah, but not square on that time, so you do have to be strong in the ruck. Yeah, you are going to get touched. Sometimes you're going to get pushed, but there is an obligation on the attack as well to be strong in the ruck and hold their mark.
Very much so. 17 metres away. Taree looking for their first touchdown of the day. In this game particularly. They're setting up nicely. Through Rutledge.
Trying to get some fresh legs out there now as they come on.
That's a good idea. They're a bit late to the party though, so they had to surrender a touch. Rutledge again. Looking to her left. Can't quite generate anything from that play. Watson caught it on her leg.
Yeah, nearly rolled around behind her. Oh, the referee said the pass was forward, which would explain why maybe she caught it on her leg and also rolled around her back, and she was able to control it. So good skills there, but unfortunately the pass was forward.
It'll be their opportunity again. Gunnedah to head up the field. Nice right-hand channel. Even though their subs are there, they are creating good field position and territory. Good charge this time from Lawrence. Makes 25 metres for her team.
Yeah, good deep charge. Just would probably, rather than overrun the mark, if she gets it down quickly, they escape. But here's the good opportunity for Gunnedah again.
Needed to come inside. And a touch at the last second on Kemp. It is the last now. Kemp gets the dish back.
I think they might have lost the touch count here. Yeah, they did lose the touch count there. They wanted to use the ball rather than set up for the next play.
Taree are the recipients of that. Rutledge in underneath. They work to their subs box, right on the touchline.
Yeah, see, while they're getting good yardage here now, they just really had no one on the field until the subs came on then. So you really need to get if you're going to run a subset, you really need to get it right as Holbrook again. Or Holborough, sorry. It was nearly through the hole.
Gets it back again. Watson. They turn it over meekly.
Gunnedar's defence has been good. They're not rolling with the play. There's a mistake, but they're not rolling with the play. They're trying to press forward and put pressure on Taree when they've got the ball in their hands.
And they're showing initiative and getting rewarded for it. And that's what they've done for most of this game so far. They have a 2-touchdown advantage. Straight and hard, really direct. That's what they need from this drive set. Here it comes. Holborough. Now Heath. Back for Holborough. Heath at dummy half. Agnew missed the memo. That's another knock on from Taree.
Yeah, but I didn't mind it actually. They tried to set up a play there where they had the link on the high side of the field, run the inline, and they were sending a sweeper around behind her. And if they had been able to execute, they would have had a 2-on-1 opportunity. So at least they're trying some innovative plays out there and looking to try and get back into a game.
They are trying to swerve around her. The 2 5s coming into contact with each other. That was Zara Manian, who's been good. Here she is again, receiving it back from the dummy half.
Yeah, they're doing that well. They're driving deep into the line really well, but then they're just overrunning the mark, which slows the play down. So we want to see them drive into that line, get the hand out, make the touch, and get the ball on the ground quickly to put the defence at 6s and 7s and on the back foot.
Now they come to the wing. Looks like they want to get fresh troops every set. Agnew, she dumps it down. Across field, and now to the centre. In the middle of the field.
They're really going to have to be next to score, Taree. We're under 10 minutes to play. They're down by 2 on the scoreline. That's not insurmountable, but they really need to be the next. Like 8:50 to play, and they really need to be the next to score.
They do. That touch pass won't help them. Penalty to Gunnedah. And you think if Gunnedah get one more, it may be too much already, but if they get one more, that'll be curtains. And they'll finish their second day on a high. Back towards the middle. Manian. Good ball on a juggle. Still in hands from Lucas. Now Lawrence. She's looked the most likely for Gunnedah.
Lawrence and the 7, Lucas, have both been very strong in attack.
Here the middles go again. Shape to drop it down. Didn't end up doing so. She fooled all of them. Try of the match from Lawrence.
Yeah, very smart play too. The viewers at home may not have picked it up, but just before this play, unfortunately, Crichton from Taree had fallen over and she got up. She's coming off now limping. She was injured, and Gunnedah, very smart, recognised that she was out of position but also slightly injured, and they attacked her and come away with the try.
So that's 3 for Gunnedah. Comprehensive display. Gunnedah not too far from Tamworth, music capital of New South Wales.
Well, if Taree had to be scoring next a couple of minutes ago, they really need to score now. There's still plenty of time for them. You've still got 7 minutes to play, and 3 touchdowns in that time is not unknown, but they're going to have to hold the ball better than that.
That's right. The discipline's going to have to be there if they are going to make an impression in this game. But even for themselves, it might be a game within a game for Taree.
There looks to be a bit of fatigue in the Taree girls' leagues as well, which is going to make it all the more tougher.
Here they go over halfway. Gunnedah
seem to have plenty of run in them, but again, they're just running through the mark rather than getting it down.
Manian shaped to be dummy half, but the dummy half was touched.
Yeah, good defence by Holborough there.
Looks like one of their stars, Holborough. Heading to over halfway and now through Holborough. Lasting touch from Grace Manian.
Yeah, good run there. Came 25 metres and she's done all the work in defence and gets them on the front foot now.
Agnew gets it back from the dummy half. Come on, Taree. Is there one try in them? Watson. Now Rutledge. She dumps it down. Watson again. Into the strike zone. Needs somebody's help. But she can't get there. She's touched.
Yeah, it was good work. She identified where the hole was, straightened the run, cut through the line. As you said, they just needed support players. Unfortunately, the support players looked as though they were running towards her, towards the ball, rather than finding space and let her run to them and give the pass.
Can't get much closer than that, Dean.
No, but...
so you're in the end of the strike zone now.
Yeah, so some promise there for Taree.
Absolutely. Good charge on. Here is Lawrence. Finds Fairfield. Dumps it down. Lawrence again. Working well. Zara Manian through the gap. Will streak away. But first, it's been adjudicated a penalty.
Yeah, so forward pass off the ruck there, and unlucky for the Goannas. It's a really nice interchange of passing the last couple of sets that they had there, but that last pass from the ruck went forward, so they brought it all the way back just short of the Taree 10s for Taree to bring it back into play.
3-0. Gunnedah leading. Just under 3 minutes left in this game. Can Taree leave a lasting impression? They've deserved a try. If they can get it, that'll be a different story. Here's Holborough. The player looked the most likely for them. They've turned it over.
Yeah, probably a little bit unlucky there. I think she identified a player she thought was offside to attack, but the referee said she had made the 7, and so there was no offside penalty.
Floating ball wide into the hands of Wicks. Down that left-hand channel. Zara Manian. Zara and Grace sisters, the Manian sisters. Back towards the middle.
And there's a lot of teams here this weekend where there are brothers and sisters playing together, so just shows like the family aspect of the sport of touch. Even though we're at the representative level, we still have that family element to the game.
Absolutely. In the Manly game, the 18s boys, there were 3 Masters. Part of the Masters family, of course, synonymous with Manly touch.
And the coach was one of the Masters as well.
Oh, yeah, plenty of good family action on display. But it's a fun day out. It really is. It's a great place, Dubbo. So good to have some of the best touch football in the Northern Corridor showcased.
And you know what else Dubbo has got?
The zoo.
Well, they've got the zoo, but even more important than the zoo, especially for New South Wales Touch and our supporters, Guzmani and Gomez is in town.
Absolutely.
And they're our finals day sponsor tomorrow, Guzmani Gomez, and we're looking forward to having them out here again. We're here today, the pop-up tent on-site venue, but great sponsors and partners of the sport.
Yes, they've been a good supporter for a long time. If you're going to grab dinner tonight or you need a snack, definitely go see Guzmani Gomez. She's off for the prize, JC Ross. She can run there.
Yeah,
4-0.
Great touchdown. Just took advantage of some tired legs here. Swept around down that sideline and got away from the defenders and just pinned the ears back and made her way to the try line. And yeah, you could just see tired legs for the Flames. It's been a big weekend. They've played a lot of touch, and they're in their last game here, and you can tell that they've just got some fatigue set up in their legs at the moment.
A little bit more fitness, a little bit more intense, I think, has been the difference between these two sides.
Yeah, I have been impressed with Gunnedah. They haven't stopped running. I mean, it's sometimes always easier to run when you're in front on the scoreboard. But, yeah, they've played with a lot of intensity.
Puts a real spring in your step. Taree, one of their last chances for today. Agnew. Watson back to Agnew.
Well, they're probably going to get another chance, Taree. There's 1:45 to play. Regularly, it's about 30 seconds for a set of 6. So they're going to probably get another 1, maybe 2 opportunities here.
But see what they can do with it. Lawrence. Heading to the right-hand channel again. Receiving it back. The open left is where they come. Good, strong charge by Fairfield. Just couldn't be received and knocked on.
They're going to get it here in not too bad a field position, just the other side of their own halfway. So they'll probably take, if they get a good drive, they'll take 3 or 4 to get down to the line and then see if they can have a shot.
They're heading over to their subs box, trying to get some fresh legs for one of their last chances. Agnew dumps down. Back towards the middle they come. This is enterprising from Taree. On the end of that ball, Morrissey almost got beyond her defender. 10 metres away, the women in green can receive with a last gift. coming across field. Floats the ball wide. Can't quite get there. Schilt touched with the ball. She'll have to hand it over.
Yeah, the Taree girls, if they want to get on the scoreboard, they have to press up here and try and force an error. We've got 30 seconds to play.
One more subs change. Looking very quick is Sarah Kemp. Can they finish this game with an exclamation point? Gunnedah, they won't do it like that.
We're going to have to do it quickly. Not long left on the clock here.
It's a sloppy last couple of minutes. Both teams trying to regain control of this one. 1 minute the shout out from the touchline. So that's as good as any direction. Siren sounds in the background. It was more like 1 second. But a dominant performance from Gunnedah. They've defeated Taree 4-0 here in Dubbo. A really good confidence-boosting win.
Yeah, and you can see the supporters are from Gunnedah across the other side of the field. They're very happy with that result, and deservedly so. Like, it was a really impressive game from the ladies from Gunnedah, the Goannas. I'm not sure I've ever called a lady a Goanna before, but they'll be proud of the fact that the Goannas have got up there too. They played a really nice brand of touch, plenty of running, plenty of skills, and a win to finish their day.
Yeah, it was a win for them. That's fun, Dean. Thank you very much. The action doesn't stop here on KO, though. Coming up next, we've got Mudgee taking on Maxville in the under-14s girls. Joel Kane and Adam Collins will take you through that one. I'm Tony Salerno on behalf of Dean Russell and myself. Thank you very much. We'll see you for the next game.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Jason standing here in the referees tent. I'm normally a little bit nervous around the referees, but not today. Here we are with Brandon Sanderson, one of our elite, probably our best referee here. Brandon, how long have you been a referee for?
I think about 9-10 years ago I started reffing here. It actually wasn't too long ago that I still remember being a little junior here, first timer. So it's kind of nice to see all these younger ones back, and it kind of reminds me a little bit about myself.
Yeah, speaking of the younger ones, you normally ref in our high performance, you know, men's and women's. We've been seeing a lot of talent here, 18s boys and girls, all the way down. What do you see the differences between refereeing, say, you know, the Opens versus the 18s divisions?
I don't think there's too many differences. You know, the skills, Nelly, just there. It's just about that little polish, and like there's definitely a lot of familiar faces playing in this 18s tournament that I've seen on the men's open stage. So you can kind of really see that sort of next level in the team of these boys that are playing in the men's open level, but bringing it back down to the 18s and making their club and their teams a lot stronger.
Yeah, great to hear. Can I steal John Frost maybe over here? John's one of our veteran referees. He's normally putting me in the sin bin. John, how long have you been a referee for, mate?
I've been a referee for 42 years.
42 years, wow. And how do you, any like tips, how do you do it?
It's just keep going. You don't give up. So it's the camaraderie in the tent is fantastic, and it's good to be with people like Brandon and have a run with him, and you just keep going.
Yeah, it's awesome. Now, 202 teams here, over 250 referees. I think you're doing, what, 4, 5, 6 games a day. Any special tips on recovery and that sort of thing?
Recovery is very important. So you can see I'm a bit red, so I'll just come off a game on the stadium. I'll be into hydrolytes and water and some food after every game.
Yeah, great to see. And I'll just finish up here with Lawson Holiday. How you doing, mate?
Good.
And how long you been a referee for? 10, 20 years?
About 2 years.
About 2 years. And why do you referee? What, just sort of mates or, people that want to get into refereeing. What's the reasons for you, mate?
My dad started refereeing a couple more years ago, and he got me into it.
Okay, that's not bad. And what would you do if you're refereeing me? I'm normally getting called offside. You wouldn't penalise me, would you?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, stop it. All right, we're having lots of fun here in the referees. They do a great job for us here at the Junior State Cup. Looking forward to seeing some red hot games tomorrow.
As Maxville have the first chance with the ball through young Lockyer, and a little wrap play, a rooster play if you want to call it that, and that's Ruby Harpley.
Nice touch.
Who's got it. Last play, they head it to the wing, and it'll be a hand over to Mudgee Mudcrabs. How's your day been going, Colo?
Yeah, it's not too bad, mate. Had a few games up here. It's been fantastic bringing the coverage on KO. Loving the touch and beautiful conditions. The breeze, I'm happy with the breeze it's picked up here.
So here come the Mudcrabs into the half for the first time against Maxville. And Lowell, I love their running style, nice and low, but the pass was forward.
Yeah, the referee's blowing the whistle early. That run was for nothing.
This is the under-14s division, the Mudgee Mudcrabs and the Maxville Falcons.
It's great to have the girls, the Falcons, down here. They've travelled a fair distance to come from Maxville. It's great to have them on board. Doing Maxville proud.
Here they come, the 28's on the field. And the 28 also has a mum. Hello to Mama Loz, who's tuning in. And this young girl, Amalia Loyo, she's one part of the trio. There's a preppin', there's a steppin', and there's a weapon. She's the preppin' part of the cohort. So hello to you, Mama Loz. Very popular with the team, Mama Loz, so good luck to you. And here come the Mudgee Mudcrabs.
They're rolling on now.
Bit of a breeze.
15 out. Mudgee one ahead to pick up. They've got some numbers here, Joel.
Chance, 17 goes through. Good touch. Good touch made by Josie Tate.
They had the 3-on-2 overlap then. I think she had to release that. This is a good release and a quick down to the ground for an opening try.
It is going to go to Isabel O'Brien. And the Mudcrabs, one
The
zip.
penalty was awarded. Geez, the way he put his arm up there, I wasn't sure if it was a penalty or a try. But we're going to go with a try to the Mudcrabs. A good start for the girls. That was really their first opportunity down that end of the field, and they were able to convert it. They turn around with this touchdown turnaround at the Junior State Cup.
What was the rules when you played, Colo?
Yeah, it's always been like this at a state cup. Because of the number of games, it's a shorter game. No half time. You just turn around after tries are scored, and that's the way it's been played. Except for yesterday, where the conditions dictate that we needed to take a heat break in between.
Mudgee Mudcrabs, by the way, they're leading Pool C. So they're a good side, the Mudgee Mudcrabs.
Form on the board.
Northern Beaches undefeated in Pool B, and Manly just have a draw to their name with 6 wins, so they're leading the other pool. Very popular elects, aren't they, Manly and Northern Beaches, as the Maxville girls get some fresh legs on. Preppin's back on.
Looking for Steppen.
Where is Steppen? Well, I can tell you now the 3 is Steppen, so Steppen's out there with Preppin and the number 6 weapon, but
a turnover. They don't get to display their wares in that set. It'll be Mudgee that'll come from inside their territory once again. Seems a long way down to the try line from there, Joel.
Yep, it is, as the Mudcrabs very professionally get their way to the box.
A penalty for a late pass there, I believe it was. The right on the halfway line here will be the Falcons with an opportunity.
So driving forward, nice start to the set, and that might be a penalty as well. No,
I'm just going to call play on. Incidental contact, we'll call that one.
Okay, Andy Laird has it. They shift it away. Here's the prepping, and they're going to drop the ball down just short of the 7.
That's good. Good meters there. Nice hard drive right through the middle.
So here's a chance. Shifting the ball. Great scramble, though, from the Mud Crabs. Very condensed. Look how far the winger is in Colo.
Yeah, absolutely. But they got back out there. They turned nicely and worked as a team. So well done. Shut that one down.
So the Mud Crabs can put themselves in a sweep position for tomorrow if they close this one out 1-0 early in the game. And taking off. And the 35 is going to be pinched. Isabel O'Brien. He's got a feeling a few Sharkies might be watching on here, Colo.
Yeah, looking forward to taking on the opponents in the state championships next week.
Hello to Belinda Thompson. Hello to the winning coach, Belinda Thompson, shall I say, and Stevie Turner.
Well done, B. Congratulations.
So they'll be just trying to spy an idea as to who they may play. Of course, the Mud Crabs are going to be right there somewhere come tomorrow. Oh, nice little pass back inside.
Ball back inside. Marginal.
Josie Tate was the recipient of that.
It's Mudgee once again. Shifting it wide, looking for that subset play that we know you love so much.
I love it. Not on my watch, Colo.
They're over halfway now. 3 touches gone. 2 more under their belt. And some good space here too. Oh,
great football.
Needed to keep it coming to the right then.
They did, but it was still a nice handoff from the 13, who sets up a sprint. Off she goes. Away she goes, and she finds support for their second. That was brilliant work by Sophie Perini. And then in the end, I think you'll find Jarrah Roberts was the one to put the ball down.
Yeah, it was really well done there. Good leg speed. A very learned colleague of mine once said you can't buy speed in Coles, and that's in spades there. That beautiful pickup, well timed. Put her head down and got behind the line. That's really important. She wasn't up looking early. Got behind the line first and then started looking for support. Beautifully executed. 2-0 for Mudgee.
Oh, they got away with one there through.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I think the game management, the referees, let the game flow. Yeah. Just play on. Little indiscretions like that, especially in this age group where their skills are still developing and it doesn't really have a bearing on the result.
Well, I watched a 10s game early today. I'm watching a mate's team, Benny Galee's team, and the refs were quite generous there too, and I think that's good. Otherwise, you just completely muck up the flow of the game.
Yep.
And as long as you're doing it for both teams.
100%. That's the consistency within the game that's really important. And the kids will learn from it. You talk to them, you manage that and say, oh...
Well, it's still funny. Like some parents would go, "Oh, but that was a roll balls." But when the same thing happened for their team, they were far.
You love it.
Far less vocal.
There she is again, picking up out of half. This is a good movement. Unfortunate there for Jarrah Roberts again. Could have found herself scoring another one in the corner, but that one just a little bit too far out in front. But they really have controlled the flow of the game here, the Mud Crabs. They've done well.
So coming to the action, that's 3. This is going to be 4 inside their own half, just on the half.
Yeah, good drive to get up over the line. Fire on Trisley Lindsay it was that took us forward.
Taking off from dummy half. They're quite speedy, the pair of them, aren't they? Andy Laird and Ruby Harpley.
But just on what I was saying there earlier about the way the Mud Crabs went through the line, the young scuba there, as she picked it up, she started looking straight away, Andy Laird, and it just unbalances you somewhat. And you've got to get, for mine, you're much better off behind the line before you start looking for supports.
Look out, Colo. There's a prepping and a weapon about to come into the contest.
Let's see how they get injected.
2-0.
Oh, he's up on his feet. He's keen to see what they bring. We're situated just above the Falcons bench, and there's still great energy in that bench area as well, despite being down by 2.
And this is a class act, really, the Mud Crab team.
They've got their form on the board, absolutely.
Perini goes straight through for number 3.
Yeah, good heads-up footy there from Perini. Again, good skills. She knew where the line was. She saw that the young defender was just dropping back on her heels a little bit, and she actually went behind the line and just presented that try line for her to put the ball down quickly and get another one on the board, 3-0.
I saw, Colo, if you follow your rugby league, for those out there, Melbourne Storm have had put a big score on, when I say big score, about 30-10 against the Knights. So a lot of the names on the try-scoring list seem to be regular first graders.
Yeah, both. I think all of the teams this weekend, Joel, have stacked their rosters with what should be their opening round teams.
Yep. Yeah,
especially early in the game, like the starting lineups are some of their strongest lineups.
Did you think about going to Vegas?
Oh, I'd love to be able to afford it. But my team, we talked about it yesterday, the Eels, they're not going, so I'm not going to travel and watch.
I wonder who the next four will be.
It'd be interesting to see if they keep the concept going. There's plenty of touch football players that have come from this very tournament in those NRL lineups.
Oh, absolutely. Well, there was a nice video on Nico Hines.
Oh, that was awesome, Nico. He's speaking really, from the heart about his development in the game and how much it's meant to him.
Perini again taking off. She is really one to watch.
You put a little star next to her name if you're selecting the next level of representative sides, and they do. They pick the junior regional teams in the 14, 16s and 18s and 14, 16s. And, she's certainly putting a name in a few notebooks there, I would imagine.
Oh, she's going to be there. I've got no question about that. Maxwell trailing 3-zip. Dummy half, girls. And then, great defence. It was great awareness from Jarrah Roberts. Tried to run through and get the penalty, but onside, said the referee. Still 3-0.
I think what's clear, we see just a simple drop ball there. I was just going to say, what I'm seeing is Mudgee just seem to be one sort of step ahead in their skill development, and also the processes that they're following. They seem to be a little bit more on that front foot, whereas Falcons are half a step behind, as you said, slow into the acting half position, which just takes away a little bit of that momentum. But they'll learn something from this weekend and hopefully come back bigger and better next year.
Andy Laird, lockout, back to Laird, and Perini was all over that.
You heard the referee in the effects mic just yelling to the girls, come back, making sure they were on side. And the dive was right down at the line, but the ref said they got back in time. That's a long ball for the opening touch of the set.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's that subset play again. Everything they do is to get to that point on the field, and they take chances, they take risks that don't really need to be taken.
It's 3. This is a good defensive set for Maxwell. This is going to be 4.
They're up off the line. This is great from the Falcons.
5.
There's half court.
That's it. Brilliant defence. Well done, Maxwell.
Oh, but just didn't play the ball. That's that skill thing, that attitude about getting the little things right.
You did all that hard work to earn a massive opportunity, and they've just let them off, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's the little things, Joel, the little things that mean so much in this game.
Mailana Tavita is out there now. She's at half, and it goes back away to the left-hand side through Lola Comencioli. Tavita, Comencioli.
Another penalty on the final touch. This referee is clearly communicating out there. I can't hear what he's saying, but just by his actions, he's demonstrating to the players what he wants from them, telling them to move forward.
So here's Tavita having a crack.
She was onside.
Yeah, there's no hole there.
Trying to exploit that middle player being offside, but she got back to the line in time and faced up and made a great touch. Again, the referee telling the players to move forward.
So Tavita again, they go back, and this time the long shovel across. 35 gets it out, and it was a good pass from Isabel O'Brien.
And a nice touch by India Gadsden there. Sliding out and making the touch on the winger. There's a late pass. Gadsden again putting the pressure on.
This box is a long way from where they are playing the ball now, Colo, isn't it?
This is where they need to just drive through that middle third, but they're not. They're moving laterally, and it's allowing the defenders to come up and get in their face.
That's 3.
3.
And
there's no half. There was nobody in position to support.
5. And this is going to be another half-court effort.
There it is, not up to the halfway line, so they really need to work on that. But that comes back to the coaches, Joel, because the girls, if it's drilled into them, they have to get to the sub box every time. That's all they have. That's all they do. They don't read the game and see, where am I on the field? What's my next step here?
So the Mud Crabs, things are ominous here at 3-0.
I'll hold it up.
Perini, that's forward.
That's forward.
Oh, they got away with that one. Perini's going to take him on and with
through the
speed
line.
Through, and yes, caught. It was a uncomfortable catch, but they moved to 4, Mudgee.
But Perini, again, that name just stamping her authority. Reads it beautifully here. You can see the pick up. Throws a dummy just enough to hold that outside defender out, and then opens up, gets through behind the line, looks for the support player again. Absolutely textbook from the young lady. 4-0 now. Plenty to do for Maxville.
The try scorer, Emerson Coley. Got to give young Andy Laird a shout out here. She has been tireless for the Falcons. Threw a little lazy pass there, but she's been in there and about driving the ball forward. She's been one of the first up out of line to make the touch, so she's really working hard for a team, Andy. This is good drive from the Mud Crabs too. The troops come on. They're going to sweep around here on this side. And
overlap straight into attacking. That's
really
a beautiful
big chance.
release.
It's a foot race now, and too quick. Way too quick. Jarrah Roberts picks up another.
Yeah, the despairing arm of the Falcons player coming across in cover. She wanted to get there for a team. She was working so hard, but just couldn't get the arms out in time to make a touch. Young Jarrah Roberts, as you said, speed to burn. It's getting away from them now. 5-0, the Mud Crabs. Playing, look at the defensive setup here from this tap-off.
Yep.
3 up front.
Yeah, like that.
The next 3 rush forward.
What we do, Colo, is we put our wingers up the front.
Yep.
So go and make an effort, boys, and if you get them, you get them. If you don't, you don't.
Shut down the edges.
And then it just gives the middles a bit more.
Yep. Yeah, it's that was really nicely done there by the girls, and they earned themselves a penalty just through that defensive pressure. Now look at this roll on. This is the difference between the two teams at the moment. They scored on the back of this sort of a set last time. There's that pick and go again. Through the line, heads up. The player that made the touch was offside.
Yep, shelling peas Perini at the moment.
Yeah.
And there's another.
Is that young Jarrah in the corner again?
Jarrah Roberts has a hat-trick.
She'll just hold the line, won't she? And
yeah.
Beautiful. Done so well.
At 6-0. 6-0 after 17 minutes.
Just hope the Falcons keep kicking away here. They're in the game to a point. They just need to back themselves a little bit as Andy Laird takes it forward. Here she is again. She's handled 3 times in this set. There's 4. Now they need to build on this one. This is 2 touches remaining.
Harlow Donovan's got it. Donovan's a famous rugby league name up in the...
and touch football up in that area.
Yep.
Oh, that's a beautiful release. Quick
Oh,
transfer.
yes, the referee retreats, which means Kyron Trisley-Lindsay gets one, and aren't they happy about it? Good on you, girls.
Yeah, that's awesome to see, because they have worked hard, mate. As I
course they
said, wanted them to stay in the game and just keep, checking away at it, and that's exactly what they did. Great support from the coaching staff as well, which is awesome to see. And they've earned themselves a try. Beautiful to watch.
Got a feeling, though, this might agitate Mudgee, so...
Be careful what you wish for.
Miliana Tavita is on the
not
outside.
Square.
Not square.
Referee just indicating as he was running at top speed there, he was all over the place. A bit of a pirouette and a pas de deux, I think they call it in ballet.
Pas de deux. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is the thing when they all rush off and leave somebody stranded.
Yep. Tip on, good girl. Great pass there from Andy Laird. Scoop on
And
this one.
And straightened up and got through the hole. This is Laird's, but good defence.
Yeah, it was the 2 who, Lola Comincioli, She just waited for her to run back on side, didn't she? And then went, bang, got you now.
She knew she had her and didn't interfere with the play, gave her all the space she needed. But then, as you said, as soon as she was on side, bang. Really well played from Concioli then. This is good for the Falcons. Just on their own side of halfway. They'll get up to the halfway line on this play. Just go forward here, girls. Don't need to move that ball. Is it? Oh, play on was the call.
Yep, so Laird puts the ball down, and rushing into the contest goes Kyron Trisley-Lindsay, who scored, and also Harlow Donovan.
Harlow Donovan. There she's in half now, Donovan.
Yep. A bit of a speculator the left-hand side, but that's okay, fielded by the 77. I don't know if there is a 77 on this list. It might be.
No, we don't have one on our team sheet.
Is that Layla Wood, perhaps?
Certainly on our team sheet is the highest number in the lineup.
Well, there's no 63, so it must be Layla Wood. So good defence, similar situation to what happened with Maxwell at the other end. Score remains 6-1 as we get into the last 5 minutes of the match.
Again, much better. They move the ball side, but then they're pushing through that middle. They need to go direct here as well. Just drive forward, girls. That's the way up over the line. Amelia Loyal was it.
So confirmation. Colo, I didn't know this is your nickname. Yes, I am watching. This comes from the championship winner, Belinda Thompson, for the Sharks. Yes, I am watching, and a hello to you and Conky.
No, Conky. That's David Collins.
Oh, David Collins. Okay.
Come on, B, you're better than that.
Okay, sorry. I should have said it's Adam Collins. Sorry, B. But she's been tuning in for a lot of the coverage, so great to have her company. And as I said, we've got people tuning in from America, Colo, people from everywhere tuning in.
Touch is a really widespread game now, Joel. I've been lucky enough to coach South Africa, Japan, England at different World Cups, and it really is a worldwide sport now. World Cup coming up later in the year. The Aussie Emu teams were named yesterday. So congratulations to all those players that were selected. There's some great names that have been picked up in the senior squads.
So the touch football representative is the Emu, is that right?
The Emu, correct.
Yes.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. The group name was coined about 8 years ago, I believe, or just possibly before the last World Cup. But it's the Australian Emus.
And you do know why on the coat of arms. Hang on a minute, there's a bit of try action coming. Well, great touch from Laird.
It was. Laird working tirelessly again.
You know why on the coat of arms, the kangaroo.
The kangaroo and the emu?
You know why they're on it?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And I think it really sums up Aussie sportsmen and women.
Yep.
You know, they don't take a backward step. They can't take a backward step.
Yep.
Either of those two animals.
Here's another one for you. Do you know why the Anzac come up with the term mate? Well, we use the term mate so often.
No, you can give me some new info here.
Well, they needed to stay positive, so they'd say meet at the end.
There you go. I like it.
Meet at the end.
I like it very much.
We're almost at the end of this one, actually.
And the spirit's been awesome here. I've been really impressed with Mudgee and the way they've just taken the game on. And they haven't held back. They've been taking it to the Falcons, but the Falcons have stood up. They scored that try. They really earned that try. And they haven't stopped trying as well. They've worked really hard for each other.
About 90 seconds to go. This one, Perini, she just knows how to score and picks up another. She's just causing all sorts of carnage out here. 7-1, Mudgee leading Maxwell.
Yeah, unfortunately the young defender then was just turned. She turned it back to the wrong side. It opened up that short side. And you can't give Perini an inch. She is just incredible. That heads-up touch footy. You can see it here in replay. Yeah, just the young outstretched arm of our 77. We're going to call her Layla Wood. We hope that's who it is. She did beautifully, but just turned the body the wrong way and found it too hard to get in a foot race.
Okay, I've got an update for you. The man formerly known as Conky, which is not you. Sorry, Adam, playing with his sister at NTLs and his dad coaching. Great touch family. Jody is a Jubilee player, amazing.
She is, yeah. It was always tough growing up to tell everyone that my sister was a better footballer than me. She represented Australia at 3 World Cups in the Opens division and represented Australia in 30s and and New South Wales for a very long time. So she's brilliant, and she's back at the NTL this year. But our family's been involved in the sport for a very long time. Dad was a coach, I was a coach, and we've all had international honours, and we love the game.
So B refers to a Jubilee player. For those watching on that don't know what a Jubilee player is.
Oh, they Touch Football Australia named Jubilee teams in each of the divisions, and New South Wales Touch named them as well. And Jodie was named in the senior women's team for New South Wales.
Wow.
Jubilee, 50 years of touch football in New South Wales.
That's a big honour, isn't it?
Yeah, very proud.
So Maxfield looking for one more. Wouldn't it be nice to see the girls get another one? As Laird, she's the one who deserves it.
Yeah, we're going to call that down.
And yes,
she straightened up beautifully off the left foot. The acceleration for Laird, she's really earned that one. We'll sing her praises loud and proud.
Andy Laird, well done, young lady. And of course, they'll be competing for the Northern Eagles team, won't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. She's certainly thrown her name into that.
Oh, definitely. As you said earlier with Perini, she'll be definitely on the team sheet for the Hunter Western Hornets. But yeah, Laird for mine. Walk up start for that Northern Eagles lineup.
Very similar colours to what they're wearing already too. The Mudgee Mudcrabs.
Yeah.
Chance,
get
and a
out.
real big chance, and there's the final one. And I think you'll find, Adam Collins, that is the fourth try for Jarrah Roberts.
Jarrah Roberts, and another famous name, got to say, in the rugby league circles, especially Roberts up around that area. So maybe a family connection, but she certainly earned her right to be called just Jarrah at this tournament, scoring 4 in a game. That's very impressive.
Yeah, well done. Well done to the young lady who... So she had the drink bottle on the side because she was the far side winger and played the whole game.
Yeah, played the whole game.
Yeah.
The way these kids are playing this stuff, like they're out there 25 minutes, but those wingers staying out on a field for 25 minutes non-stop.
Yep.
I was talking to a referee yesterday, just a very quick trivia before we break up. 36 Ks he ran yesterday.
Wow.
36 Ks covering the ground as a referee. So these players and referees are working really hard at this tournament, and 36 Ks in a day, and he backed it up again today. So
big game coming up. Newcastle taking on the Northern Beaches in the boys 18 division. Quick break. And back with the kick-off of that match. running here in the 18 boys, which is a big clash. You've got Newcastle, who are undefeated. They have the one draw to their name with the fourth-placed Northern Beaches. So this is a big, big game for the Northern Beaches, looking ahead till tomorrow. And what's been impressive, Jason Stanton, with this young Knight side, the entire side is eligible to play in this division next year. The whole side.
Wow. I think that'd be putting a bit of a scare through the whole competition, Northern and Southern Conference, because they've been amazing so far, and to know that they're all turning 17 this year. Wow.
It is quite amazing. But can they close out the regular games with an undefeated record as the wind's just picking up here? Overcast now. It's been quite sunny today, but scooping they go, and racing with good footwork was the two. And Tyrone Fender. You probably hear that wind rustling through your ears back at home, wherever you're watching it. I just think that's a really big achievement. If you can top a pool undefeated and your whole team is playing up an age, that is something special. As the 21 for Newcastle, Geordie Harris gets touched on the last.
Yeah, and I think it's a really big challenge here for Northern Beaches because they struggled a bit earlier in the day, and it's with Newcastle stepping up, Maitland stepping up. It's starting. Oh, and obviously Central Coast. Starting to become, last chance to learn for them out there.
Well, that's the problem too, isn't it? Like if you're going to finish fourth, it's a long path to the championship. Not to say it can't be done, but it makes it hard. That's for sure. As they've got to find a way here, the Beaches, and driving through with brutal acceleration. Here's a chance. Oh, he almost accidentally scored, Ollie Baum.
So Newcastle, pretty big win there, I think it was, on the siren against Central Coast. So again, like we always say, Joel, they've got to come down off that big win, refocus, reset.
So you're allowed to sub yourself, are you? So he just got binned and literally just subbed himself back on. Can you do that?
No, you can't.
No, well, the 14's got away with it anyway. Ref's probably going, what are you doing back out here?
It's actually quite subtle contact, but I think referee Cooper's been right on the money with that one, because he actually squared up the attack and wouldn't let him put the ball down. So good call there in the middle.
Asking the players to come up, which they do. Newcastle cut out ball, juggling to the wing, but the Kynan Jackson pass. He's the club captain, the number one. 10th year, so he's played every year at the State Cup. They've dropped it on the line. You don't see that too often these days, do you? Where they drive to the line and meter out and take the touch. You don't see that too much, do you? Oh, we've got the scoreboard.
A bit of a sideways scoreboard down there. The wind's really strong, probably coming through on the ground, Mikes. Very strong wind there. The number 28 there for Newcastle, Brain. He's had a really strong tournament, Joel.
Certainly has. It's going to make these long balls hard, isn't it, Jace? Really heavy wind.
I think so. It's actually, if you look on your TV screens or on your screens, it's actually going down the screen. So if you're on the Newcastle attack, you're probably looking for a big left to right. It's probably the wind's going to help you. Throwing into that wind, it's going to drag it forward.
Yeah, very hard going right to left. So there we go again. Kynan Jackson. There's that left to right you're talking about.
He's away.
And he is off and racing. You won't stop this boy. He's flying for the opener, and that is a very, very important try for Cameron Chloe. The touchdown will have them 1-0, and don't they need that?
There's a great read there from Chloe, and probably if the Knights had that pass again, the only thing was that it was sort of a little bit telegraphed, like he'd already predetermined to throw long, and Chloe picked up the read, so almost didn't worry about trying to shut on the link. Read it well, and coast to coast. What a start for Renegades. That's what they wanted.
They need this one, Renegades, to lock up the final spot and to get themselves closer to the top two. What response have these young Knights got in them? Mackenzie dummy half. Jai Stone, long pass away, and Willis Hahn will answer immediately. I saw Stoney, the coach, the former coach of the Knights. I saw him out here, so he's no doubt watching the young bloke, I'd imagine.
Oh, nice. Pretty good long ball there by Newcastle, and I think earlier we had a bit of a cross to the referee tent with this referee Sanderson, and on that long ball he come right up to the corner hat to give the comms to the main referee to say it was down. So that's good to see when we see the three referees communicating that way.
Really working them over here in the middle, but no dummy half. Baum and Flynn. Flynn's got it. Back to Baum. And Baum looks to that left-hand side. His hat's gone. Back to Flynn. Really challenging this wind. So there they go away now through Flynn. Stepping. Flynn. Oh, did he get down? No, great touch.
I think he might have dropped it there, Joel. It looked... I think there's a fair bit going on there, wasn't there?
Very busy. Leo Bannister, in any regard, made a great touch. And the score remains 1-1.
A bit of a challenge for the Knights, just to stay settled in this one. I'd be fairly happy if I was the Renegades. They've sort of matched them in this first 5.
This is the last. Taking off, got through. Play on, said the referee. Where's the support? And Cooper McKenzie finds Archie McElwain, and Newcastle have the lead.
Yeah, beautiful scoop there, and again, you know, I like to give the odd tip, Joel, when I'm up in the booth with you, and I think when you're chasing the dummy half, you've got to remember that the dummy half can't score.
That's right.
So if you're going to dive, you know, your feet are going to leave the ground, you've got to make sure you get them. Otherwise, you're better off to keep your feet and run them into the corner.
Yes.
So that was a bit unfortunate for the Renegades. He dived, missed, and then it gave the scooper a lot of time in the in goal. So 2-1 to the Knights.
And to be fair to the Knights, the one against is the intercept.
Yeah, definitely, actually, yeah. I think I'd forgotten that myself. So the Knights are looking all right. They're looking all right.
They're looking all right tonight. Here comes Chloe, who's playing a bit of a combination of link wing roll.
Yeah, a lot of wind out there.
Looks as though they're... so Prince Kamara's into the contest here, Jace. It looks as though they defend Chloe on the wing, and then they switch out when it comes to line attack.
Yeah, well, that's something a little bit different. Interesting tactics here, trying a few things different there. Coach Berryman and Coach Wong there.
There they go. Here's another one. There's try number 3, and once again it was just from the dummy half. In fact, hang on a minute.
I think he's saying he might have dropped it, so I think it's a put down, so he's going back for the penalty, but
gave him the advantage.
I think so. There, good, nice use of the advantage there from Sanderson. We'll just check on the replay. I think it was the number 27 for the Knights that got in the in goal. It might have just been a bit of a wobble on the put down, but beautiful scoop there by French.
Yeah, it was French, of course. Short side diving goes Leo Bannister. He had a good touch save at the other end not so long ago, Bannister. Geordie Harris away to Mitchell French. Back to French. Great defence from Ollie Baum. So French, Harris, the outball to French, but Kamara was all over him.
Yeah, you can see referee Sanderson there pointing to his ear, so he's got the call from the sideline ref saying that the link had left the line early. So again, it's a little bit hard to get away with much with these three talking to each other, the referees.
So 2-1 the score remains, 2-1. Is that right? Is it 2-1 or 3-1, Joe?
Yeah,
2-1.
Yeah, it's showing 2-1 up there. I think we've had a couple disallowed, so it's a bit hard to follow.
Taking off and short.
Great read there.
Yep, Kamara again.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's in the link spot there, Joel. He's a very good defender, isn't he?
And now they switch out to the wing.
Yeah, so a little bit interesting there. That's something new, something tactically that might come into the game. Link and wings swapping for attack and defence.
Here we go, back at himself. He thought he saw half a gap, did Tyrone Fender. We do something similar with the Midland link.
Oh, okay.
In our team. Flick pass, if you don't mind. Benji-esque from Ethan Toombs.
Yeah, maybe trying something a little bit different. I hope it's not the sign of desperation, because they're only down by 1. And they just got to, and they're doing really well to match the Knights. They're hanging in there for the moment, albeit with the intercept, but they're there.
Yep. So they're saying they're trying to say to the 9, Noah Miller, who maybe he's new to the game, I'm not sure, they're saying use your left hand. Use your left hand.
Yeah, so they're trying to get him to make the touch.
So he's pulling corner to
Yeah, to pull corner, because he's the right middle. So they're yelling out to him to make it with your left to keep your body in a bit of a angled position to be able to protect, the right side of the field or the lower side of your screens.
Ollie Baum takes off. Play on, said the referee. No, now's a penalty, no advantage. $11 gone so far, so approaching the midpoint of the match. Jace, where are you at with this one?
Oh, Knights are definitely looking stronger, but I do like the Renegades hanging in there the longer the game goes. And Knights have got to get himself back up. That's close. Yeah, Knights have got to get himself back up after that great game against Coast.
Yep.
So if Renegades can just hang in with them, the longer the game goes, they might better steal it. But all things being equal, Knights are definitely looking a little bit stronger at the moment.
Beaches, the outball, left-hand side. And good wheels. And there's Ollie Toombs. Ethan Toombs, rather. And they're giving it 2-2. The Beaches and the Knights. Did you see the match, Singleton versus Maitland?
Yeah, that was a cracker, wasn't it? That was a great game.
First, last. And about 4 times Maitland had taken a lead. And you can think, okay, here we go. Now they're getting on with it. And then even right at the end, 30 seconds to go, Maitland score. They're going to win the game. And then on the bell, Singleton getting the draw. It was a cracking game.
Shows how good the standard is, doesn't it? First, last, then we're getting that sort of quality.
Yeah.
Here on the game, and I think maybe KO had a bit to do with it. Singleton seemed to grow a leg for that game, didn't they?
Did they? What?
Yeah, get them on the stadium every game. That's what I say.
So the left-hand side, nice. Oh, the idea was right, but they just couldn't execute it through Tyrone Fender. And the penalty for the Beaches, and they get moving too, which we like. He's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, a little bit hard here with the passes in the wind.
Good footy, boys. As they drop it down right in front of us. Fender comes off, and so too does Joel Cooper. Ollie Baum. Toombs back to Baum. Oh, that was going to be a beautiful play. It just had to find the chest of Kai Corvin.
And that would have been nice, wouldn't it? End to end, that would have been a nice one there.
For the lead.
Yeah, would have got their noses in front. So Renegades, they might need a little bit of luck in this one, Joel, but they've also got to take their opportunities too, right?
100%. Oh, he's been sent out of another postcode there. The 12, Kai Colvin, who could have scored that last try if they found him. And juggling through goes the club captain, Kynan Jackson.
I was talking about the wind there a bit earlier, Joel. One of the little tips, I think, for all our youngsters watching is when it gets a bit high wind or in the rain, those sorts of conditions, you really got to focus on the point on your pass. You don't want to really risk pass if the ball's wet or it's very windy.
Yep.
You really want to follow through on your pass and point. So you'll notice that, that the boys here today, when they're ripping the ball, they're going to have a good point to be able to, control that ball into the wind.
Great tip, Jason Stanton. 2-2 Newcastle on the Beaches. As what can they find here? What can they conjure up? As Mackenzie got it to McElwain. They've combined before for a touchdown today already. Bannister goes into half. Back to Jackson. So Jackson for Bannister. Bannister plays flat. They weren't off. They didn't move up, was the call.
Yeah, I think it's referee Cooper there all over that one. You can see him talking to the middles. It's one of the features of the game we see now where the referee's really been vocal.
Kynan Jackson just gets nabbed. This wind picks up again. 15 gone, 10 remain. All tied up at 2 apiece. Show and go, and that's a really tricky pass into the wind.
It's a tough one there. Joel, have you got a favourite in this division? Like, I know we saw Redback, Central Coast. There's two quality teams here. Have you got a bit of a feel for who's going to be holding up the cup tomorrow?
You know what? I've just got a little feeling about Central Coast for some reason. What about yourself?
Yeah, Central Coast definitely. Last year, they're probably unlucky not to win last year. They sort of were undefeated going into the final. A few things, probably didn't play their best game against Northern Beaches. So, but they're just so close, aren't they? Because I think Maitland and Newcastle.
Yep.
I have been mentioned a couple of times that I think if Maitland put together their best game, I think that they're probably the best team here. But I think Central Coast are a lot more consistent. So it's definitely going to be a really exciting day tomorrow, finals day.
Definitely. So Newcastle, long ball, big challenge. Oh dear, it was forward anyway. He was going to catch it in goal. So still 2-2, and we're entering the final 8 minutes of the match.
Yeah, Renegades, I can see the coaches here, Coach Berham and Coach Ryan, they're getting quite active here in the box. They can probably sniff that they might better steal this one. They can probably smell that it's, Coach, what is it? Commentators.
Yeah, it's got a great strike rate, that.
I've really got to stop doing that, don't I?
But it's just so important that they find a way to win this. The defending champs. And that even the wingers are having trouble with that long pass out to them, the juggling acts through the breeze.
Yeah, good save there from Chloe.
Geordie Harris got the pass from Laith Brain. Here's Brain. 6 to go.
A big challenge coming here because Brain's proven throughout the first 2 days of this tournament he's a handful.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Give him sets like
no
this.
one was there. They've saved it somehow. Gee, they did well to save that. Will they make... No, that was a really clunky set for Newcastle, wasn't it, Jace?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I actually thought Northern Beaches were going to struggle to hold him out, but Knights probably didn't really have much of a plan there.
Here's Prince Kamara. Into the half now, 2-2. So this is a big... We're moving into the championship rounds now as Toombs away to Kamara. Beautifully executed, and don't they need that? The context of this competition, Vodi Latic scores a touchdown which takes them to the lead.
Yeah, beautiful chain passing there from the Northern Beaches. Last week for, I think it was the Parramatta team, we saw the Prince. This week we've got the number 10 for Northern Beaches, the Prince, with great silky hands, silky smooth. Northern Beaches, unexpectedly, they're in front. Is an upset on the cards here?
Perhaps. Oh. So we're losing papers all over the shop here. That's okay, we'll march on. So the Knights, short side raid they go, and they're going to circle back like this if he just comes in on the ball, but he can't. 3-2, score remains with now 6.5 remaining. Really good test ahead of the finals, isn't it, Jace, where you're playing a good team, you know, they're coming first, Beaches are coming fourth, which is the type of game that you'd meet in a quarter-final, right? So this is the kind of how close the game is, the comp is. It's a good challenge to try and find a way to win this.
Yeah, and it probably means I think the result of the game is probably a bit more impactful to the Northern Beaches, because I think you mentioned they're sitting fourth on the ladder.
Yeah, for and against is an issue.
Whereas Newcastle was first, but I think from the Newcastle side, they just want to keep building.
Yep.
You know, increasing their confidence. So I mean, I think the game's important for both teams, but for different reasons.
In fact, there's only the one pool for the 18 boys.
No, yeah, there is one, yeah.
Okay, so...
Yeah, we see Manly or Singleton could jump Northern Beaches.
So will that be 1 versus 8? Is that how they'll play that?
No, it'll go because they'll play 8 games. running in will go straight to the semis.
Gotcha.
So this is
okay.
quite...
Yeah, they'll be playing again in the morning, won't they?
Yeah, so what you were saying before, like, with Singleton, Manly, Northern Beaches, this is critical because it actually makes a big difference on who actually gets through.
And you know why this is important, Jace? Because based on what you're saying, if the competition was to finish as is, this is the first semi-final.
Yes, that was the point. Yeah, when you were saying this is like had a semi-final feel, it could be the semi-final. Yes, 100%.
So if you can get a win over them here, it's not a team you want to meet.
And for and against, I think you mentioned it even in last week's call, Joel, for and against can play a big part in it when there's lots of draws.
Ollie Baum, yeah, absolutely. Here goes Toombs. Toombs over the top was the right idea, but couldn't get it to Corvin. He's been unlucky, Corvin. He's been close to scoring a couple of tries.
Well, he's just got to hang in there. I'm sure it'll come for him. So Northern Beaches edging closer. Am I right? It's sort of gone pretty quick. We're inside the last 5, are we?
Oh, we're inside the last 2.
Oh, wow.
So Newcastle throwing everything at them now. 6 to go. Yes. Isn't this a big moment in the match here? Sorry, Jace, 3.5 to go, I should say.
Yeah, probably a bit harsh on that one. I thought it might have been thrown into his body, but maybe a little bit of luck here for Knights. Let's see if they can take advantage of it.
Jackson, McKenzie, Jai Stone to their left. So Stone's looking to lasso around right now. Jai Stone dives, touch made.
I think it's the number 12 there that you mentioned before. Was it Corvin again there? Really good defence there, stepping off the line, getting down low. Great work, Corvin.
Connor Jackson, he wants him to come up. Yeah, well, he earned the team a penalty there. He pointed to the link, which is Prince Kamara, and he said, ref, he's got to come up. Yeah. And very smart play from the club captain. Is it a play that can win in the game? Stone goes long, and again, your man Corvin.
And that's the second penalty there. So if there's a third one, as we know, Joel, one of their players will have to step off, and it'll be 6 on 5.
How long for 3 sets? Is it 3 attacking sets?
No, just for that set. If it's a third penalty one.
Kamara with a great touch, and that's why they've got him there, perhaps.
So Knights will be looking for a third penalty here to take advantage. Northern Beach is hanging on for dear life here. And
he was offside, so he's played through. It was just all the defence. They couldn't hold out. McKenzie levels up with the Northern Beaches at 3 apiece.
Yeah, inside the last 2 minutes now, so there's a fair bit of pressure there, wasn't there? Penalty, multiple cracks at the line, and in the end, I think one of the Renegades defenders there didn't hit the line. Referees called the play through, and Raw locked up.
And as you said, Jace, with the 2 penalties, they were on tenterhooks about desperately not wanting to give another one away. So the Beaches, good catch, really good catch. Yeah,
the wind quite strong again here. It's going to make it tough.
Flynn and Fender, back again. Oh, beautiful pass. If it finds the winger, he was going to stroll over. That was Joel Cooper.
It's hard there. So again, we've seen the players being offside, but there was a forward pass. So sometimes a little bit tricky to see what's going on there. But players being offside is before the forward pass. So that's why we've come back for that one.
Cameron Chloe back in the link position to Fender. So Chloe and Fender. Chloe tried to sneak through there and went very, very close. Fender thought he got there.
Yeah, it was a nice close one. I was a little bit surprised they didn't get the penalty then. I thought Knights might have been a bit cheeky.
Flynn, Fender. Flynn stepping, goes back to Fender. Quick touch made. And he scrambled really well there, the Newcastle Knights link. Cut out ball, chance, play on. He doesn't stay up. Yes, it does. And Bodie Lasic again takes the Northern Beaches to the lead. And they are going to pinch, I think, a very late victory.
Well, we're inside the last 30 seconds. A beautiful pass over the head. I thought initially it might have been late, it might have been forward, but you can probably check it on the replay. It's a beautiful finish to the game. We'll see it over the top. That was away. And, yeah, probably borderline or marginal, whether it's forward or not, but referee Sanderson right on top of it.
Gee, they're lucky here. It was the biggest moment of the match. They run out with 5 defenders.
Oh, wow. And we're coming into the last few seconds, aren't we?
Certainly are. There it is, Beaches. They've just got to make the touch. That's it. Referee saying the siren had gone before they played it. And the Beaches have rattled the cage of the 18s division 4-3 with a win over the Newcastle side who lead the pool.
That's a really interesting one because, as I said, wasn't really going according to plan, so that probably puts pressure on the Storm and Manly to try and squeeze into the finals. Yep. And these two could be up against each other tomorrow in the semis.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the penultimate round of matches, meaning we have one more to go. 4.5 minutes. Players and referees, start making your way to the fields.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalizing a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
In beautiful Dubbo in the western part of New South Wales. Joined for the last game of the day, the Manly Seagulls in the white and the maroon, and the Central Coast Dolphins running left to right on your screen, the navy, red and white. And I'm joined in commentary by Jason Stanton. And Jason, what do you make of this one?
Well, we've seen the 18s boys. They've been a bit very up and down. They have a big win and then they struggle to, to reset mentally. So let's see how Central Coast go here. They're one of the favourites for the competition, and Manly clinging on with hopes of the semi-finals. This will be a really important one. They need to get a win or a draw here, I would suspect, if they're going to feature tomorrow afternoon, Nathan.
This one shapes to be an absolute cracker. Manly's been probably one of the most inconsistent sides in the tournament so far, but the Central Coast Dolphins, a juggernaut, roll forward. The runners-up from last year, looking to go one better for
2024, and we're underway with Walker going forward. And he goes it forward, and the ball's popped up by Dransfield, and Walker will work there, the dummy under to Post. He plays the ball. Post gets the ball back. They go wide. That little tap-off play's going to be delightful, is it? The big dive at the line. Referee says touch. Very, very swift play there to start the game. And Dransfield's going to go down for Walker. Walker picks it up. He steps back to blindside. Walker's through. Walker's away. That's a try. They didn't give the last one. They're going to give this one. An impressive start by the Dolphins boys, Jason.
Yeah, Dolphins got out of the blocks there nice and crisp, and they're just executing their moves really well, laterally, at speed. Manly probably a little bit shell-shocked there, maybe a little bit passive, so they're going to have to regroup Manly because the Central Coast looked to be full of running there.
That play off the tap, Jace, that was absolute clockwork from the Central Coast lads. It was very smooth. In fact, as the Manly boys now through Stewart, and that's Mayhew going up over the 10, and the ball's played by Masters, one of three in this side. You've got Rico, Sullivan and Toby, the Masters trio, and they're coached by Aiden as well, as they turn the ball over on their first opportunity. The Manly players there, and that's over halfway. That'll be a penalty, and they say down. Thought he got a bit of a helping hand on that one, Jace.
Yeah, that was really close to us. So, yeah, number 16, a little bit clever, gave him a bit of a nudge and maybe a little bit of karma. Central Coast have got the ball back.
And just like that, they go up, and there's a little bit of strong contact. And go up over halfway. They go on the attack again, the Central Coast Dolphins here, and they'll be looking for Hunt, plays it, gets the counties play in, hits the link, bat on over the top. That is magic. Hunt with a long ball. I think it was Dransfield with the bat on, and the Dolphins extend their lead.
It's near impossible to defend that, Nathan, because the winger's coming in to take the link to help out, and that little tap on, near impossible to save it. And Central Coast, they're definitely out of the blocks quickly here in the first couple of minutes. Warning signs for Manly.
And they're going to have to react quickly, and no doubt there'll be some words from the coaching staff as they take the ball forward through Torrance, and Torrance will get up, and there's Toby Masters who picks it. He wraps around with Truman. Truman fires a long ball. Great catch. Put him in a slip for the Australian cricket team. Ethan Hammond, what a grab, what a ball. And Manly, that was the response they were after.
A lot more purpose in that play, Nathan. They knew what they were going to run. He come charging into it. He's ripped it right to left. A lot of rotations on the ball. It was nice and flat. A superb finish in the corner there. And we need more of that from Manly.
It's going with the wind. We've got if you can see the flags on the far side of the field, this wind's coming across the westerly, and it's coming at a bit of a rate of knots. Picked up, it's been quite calm all day, quite warm conditions here at Dubbo. Yesterday we were very hot with a bit of a breeze. Today it's just been quite warm, around about the 30, 31 mark, whereas the wind's picked up this afternoon. Walker gives it off the ground. There's a foot race on, the dive for the line, and the referee's going to say play on and try. And that there, if you get a chance to have a look at this replay on the sweep, we spoke last week a number of times, Jason, about the player, this defending player on the outside who is standing on the line. It's so hard to try and convince the referees that they've made the touch, and you'll see the inside players offside, the 60 dives at the line, Jake Dixon, and it's so hard to try and sell that you've made the touch when you're standing there on the line, Jace.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to sort of visualise yourself as the defender, and if you're standing on the try line and someone's got that low dive, there's nothing really to touch except for the ball. So we often talk about that in commentary. You hit the line, you've got to get off the line with 2 steps.
French gets a sweep and the big dive at the line. And it was a good touch in the middle there. And we've got some space here. There's Walsh, gives it over the top. Oh, and he can't hang on to it. Sullivan Masters couldn't hang on to that one. He was quick, Xavier Walsh, there to get in the in goal, and there's an opportunity gone begging.
I think so, and they're those half chances that Manly have to grab. They're playing pretty much for their tournament here, Nathan. If they don't at least get a draw here, I can't see them getting through to the semis. This is a hotly contested division, Manly need to make every post a winner.
So 9 teams, 9 round games here. This is the last one of, second last, the penultimate round. There's one tomorrow morning here, but points on offer. I think it's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning is the final round, and they go straight into semi-finals, the 18s boys. So no quarters with the nine teams, it's straight into semi. So the top 4 goes through. Check that on the New South Wales Touch app, and there's what we call a coach killer.
Yeah, they've really got to use the ball. Central Coast are just going to be, a little bit tradesman-like here, Nate. They're going to get up and down the field. They've got some nice plays on the line. They know they're going to be in the semis tomorrow. Coach Walker will be all over that, preparing them mentally. So Manly got their work cut out for them, of course.
As Walker steps on a 5-cent piece, he looks and gives it around the back. This is a bit of magic. Oh, the Central Coast have become the entertainers. The Globetrotters almost.
Yeah, Jesse Walker. We talk about deceptive speed, Nate. Sometimes the taller players, you don't really realise how fast they are, but they get across the ground there. And Jesse Walker's one of those taller players where you just blink and he's already smoked you. He's very quick.
Well, he would have done about eight or 9 steps on pretty much the same blade of grass, Walker, and then all of a sudden he was to the open side and then stepped back and was going back to the short side to then throw it back over his shoulder. He showed yesterday he's an absolute talent and definitely someone to watch. Big future as he wants to double there, but they hold on to it, which is good with the speed coming on by Rodriguez. And Rodriguez gets it up over the 10 for Russell. Hunt gives it back to Russell, and they're going to charge into the line if they get the opportunity. Hunt picks it up. Russell, he dummies to him. Stands him up, does he? They've got the space. That's a try. All clear. And referee Ant Smith wants to have a little bit of communication there. Speaking about the hard touch, but awards a try, and the Dolphins extend their lead. Manly under the pump here at Dubbo.
Yeah, we're actually not long into this contest, but Central Coast marching down the field, marching to victory. Manly probably a little bit fatigued, and Central Coast just doing what's required to get through to tomorrow. They're definitely going to be featuring here on Guzmani Gomez Finals Day.
Yeah, great partners. Guzmani Gomez as Masters gets the ball. The referee calls play through. There's about 9 there trying to make the touch, and they do so, the Dolphins. And they go for the line here. Opportunity with McMillan. McMillan steps to the outside. He created some space. The referee calls him offside. That's 2. Referee Moana says that's 2. So for those of you at home, if there's another one here with McMillan, I almost thought they could have played through there, Jace, but says that's 2. If there's one more, we'll see a free sub, which is when a player from the defending team is put on the sideline. So it then becomes a 6-on-5 with an overlap. As Walsh, who we saw earlier, there they are all on their defending on the try line. Walsh steps back. He almost gets to the outside, and the players there on the outside, if you get the opportunity to see those players at link, the middles are rushing up and the links are just camping on the try line. Getting away with it all of a sudden. There's Walsh getting the ball from Masters, and a wasted opportunity, but Jason, as you can hear the wind howling across the ground. McMillan picks it up, he switches Masters under, and the wind is absolutely flying in.
Yeah, hopefully as we come into finals day, we can see perhaps a little bit negative type intent there with the defence not really coming up as much. Hopefully we can see the referees all over that tomorrow, so we can have a nice open game. But I mean, Nathan, if I say Maitland Redback, Central Coast Dolphins, Northern Beaches Renegades, Newcastle, who jumps off the page? Who's going to be holding up the trophy tomorrow?
I think Maitland have a bit of a smoky because they've had a bit of a slow start. I think it was Coach Tom Taylor earlier today, and we were talking about the fact that they had a few draws earlier in the day, Friday and into Saturday. I think they had 4 draws, Maitland. So if they can get over, that's a great ball over the top. Can he get there? Big dive! He's got there. Ant Smith awards it. Baxter Stewart, an outstanding job. That pill was fired out of an absolute cannon. It was Baxter Stewart threw the ball And Mitch Button with the finish. And Manly, they're not done yet, Jace.
Well, they needed that one, and you know there is plenty of time. Manly's been a bit of that energy type team with ups and downs, and they've got to really. This is going to be their last crack at trying to get through to the semis. Like they've got to really get a big boost of energy here and try and finish over the top of the Dolphins.
Hunt goes to the front door there. Hunt picks it up. The great play. It's a big dive, and Moana says try. Swift play by the Dolphins. But back to your question earlier, is you had to watch that try and replay, which was pretty, at best, to describe it. The Redbacks, I think, can be a smoky. I also think the Dolphins probably stand out, if I'm honest, out of that four. I think the Renegades' biggest issue is going to be the legs. The petrol tank is on empty. Wong and Berryman, the coaching staff of the Renegades, are going to need to pump the boys up tonight. Plenty of ice bars and recovery for tomorrow because it's a big day. So those in Newcastle, they've been a little bit hot and cold. I think out of the bottom part of that 4 and 5 position, very similar to Manly, I think, for Newcastle.
I think so. I'm not sure. I know it works off for and against on the matchups, on the way it goes. But, I mean, if Maitland and Central Coast end up being in opposite semi-finals, that one's into the win there, then, yeah, I might throw a hit prediction in. Maitland to edge out their opponent in the semi, and Central Coast to beat Maitland in the final.
There you go. You've heard it here first. Live on KO. The Stanton, a tip predictor.
Do I have to stick with that one now, or do I? Can I change it if I'm not right?
Budgie Smuggler tip predictor here at Dubbo. Lady Cutler Reserve. As Walker picks it up, it's a foot race now. Walker into the in goal. Now he looks, there's a bit of a hold there, which you might have seen on screen. Can he find someone? The big dive. Referee Smith stands there, blows the whistle. He's going to have a conversation here. And it's time to pull out the pen and the notebook. And he's going to award the try. Anthony Smith says try, and the Coast extend their lead.
Yeah, Walker's just, I said he was deceptively quick. Can I just change that to quick? He just rocketed down the field. I'm actually a bit surprised on how dominant he's been that the defensive teams haven't adjusted, squeeze a bit on him, make it hard for him, because he's just, every game we commentate, he's waltzing down the middle, looking absolutely classy.
Well, I think on that, as you said, on that strike dump, so they were always going to just roll into it. We'll come into last touch. It was really their only option. So, as you said, there's no adjustment made by the Manly guys to, drop back early or get back as quick as they can and probably squeeze to force that. He ended up in a foot race with Torrance, and I'll give you the hot tip, Angus Torrance. He's no slouch, and he got past him very easily as there's Stewart picking the ball up and getting touched, and easy defensive set from the Coast lads here. So, yeah, it's just something, Jesse Walker at the moment, when you're hot, you're hot. And he's absolutely flying, Jesse Walker. There's no question of that as they get out of the ruck. Referee says penalty. No, technically he's in the ruck there, Jace, but he jumped over and there was no effect of the roll ball. Were you able to see
that's
the
what
game
it comes down
continue?
to. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, is whether it's a bit like obstructions and that. It just depends on whether anyone's impeded. If he jumps over the ball and there's no one there, I think it's play on. But if there's a dummy half there trying to pick up the ball, then obviously a penalty.
As Central Coast on the attack, and that was Dransfield, and ball turned over by Russell. McMillan plays it. Walsh heads to the box, and up that far sideline. Button wanted it. Button on his hands and knees there, and referee Ant Smith not happy with something from the Manly lads, and this is going to go against the Sea Eagles, I think.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there. Anthony Smith's all over that. So am I okay to do tips, Nathan? Because if I think back to the Senior State Cup, I tipped Central Coast, I think, on the Wednesday before the tournament. I got in trouble. So if I tip Central Coast here again...
If you're getting in trouble...
Am I getting in trouble again?
If you're getting in trouble, Jason, it's not from me, as the wingers disappeared and left Russell with no one there. But Smith says penalty, so tip away, Jason Stanton.
Well, if Central Coast boys happen to win tomorrow, and that's the second time I've tipped them. Surely they can give me a Central Coast polo or some sort of honorary membership. No, something. Where's Mitch Walkerton, mate? I'm waiting for my Central Coast polo.
So there you go. They've got to carry the weight of Jason Stanton tomorrow, the Central Coast Dolphins, and you've heard it here first. If it doesn't go quite right for the boys, I'm sure you might get a call from Mitch.
Yeah, Mitch put a bit of pressure on Mitch, but yeah, if they want to carry someone's weight, they might look for someone a bit lighter than me, no?
I think you're going all right, Chase, for a spring chicken as they get that halfway and they're saying forward pass, and Walkerton puts his hand on his head. He's not happy with that one, Coach Walkerton, and he'll go and give some information to the troops on that one. A little bit of cruise control now, Jason, just under 10 minutes to go now. So is this where, with the score how it is, we see the Coast just try and sort of cruise through their rucking pattern and just get up the other end of the field?
Yeah, I think so. They just got to control the ball. Like, to me, if I was Coach Walkerton or Coach Dalton there with Central Coast, I'd just be looking for being nice and clean. Don't give penalties away. Don't drop the ball like that, commentator's curse, because you want to sort of get in good habits for tomorrow. They've had such a good first 2 days. I think they've got a couple extra players available for them tomorrow. So, yeah, you just want to look to get in a bit of a rhythm. Don't want to get too excited. When the siren goes, I don't want to be seeing, too many high fives jumping on each other's backs just yet. But yeah, they look quite composed here.
At the back end of day number 2 with only 11 players, Jason, I'm not sure you'll be seeing anyone doing high fives or jumping around.
No backflips?
Not from me, you won't, that's for sure. As Russell heads up over halfway, he gets inside McMillan. Hunt picks it up, he fires it to Dransfield, and Dransfield's going to bring it laterally across, but enough metres, and a little bit of frustration I sense from Baxter Stewart there. Dransfield goes on the sweep, stands up McMillan, gives it back to Russell. They're going to go the quickie there. Walsh gets in there, Russell gets it back. No one on the inside, big McMillan with the big dive. Good touch, good defence, Manly.
Yeah, sharp there. Look, Manly have had a good tournament, and they've shown little sort of patches of really good footy. I think they had a draw with Maitland, against the run of play. They've been pretty solid against Renegades and other strong teams here. It's just that the 18s boys division is such a high standard now. You can't be hot and cold. You've got to be consistent. You've got to be professional. That's the way the game's going at the moment, with so many strong clubs and really good high-performance programs.
You would have seen there the Seagulls thought they were away to collect their prize, but the referees have brought it back for a penalty and a chance for Central Coast to add another one to the tally as they go the split of play, and it's a good touch there by Sullivan Masters. I'll keep attacking. There's Hunt, gives it away to Walker, and Hunt and Walker on the field. The sweeper's not there, but Hunt picks it up anyway. Hey! They're going to penalise that. It's forward, maybe off the ruck, but I think if you get the chance to watch that again, I think that was an accidental, unless they've timed that. Walker picked it up and he sort of dummied Rodriguez under. But I think he wanted him for the sweep, and if they haven't, they might have just created another trick play, Jace.
Oh, well, I think Walker's got the full bag of tricks. I don't think he would have been around then, of course, but that nice little flick pass looked a little bit like Pete Walters, one of the greats of our games from New Zealand. He's the one that started throwing those little backdoor flicks. So Walker might have channeled a bit of Pete Walters there for that one.
There's a big chance of that. One of the great clips of all time. The test match, Jason, from memory.
How do you know about that, Nathan? That's the 1997
there you go.
Trans-Tasman.
I was 5 at the time.
Pete Walters and Matty Mattaya. That's where they invented that play, little backdoor flick. First time we saw it. And now all these young boys and girls coming through.
The whippersnappers.
Mate, they're so advanced. They can do all this stuff. They don't need to wait till they're in the Opens divisions to pull out the fancy stuff.
I don't want to be critical here, Jason, but we've got a game here at 6-2 and the game's moving up and down the field. In the last 5 minutes, we've seen a lot of penalties here in the rucking pattern, do we not? We need to encourage our referees here just to see the game and just let it flow on this one.
Yeah, I think they're those, I don't know, sometimes in like the business world or whatever, you talk about soft skills, reading the room, that sort of stuff, and I think that's one of the challenges for the referees. You've got to be able to control the game, control the tempo. And then when some of these games blow out, just trying to read the room, so to speak, which things do you want to hone in on for the minor infringements, which things you let go. I think that's a bit of a challenge for referees across the whole range of sports.
We're getting late in the day. Last game it's 20 past the hour of 5, and no doubt it's, everyone's a little bit fatigued here, but the ref's running backwards and they've got to stop and move forward and go and change. It's so much energy to go, whereas on the last they can just sort of slide off the field. As the ball's picked up from half by post, flick pass away. They think they're the Globetrotters on the back of that set, but the ball goes to ground.
Yeah, they're in cruise mode now. Nathan, for those that have been able to watch the great coverage on KO over the last 2 weeks, we've got the Northern Conference, Southern Conference.
Oh, this button.
He's away.
Oh, press the button. He's over. Got some speed. Mitchell Button, and he's going to kick the ball halfway to Wellington after it with the wind. But what a try, Button. They got denied the one a little bit earlier. And that one there, Button, as the ball's picked up, and they just go the simple 2-pass, get outside their man, cut out, and that was all she wrote.
Mate, he was absolutely flying. We need a shot clock on him because he's running into the wind. Don't worry about wind assisted. That was the opposite of wind assisted. I think if we're at the athletics track, you probably would have seen a minus 4.0 or something on the wind reading. And he was flying down that sideline. Great try. Mitchell Button, that's the name. Plenty of speed there.
Hunt and Walker on the field there. Hunt dummies to Walker. Give a little dish back as Hunt goes. Walker gives it back to him. Stops on a 5-cent piece. Dives. Referee Moana says penalty. But you're mentioning the conferences, Jason.
So we're 202 teams in the Northern. How many teams in the Southern?
178. So 380 teams in total. Button, he's away. He wants to have a breather. He doesn't want to do that again. But the Central Coast player left on the ground. They've got the overlap. Full of running. He spoke about the burst from the Manly side. And just under 5 to go. Masters plays it. Stewart picks it up one-handed. He steps. He slips, unfortunately.
Bit unlucky there for
Throws
Manly.
the ball away into
So we've got 380 teams. I know that I think it's 10, 12 divisions. I think it is. I can't remember when you look at both of them. But
10 divisions.
10 divisions. Would you say, at the risk of, upsetting someone, would you say the Northern and Southern, there's one conference that's stronger, or is it literally every division's different?
No, I think every division's different. I think you've seen the emergence in the Southern Conference. We were speaking about it last week a little bit, the emergence of the Sharks and Balmain, in the top 2, whereas, sometimes you have those tournaments, Jason, you've been around touch for a long time, where you have those tournaments where things just don't go right, whether it's injuries. Look at Parramatta Men's Opens at State Cup. They had 4 or 5 injuries on the Friday, ended up playing Doilo in the semi or quarter final, with 9 players, which was incredible effort. They went down by 1. Those sorts of things can go wrong at tournaments. So I think it'd be a long bow to be comparing conferences just yet. But I think, to be fair, I think we're in next Sunday live from the Canterbury Velodrome Tempe for the state finals. We've seen the 10 teams across the 10s, 12s, 14s, 16s, and 18s. The boys and girls at Southern, they're locked in. The Sharks featuring 5 divisions, the club champions of the Southern. Little fly play, but good touch by Walsh. And here we are with tomorrow, the Guzmani Gomez finals days coming live from Lady Cutler here in Dubbo. And we'll see it all tomorrow, Jace, unfold.
I think so. I'm hoping some of my tips can come through, so I can. I like to be get a little bit of Nostradamus about me going on. Well, I liked Wagga. I like Central Coast here. And how about Wagga to beat Central Coast next Sunday? I just want to predict everything so everyone can laugh at me. Or
That's
if I get it right, then so be it.
You look like a champion. So you're literally hedging your bets there because you're happy to take the the glory if you're correct, and then if you miss a beat, it's sweep it under
That's
the carpet.
my read. My read is Central Coast to beat Maitland in the final tomorrow, unless they match up in the semi, and Wagga to beat Central Coast in 3 games next Sunday.
3 games.
So you can write that. You can write that down, and then you can send all of your laughter comments. JasonStanton.com.
I've got another hot tip in the 12s girls. Jace, I think, watching and talking to my good friend Rohit Prasad, another experienced campaigner, made the Emus senior mix side. Well done, Roy. His 12s girls Mudgee been running red hot so far this weekend. So at the risk of putting the absolute mock on, I'm going to say, as you hear the siren in the background, that they're going to be the ones to beat in the 12s as the ball goes and ball's attempted to be intercepted and spilt down. So that's full time in this one. The Central Coast Dolphins a little bit too good in this one. And that is day 2 done and dusted for the Northern Conference here at Dubbo. And we'll take a short break. We'll take a short break and we'll be back in just a couple of moments. Down on field, Jason Stanton and Mitch Walkerton to wrap up day 2 of the Junior State Cup Northern Conference.
Jason Stanton here, sideline with Coach Walkerton from the Central Coast. That was a great game. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was a really good game. It was our, I think, a 7th or 8th pool game. So that, in these conditions, the boys have only got sort of 9 or 10 healthy players. It was a really, really good effort.
And I think you end up being equal top of the pool. Is that right? It'll come down to for and against?
I think there's another pool game tomorrow morning early, but yeah, I think it will come down to for and against. After the Newey boys just got beaten by the Renegades. So it's a very, very tight competition.
Yeah, we've been seeing a whole range of results, lots of draws and all that. Is there a particular team that you'd like to come up against, or someone that sort of caught your eye as, you don't want to meet in the semis?
Again, it's an awful cliche, but you've just got to beat whoever, you've got to beat everyone who presents. So, no, whoever we play against, we just have to be at our best and hopefully win a couple of games to be state champions, or Northern Conference champions, I should say.
Yeah, for sure. Central Coast, absolutely powerhouses. The high performance program just keeps getting better year and year. Do you see any sort of connections, or, how do you weigh up with the Men's Open, who are the current state champs, with the younger teams coming through?
Well, you got John Dalton, who's the men's Premier League coach, who's in the box with us this weekend, and there's a really, really close connection between all the seniors and the juniors. There's a number of the boys who played Prems who are coaching out here in Dubbo this weekend, and the older boys who do play Prems do a wonderful job of mentoring and helping the younger guys from the 18s and the 16s and the 14s. So again, sorry about the cliche, but it's a big family club and everyone sort of supports everyone. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I think that's awesome, and we have lots of younger touch players watching. So, you mentioned 8-9 games over 3 days, very hard. 30+ degrees heat. Any tips on recovery or things that some of our younger players can look to do?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is making sure they're drinking enough water, and that sort of starts the week before you get here as well, not just in the tournament. Making sure that they're stretching, making sure they're eating enough food, because they're burning plenty of carbohydrates and they're running around. So yeah, making sure that eating good healthy food and drinking plenty of fluids and trying to stay out of the sun.
Yeah, there you go. Some nice tips there. All the best for tomorrow. So we're really excited for Guzmani and Gomez final day. There's going to be plenty of hot teams here. Central Coast, Newcastle. Look out for Maitland Redbacks as well. And of course we've got the Renegades. So looking forward to you joining us tomorrow and having a great Guzmani Gomez finals day.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.